Episode 316, Now You See Me. The look in Tyler's eyes was deep and unfathomable, as usual, but he never looked at her with this level of intensity before. Nor had she looked back at him with such openness. Their eyes had always been glimmering with both playfulness and lack of seriousness every time they looked at each other. But now, it seemed different. Amy was charmed by the beauty of his eyes. They were as deep as a bottomless abyss. His gorgeous nose and sexy lips were causing havoc inside her, almost causing her to lose any control she had over her emotions. Even though resisting the urge to playfully flirt with this beautiful creature was hard for her, she felt like the atmosphere between them had changed, and it was too much for her to take. The extremely rare, solemn, and earnest look in his eyes destroyed her usually unbreakable composure and self-restraint. They gazed at each other quietly and intently. It was as if they were suddenly in a staring contest, where the first to look away would lose. Neither of them seemed to be willing to back down, causing a stalemate between them. Seconds went by in the blink of an eye. As Tyler looked at Amy's serious gaze, he couldn't believe that the mischievousness and seductiveness he usually saw in her eyes was actually just a perfect cover, hiding the real her within. He had never seen her eyes this genuine, clear, and breathtaking before. Tyler was awestruck. At the same time, he realized that this woman was a real performer, and a much more skilled one than him. He disguised himself perfectly, using a literal mask for years, but this woman had actually been wearing her very own invisible mask since he had met her, and he had been completely unaware of it. Looking at her, he finally realized that he had never glimpsed the real her until now. And for some reason, he suddenly felt like his heart was getting heavier. He was definitely disappointed in himself that he had failed to realize this sooner. "Tell me, how long do you plan to keep on acting?" Tyler finally said without breaking their staring contest, causing Amy to finally snap back to reality, and her eyes to immediately switch back to their usual playfulness again. "As long as you won't say anything, I guess," she replied, smiling. Tyler clenched his fist. He somehow understood the meaning of her words. He also knew that this woman, who was good at observing others, would surely notice every little thing in his actions, so he wasn't that surprised anymore. However, he really hadn't expected to hear those words from her. Surprisingly, what she said made Tyler recall what Brad had told him, that this was his fault, causing Tyler's eyes to turn even more unusually serious. "Oh well, no worries, Mr. Beauty. I was enjoying that, but sometimes when I get lonely and I can't even ask my dear fiancé to accompany me to go out and have some fun, I go mad. So now I just want to punish you for being so cold to me over the years, okay? Of course, I won't forget that you always appear when I'm in trouble, so I won't punish you heavily this time, to show my gratitude," she continued as she suddenly slipped her hands around his neck, pulling him closer to her. "So be good and accept your punishment, my beauty," she added, her voice now seductive. She was about to kiss him when he suddenly pulled his body away from her as he forcefully removed her hands from his neck. "Since you plan to punish me with a kiss, then this is my punishment to you for being so naughty. I won't let you kiss this beautiful body again, unless you're honest," he replied, leaving Amy's mouth to hang open in surprise. She hadn't expected this kind of punishment from him, and she couldn't believe that Tyler had just asked her to be honest. How can you ask me to be honest when you yourself..." She swallowed the rest of her words as he slipped out of her clutches. But just as she thought that he would leave, she watched as he walked around the bed and then casually lay beside her. He covered his eyes with the back of his hand. Amy was speechless. "Let me remind you that it's almost dawn. Let's sleep," he said casually. Amy could only blink. "You forbid me to kiss you, and yet you're sleeping with me in the same bed?" she asked with disbelief. Tyler replied lazily, "Let me remind you that this is my bed, so don't expect me to sleep anywhere else." Amy bit her lip. She really didn't understand this man sometimes. No matter how much she observed him, the way his brain worked confused her. She'd even once believed he was an alien disguised as a beautiful man. "Do you really think I'm not going to make a move on you when you're sleeping beside me like this?" Amy asked as she rose and moved her face closer to his. "Do you really think I'll behave myself if beauty is right within my reach? This is the same as offering yourself to me, don't you think?" She continued, purposefully letting her warm breath touch his skin. But Tyler didn't flinch. He continued covering his eyes with his hand, as though he wasn't affected at all. "Even if you forbid me, you can't blame me for being tempted," she added. Her hand was about to touch his chest when Tyler breathed deeply and finally opened his mouth to speak. "Amy, I'm not really threatened by you, so just be good, keep quiet, and sleep," he said. Amy blushed hard. Her eyes widened as she bit her lip as hard as she could. The next second, her face darkened and a puff of air came out of her nose. Thankfully, she still managed to quickly recover, and she narrowed her eyes. She moved suddenly, and Tyler's eyes widened when she sat on his stomach, straddling him. "You..." Tyler, who was stunned, couldn't continue his words when he saw the expression on her face. She looked angry, yet still seductive. She was like a hungry lioness, and her eyes were captivatingly dangerous. "Wrong move, my dear. You shouldn't underestimate me," she said before she bent down and bit his nape as if she had suddenly turned into a hungry vampire. Episode 317, Midnight Snack. Tyler jolted as Amy's teeth sunk into him. He was shocked to the point that he couldn't tell whether she was hurting him or not. All he could feel was the scorching heat coming from her mouth and skin. His heart began beating abnormally, and her sudden attack made him forget how to think. However, as usual, Tyler still managed to quickly regain his composure, although this time, it was a little bit slower than it normally would be. He grabbed her shoulders and pushed her away. She was still straddling him. He didn't let go of her shoulders, but he looked at her with aggression in his eyes. "Amy, didn't I warn you to behave? Are you really trying to test me?" He sounded angry. His gaze was cold and threatening. Amy didn't care. She didn't know whether he was being serious right now, or he was just being like this to scare her again, but she wasn't going to back off. "Aren't you the one testing me here, Mr. Beauty?" she retorted. She held her seductive smile in place. It was alluring enough to drive any man insane. Except, of course, for the few one-woman men in the world. "Now let go, Mr. Beauty. Let me show you my power," she continued. Tyler grit his teeth. He could hardly find words to say. All he wanted was to make her stop teasing him before everything broke loose. "My dear fiancé, get off me now while I'm still being nice," he finally replied. He was still glaring at her, trying to show her that he was serious. However, like a fearless creature, the woman on top of him smiled sweetly and seductively. "My dear fiancé, let go of my shoulders while I'm still being nice," she replied, saying almost the same words he had said. He knew it was hopeless to try and reason with this woman. "I used to be the one who left everyone speechless," he thought. "How can I win with this woman? She's the only one who gives me this kind of trouble, and a headache." As he thought, his grip on her shoulders tightened a little, and he breathed deeply once again. At the same time, Amy started stretching her hands as they crawled over his chest. She fluttered her eyelashes seductively as she looked at the man below her. "You really are so beautiful. I'm sorry, but it's impossible for me to resist my urge for the most delicious man," she continued as she seductively bit her lower lip. Her teasing almost made him lose his mind. The warm sensation in his abdomen was getting hotter, and he couldn't take it anymore. He moved, and in the blink of an eye, pinned Amy down. She smiled despite being surprised. Before she could tease him again, he took her hands and put them together. Her brows knit, but as she was about to speak, he stood and, like a flash, rolled her and wrapped her up in a blanket. Amy's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing?" She swallowed her words when he rolled her again until she finally looked like sushi ready to be chopped. After ensuring that she couldn't move, he lazily lay down beside her once again. How could you do this to a gorgeous lady? Tyler, remove this. It's hot. She started complaining. When Tyler saw that she was struggling to free herself, he heaved a sigh before spooning the warm sushi beside him. He wrapped his arms around her to make sure she wasn't going to break free as his deep voice rang in her ears. "I couldn't sleep last night because of you, so let me sleep for a while," he said. Somehow, hearing his voice this week for the first time made her heart flutter, causing her to fall speechless. She didn't know whether he was really exhausted, but for some reason, she felt like she had instantly lost her energy to bicker with him. She too suddenly felt tired and yawned. In no time, she felt his breathing become heavier, indicating that he was already asleep. His arms were still wrapped around her, and the warmth coming from him somehow soothed her heart. She felt like she was at peace in his embrace, and she smiled. This time, her smile was genuine, and without any pretense as her eyes slowly closed. Meanwhile, in Sean's room, Sean opened his eyes, only to find out that he wasn't hugging his mother, but a pillow. He immediately rose and rubbed his eyes until his gaze fell onto his parents embracing each other. He stared at them with his still sleepy eyes, and without a thought, the little guy crawled toward them and forced himself between them. Episode 318, Early Birds. The sun was already shining pleasantly when the family of three stepped out of Sean's room. They looked so cute in their pajamas that anyone who saw them would think that they were currently in a magazine photo shoot, portraying a perfect family. Hailey was carrying Sean in her arms while Brad walked beside her. They halted when they saw Tyler step out of his room. He seemed to be in a hurry. His hair was still messy, and he was obviously surprised to see Brad and his wife and son. "Oh, good morning, Uncle Tyler," Sean immediately greeted him. Tyler could only smile. "Good morning to you too," he replied. Brad casually looked at his wristwatch before he stared at him with a raised eyebrow. "It's rare for you to wake up this late, Tyler," Brad said. Tyler ran his hands through his hair. "Well, I haven't slept properly for many days, so..." Tyler couldn't continue his explanation because the door behind him opened again, and a woman stepped out of his room, looking a little bit mad. She looked like she was about to open her mouth when she realized Hailey, Brad, and Sean were all looking at her. "Good morning, Auntie. Did you sleep in Uncle Tyler's room?" Sean was again the first to speak. His question almost choked Amy, and it took a moment for her to find her words. Good morning, baby," she greeted the little guy with a smile as she moved closer to him and gently pinched his adorable cheeks. "Auntie, did you two get married in secret?" the boy asked. Amy froze for a second while Tyler stood there stunned. "Ha ha! What makes you think that?" she asked, forcing a laugh. Sean tilted his head as he spoke. "You told me before that a boy and a girl should only sleep together if they're married," the boy answered. Amy finally choked. She coughed for a while before she could move and tousle Sean's hair. That's right, Sean, I did say that," she replied before she sidled toward the little guy in Hailey's arms and whispered to him. "Your uncle and I didn't sleep together, okay? You know your uncle's very strict," she said. She decided to use the other meaning of sleep together, so she wouldn't technically be lying to the bright boy, who fortunately didn't ask any more questions. Hailey was the one to question her next. "Amy, who's he?" she asked. This time, Tyler was the one who choked. "What? You don't know him?" Amy was surprised as she looked at Tyler and then at her friend before she just went and pulled Tyler toward her. "She doesn't know you, so introduce yourself," Amy said. Tyler scratched his head. "I'm not Mr. Clark you used to know," he said. Hailey's eyes widened. "What? So you were actually wearing a mask back then?" she asked. Tyler answered her with a nod. "These two are engaged," Brad said. Hailey gasped. "So Amy was actually the fiancé you were talking about back then?" she asked, looking at Tyler, who just nodded with a smile. She looked at Amy, her eyes filled with curiosity. She was about to ask another question when the butler approached. That morning, the Clark residence was the epitome of a home full of life and love. The atmosphere was so bright and fluffy that the flowers in the garden seemed to be in full bloom, even though they weren't. After breakfast, Brad simply watched his wife preparing their child for school while the engaged couple, Amy and Tyler, watched them from the sidelines. "I think we need to watch them more," Amy said with narrowed eyes. Tyler just glanced at her. "Why?" he asked. "We talked last night. Hailey's case is definitely something simple, even though she herself was actually the one who wanted to be helped the most. And I'm sure Brad the Great and Sean are doing their best to make her smile again. That's why I think we should watch first. That way, I can work out what's missing," she explained. Tyler leaned lazily against the couch as he spoke. "So what's the plan?" "After sending Sean to school, what is your brother's plan?" she asked instead of answering him. "Brad wants to take her somewhere," he said. Amy's operation mode had been activated. Her eyes twinkled with excitement as she looked at her partner. "Okay, we're going to stalk them all day," she declared with a mischievous smile. Somehow, he could tell it was a great idea, even though he got goosebumps every time he thought about the next plan this fiancé of his would devise after this. "Amy, you'd better treat this seriously," he said. She crawled on top of him and put her finger on his lips. "What's this? Are you saying you don't trust my abilities?" she asked, still smiling naughtily, but with a dangerous gaze. Tyler flicked her forehead. "It has nothing to do with trust. I just don't want you to overdo things and create a storm," he replied. Amy chuckled. "As expected with the veteran bodyguard and the relationship bodyguard, you're still so strict when it comes to them." "I just don't want any more unnecessary trouble for them. They've already been through a lot." I know. That's why you have to accompany me so you can watch out and tell me if I'm going overboard." "In short, my role is to be the police officer ready to stop you when you start breaking the law, huh?" Somehow that sounds nice." "Well, yeah, it's not that bad. I'd love to punish you every time you go overboard." "Oh my, I think I should start anticipating some punishment from my beautiful partner now. Can I request an intimate punishment?" Episode 319, Trigger Warning. In front of Sean's school, Hailey was kissed by the adorable little boy on her cheek before he embraced her lovingly. "I'll wait for you to fetch me after class, Mommy," he said. Hailey hugged him back for a long while, obviously hesitant to let go of her son. Brad just couldn't sit waiting in the car anymore, watching his wife kneeling there, hugging their son as the little guy caressed her back. His eyes blazed when he thought that there was something wrong with his wife, and all he wanted at that moment was to rush toward them to soothe his distressed wife. He hastily began opening the door when Ken spoke. "Boss, you agreed not to get out of the car," he reminded him. And as expected, Brad was forced to stop. But his cold aura intensified instantly, freezing the entire car in no time. Gladly, Ken somehow learned his lesson now. He knew he couldn't stop this man at all, so he quickly made a decision and sent a message to Tyler upon seeing the changes in Brad's expression. Due to whatever had happened in the park the night before, Brad's bodyguards had suggested that he stay in the car. Even Tyler, though he wasn't his bodyguard anymore, had firmly told him to obey his guards. But just as Tyler had expected, Brad would surely be uncontrollable. Tyler and Amy were inside a low-key car on the side of the road as they quietly watched the flow of events when Tyler's phone vibrated. When Tyler read the message, he wasn't even surprised. He had come to expect this from Ken, the current leader of Brad's bodyguards. "The boss is about to step out. I need your help, please," Tyler pinched the bridge of his nose as he quickly called Brad. "Brad, didn't I tell you to stay put?" Tyler immediately said when the call connected. But the man on the other side of the phone didn't speak, causing Tyler to heave a deep sigh. Since Hailey had come back, Tyler had expected that the usually stubborn Brad, who didn't care about anything else but his wife, would return as well, and he was absolutely right. "If you step out of the car now, the world will know Sean's identity. And when that happens, we'll have no choice but to surround him with countless guards from now on. That's the last thing you want to happen, isn't it?" Tyler continued, and after a long silence, the slightly open door of the car immediately closed, indicating that what he had said had worked. Knowing that Brad had calmed down, Tyler rested his face on his knuckles as he ended the call. Tyler had used Sean to stop him because he knew why Brad had chosen not to reveal Sean to the public. Brad wanted his son to experience a normal childhood. He didn't want him to experience the hellish life Brad had gone through when he was young. He didn't want Sean to feel like he was in a cage surrounded by guards at such a young age. Brad simply wanted Sean to spend his childhood freely. That was why he had never shown his face in Sean's school, nor let anyone discover his son's identity. "Hey, Mr. Beauty, why is your brother so obedient to you when it comes to things like this?" Amy asked, looking at him through her binoculars. "Obedient? Not at all. I was just reminding him of what's at stake. That guy's brain tends to turn upside down when his wife is in distress, so he needs an alarm to wake up every now and then," he replied. His answer satisfied Amy, so she didn't ask any more. "Ah, Hailey's finally let little Sean go," Amy exclaimed as she quickly raised her binoculars. Looking intently at her every expression, Amy was sure that Hailey was both very happy and sad at the same time. As she waved goodbye to her son, Amy knew that if this was the old Hailey, she would be tearing up with a smile on her face as she sent her son to school for the first time. However, Hailey still wasn't reacting normally, and the way she was behaving made Amy narrow her eyes. Amy had been thinking about Hailey's situation for quite some time. She had been watching her since last night, and it made her heart hurt. She had realized that the reason for Hailey's inability to cry was because of the severe depression she had gone through for years. She had been so severely depressed that she had settled into a cry-proof state to survive. Amy couldn't even imagine just how much pain she had suffered to have turned out like this. Fortunately, Hailey was physically fine, and her fighting spirit was now getting back to its usual strong state. So Amy was confident that she would be better sooner rather than later. After all, this Hailey, her dearest friend, was still the same strong and determined woman she had known 5 years ago. As Tyler drove, tailing the black car before them, Amy suddenly spoke. "I believe that Hailey needs something. She just needs a certain trigger to get her to cry. And once that happens, everything will be fine." Tyler's brows creased with curiosity. "Trigger?" he asked. Like a detective, Amy stroked her chin pensively. She narrowed her eyes and looked like she was currently contemplating her ultimate plan. After a while, her eyes twinkled victoriously, but no words came out of her mouth. "Tell me about your plan first, Amy. Don't you dare keep it to yourself," said Tyler as he kept glancing at her, but Amy just smiled mischievously at him. "Don't worry, Mr. Beauty. My plan will be a sure hit. Believe me," she replied, looking proud of herself, but Tyler still didn't quite believe her. "If you don't spill the beans, we'll have to go back to the mansion," Tyler threatened. Amy puffed her cheeks. She wanted to tease him and drive him crazy with curiosity, but she hadn't expected him to actually threaten her. "Am I not supposed to be your partner? Tell me, or else the mission ends here," Tyler continued. Amy almost wanted to bite his earlobe again, but because she needed him badly at that moment, she surrendered and revealed her plan. I get it. I'll tell you, okay?" she finally said. "Our goal is to find the trigger. So we should try different things. Sean and your brother's lovey-dovey fluffiness and cuteness overload attacks don't seem to be working on her. So I'm thinking about trying something new. Do you remember when Hailey got drunk? She ran away that night because she was actually jealous. And that night she also cried, right? You mean, the first step is to make her jealous." Episode 320, A Promise Kept. On hearing Amy's plan, Tyler's brows immediately creased. He understood what Amy wanted to happen, and he himself truly believed that it was a good idea. However, he imagined Brad turning ice cold as soon as they told him about the plan. "So you're planning to find a woman to cling to Brad while his wife is watching?" Tyler asked. Amy rested her head on the headrest as she replied, "The woman is a given, but about the clinging thing, I think I should make a decision on that once I see your brother's reaction. I can't just decide without asking him, or else I might be thrown into the river by his henchmen. But I'm worrying over nothing, right?" she said. She wore her usual playful smile, but her words caused him to glance at her and raise his eyebrows. "Worrying over nothing?" He repeated her words while she cuddled up to him. She purposely got close enough that he could feel her breath on his skin. "Because my dear fiancé will rescue me again," she uttered sexily as she ran her naughty index finger on Tyler's sharp, beautiful jaw. The car suddenly slowed down. Tyler quickly slipped one of his hands into his waistband and pulled out a pair of handcuffs. Amy immediately backed off, almost smacking herself on the car door. "Don't forget that I'm a police officer today. Try misbehaving again, and I'll cuff you," he uttered with a smirk. Amy pouted in disappointment. "Be glad, Mr. Beauty. If it wasn't for Hailey, I would never back off. Even if you took me to jail," she muttered. The vein in Tyler's temple throbbed as the car accelerated once again. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the black car ahead was warm. Brad was very happy to finally monopolize his dear wife, even though they only had 2 hours to spend together before going back to school to pick up Sean. "Brad, where are we going?" she asked. He just smiled. "Somewhere we've never gone together," he replied. Hailey tilted her head slightly as she started thinking. "You'll know once we get there," he continued. After a while, the car finally reached its destination. As soon as Hailey looked through the car window, her eyes widened a bit. In that instant, she remembered what she told him 5 years ago on the night before they parted. "When you come back, I'll take you to the beach, the market, the mall, the street, and everywhere." Those words were like echoes from a distant place. She remembered that she had told him that because they both wanted to be like any normal couple, safe and free. She wanted to bring Brad to every place he wasn't allowed to go because of his dangerous situation. And while she had waited for him during her pregnancy, Hailey had been dreaming about the day when they wouldn't need to hide anymore. Her heart started to feel both happiness and sadness. Sadness for the lost time, and happiness for the fact that he was finally free. He immediately noticed the change in her expression, and he was confused about whether she was happy or sad. "You don't like it here?" he asked. Seeing the worry in his eyes, she immediately nodded. "Of course I like it here," she exclaimed before she looked outside again. I just remembered that I was the one who told you that I would someday bring you here," she added with a sad, nostalgic look in her eyes. Brad suddenly yanked her toward him. He hugged her tightly, as though he were trying his hardest to soothe the sadness in her heart. "It's fine now, Hailey. We can go anywhere we want now, just like them," he assured her. She embraced him back. The sadness in her heart faded in an instant, as though his words and embraces were all that her heart needed. "But you're famous now. Last night was dangerous," she said as she pulled away from him. He cupped her face with both of his hands. "All I need is a little change in appearance, and everything will be fine," he said before landing a peck on the tip of her nose. "Can you help me fix my hair again?" he continued. Hailey, who had just recovered from his sudden attack, snapped. "Of course, I'd love to do that," she quickly replied. "Okay, let me fix your hair now." Hailey was expecting Brad to let go of her, but he didn't. He just stared at her for a long while without saying anything. "What's wrong?" she asked curiously. Brad pulled her toward him and made her sit on his lap. She was stunned again. I think my body needs a little energy, he said. Stunned and puzzled, her brow creased as she asked, Energizing? Are you not feeling well? I was completely fine a moment ago, but I think I used up too much energy gazing at you and thinking about you since I woke up. I think I was too excited to spend time with you, Brad replied. Hailey choked. His words were like flirtatious pickup lines, but Brad said them in a way that didn't seem to be insincere at all. His dark, sincere eyes were looking at her so honestly that she simply believed his words, no matter how silly they sounded. What kind of energizing do you need? I can buy something suitable for you, she suggested, but what Brad said next left her more dumbfounded. I need a 10-minute kiss to fully recover. Episode 321. Are you joking? Dumbfounded by Brad's request, Hailey remained motionless, and she stared at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. 10 minutes, she said. His only reply was, Are you serious? She asked, thinking that Brad was kidding. She knew that he hadn't known how to joke several years earlier, but she thought that he must have learned since then. I couldn't kiss you last night or this morning because of Sean, so I want to make up for it, he said. She blushed and cleared her throat. The honesty and sincerity in his eyes told her that he wasn't joking. Isn't 1 minute enough? She asked, but he seemed dejected. He kept his expression blank, but his silence and the familiar look in his eyes told her that he wasn't happy. She realized that an unhappy and dejected Brad was still one of her greatest weaknesses. It was impossible for her to resist him when he had that look in his eyes. She tried to negotiate with him. 2 minutes, she said, but he remained speechless. Okay, 3 minutes, she offered. There was no response. 4 minutes? There was only silence. She thought, he still wants more. Isn't 4 minutes enough? She was surprised at how demanding he'd become, and she thought that he was using a new strategy to lure her into his trap. It also occurred to her that he knew she couldn't resist him when he was dejected. Okay, 5 minutes. That's long enough, right? She said. But when he just stared at her and remained silent, she sighed. Why does it seem like his requests keep getting bolder and more shameless? What will I do when he starts asking for more? She wondered. After several seconds of silence, Brad finally spoke. All right, he said softly, but he sounded unhappy. Hailey felt like she should have been happy that he had agreed, but instead, she felt helpless. His dejectedness reminded her of the innocent masked man she had met several years earlier. She couldn't ignore or resist his sad puppy eyes, so she gave in. I mean, we can kiss for 5 minutes now, and 5 more minutes later, she said. A beautiful smile spread across his face. His smiles always entranced her, and while she gazed at his mouth, he moved closer and kissed her. She pulled away quickly. Your men are still here, she said quietly, blushing. Brad had completely forgotten about them. He was about to order them to leave when he got an idea that made him forget about them again. Can you sit in my lap? He asked, as if he hadn't heard her. She was stunned. His shamelessness seemed to come naturally to him, and he no longer blushed or stammered. Can you ask them to leave first? She asked. He gestured to his bodyguards and they got out of the car. Hailey sat in his lap and laced her fingers behind his neck. Are you joking? She asked. He blinked. Joking? He asked cluelessly. Her shoulders drooped. She knew that even though he had developed more emotional intelligence, he didn't realize or care about how his actions and words impacted other people. I'm not joking. I'm serious, he said in his usual firm and absolute tone. "Okay, I was just wondering," she said.
"Why?"
he asked. "Because you asked for 10-minute kisses. Our lips would be swollen after 10 minutes. So I thought you were joking," she replied.
"Don't worry. I would never hurt your precious lips. Maybe I'll just kiss you every 10 minutes so that your lips don't hurt."
Episode 322, A Few Extra. Hailey was at a loss for words. The upgraded, shameless version of Brad shocked her. But she knew she had to accept that he was no longer her innocent little monster.
"Can I kiss you now?"
he asked impatiently. His question shocked her. She wasn't used to him asking for permission.
"Can I?"
he repeated as he moved closer to her. She felt his warm breath on her skin, and she blushed as she nodded. He flashed a quick smile, and then his lips touched hers. As usual, his kiss was passionate but gentle. It lasted so long that Hailey was gasping for breath when he pulled away from her. Their lips were still so close that they felt each other's breath when they spoke. "I think we should get out of the car now. We've been in here for a while, and we only have 2 hours," she said. Brad looked shocked. He seemed to have forgotten that they were short on time. Hailey thought that he was going to let go of her, but his grip on her waist tightened.
"That was only 3 minutes. We still have 2 minutes left,"
he said. "How do you know it was 3 minutes?" she asked in disbelief. He looked upset.
"You don't believe me?"
he asked. She bit her lip and said, "It's not that I don't believe you. It just felt much longer than 3 minutes." His expression brightened.
"That's because you enjoyed it so much that time slowed down,"
he said. She was speechless. Isn't it the other way around? Doesn't time usually speed up when you're enjoying something so that you want more? She wondered. Brad's face once again moved close to hers.
"One more, okay?"
he asked. She was shocked again that he had asked instead of just kissing her, and she wondered if he was doing it intentionally.
"Okay,"
he repeated. She sighed. She couldn't figure out exactly what he was doing, but if it was a trick, it was working. She imagined a puppy begging for more petting, and she couldn't say no. "Okay, just 2 minutes, okay?" she said, and she felt his warm lips on hers again. After Hailey had changed Brad's hairstyle, he had been dramatically transformed. He had originally looked gorgeous and breathtakingly elegant, but cold. His new look was closer to that of a pop idol, especially with his tousled bangs covering his forehead. He was more stunning than ever.
"What's wrong?"
he asked, sensing that something was bothering her. "You're too cute now," she said. Then she got an idea. She rummaged through her bag and took out a pair of black sunglasses. She put them on him and nodded with satisfaction as she gave him a plain, black baseball cap. They stepped out of the car wearing matching black caps, black sunglasses, and plain gray t-shirts. They looked like they belonged on the pages of famous magazines. The market was crowded and covered by large, colorful umbrellas. Hailey's grip on Brad's hand tightened as they walked. It was the first time they had been to such a place together. 5 years earlier, they had only dreamed about going on public outings. So as they roamed around together, their hearts fluttered. They wandered around, and Hailey found herself asking the fruit vendors for discounts, like she had done years earlier. She didn't realize that Brad was gazing at her with wonder in his eyes. He couldn't understand why she was asking, and he thought that she might be trying to act like they were poor. I don't give discounts, but I can throw in a few extra apples, a vendor said as she gave Hailey a bag of fruit. Thank you so much, Hailey said. Brad took the bag and asked,
Why do you want a discount on fruit? I can buy this entire market if you want it.
She almost choked, but then she remembered that he was completely unaware of what normal people did. She was about to explain, but he asked her another question.
Do you want people to think that we're really poor?
She was shocked. No, she said. It's just, I guess it's fun to negotiate. Brad froze, and he stared at her mouth. He had just seen the slightest hint of movement. The corners of her lips had lifted. Episode 323, Attracting Attention. Brad was awestruck. Even though what had flashed across Hailey's face could hardly be considered a smile, he was delighted to see it. The corners of her lips had lifted for just a fraction of a second, but it was enough. It was a sign of change, and for him, it was huge. He was so happy that he froze and couldn't keep up with her. As she walked toward another stall, his grip on her hand had loosened while he was staring at her, and their hands parted. She stopped and looked back, but the crowd had separated them. Her heart raced. She knew that Brad wasn't used to markets. It was his first time visiting one, and he hadn't allowed his bodyguards to follow them. Brad? She called out in a panic. She stood on her tiptoes and looked around again. When she didn't see him, she went into soldier mode, and the panicked look in her eyes turned dangerous. Then a warm, familiar hand grabbed hers, washing away her fear. I'm here, Brad said. She dragged him away from the crowd and stopped by a bench. Didn't I tell you not to let go of my hand? What if you get lost? She said. She looked like a parent scolding a child. He stared at her, puzzled. Have you mistaken me for Sean? How could a grown man get lost? He asked. She blinked. He did have a point. The Brad who hadn't known how to watch a movie, stir soup, chop potatoes, or peel apples was gone. The Brad standing in front of her wasn't that clueless anymore. I was just worried, she said as she averted her gaze. He smiled. Don't worry, I won't let go of you again, he said. She glanced at him. Can I tie us together? She asked. Brad fell silent. Tie us together? Why? He thought, but he nodded. Hailey saw a stall that sold cloth and thread, and she dragged him to it. She bought a piece of red cloth and tied it to his wrist with a sturdy knot that she had learned in her military training. She then tied the other end to her own wrist. Brad smiled. He liked her idea, and he wanted that red cloth to bind them together permanently. Are you satisfied now? He asked, and she nodded. Now I don't have to worry, she said. She started to lead him back to the fruit vendors, but he resisted. It's been 10 minutes. I need to recharge, he said. She blushed. But there are so many people here, she said. He smiled and pulled her toward the colorful fabric hanging over the nearest stall. As soon as they were hidden, he asked, Is this private enough? Can I kiss you now? She replied. Their lips touched, and the colorful fabric swirled around them romantically. They strolled through the market. They were still hidden behind their glasses and caps, but they were starting to attract attention. The red cloth that tied them together raised eyebrows. and several older women expressed envy at how cute they looked. They chatted to each other as Brad and Hailey passed by. "I've never been so painfully aware of how long I've been single." "Yeah, they look like they belong in a romance movie." "Do you see a camera crew?" "They seem real enough to me." "Yeah, and I'm jealous." Episode 324, Being Watched. Brad and Hailey were having a wonderful time. They roamed the market, browsing and shopping like any other couple would do. He had avoided the market for years. He had purposely avoided every place that Hailey had mentioned, so that he could experience them for the first time with her. He hated crowded places, but with her beside him, the noisy market became magical. He loved every minute that he spent strolling around with her. But he remembered to stop every 10 minutes to ask for a kiss. Hailey started to think that even if the world were descending into chaos, he would still stop her every 10 minutes and ask for a kiss. "Brad, there's no privacy here. Can't we just do it in the car later?" she asked. He froze. "This crowd is draining my energy," he said. She sighed. She could tell by the look in his eyes that he wouldn't give up on their kisses that easily. Before he could ask her again, she removed her cap and covered their faces with it. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. He was surprised, but he kissed her back, ignoring the people who had turned to look at them. She pulled away after a minute, and as expected, Brad was unhappy. He didn't complain, though, since she had initiated the kiss. Two people were watching them, and they reacted differently. Amy was grinning and seemed to be enjoying the show, but Tyler seemed bored. "Isn't this enough stalking? We know what they're doing. Brad will kiss her every 10 minutes until they're out of time. There's nothing else to see," Tyler said. Amy raised her eyebrows. "What's wrong, Mr. Beauty? Are you jealous or something? Do you feel embarrassed about being single?" she asked. Her tone was annoyingly mischievous, but he seemed to have developed a tolerance and was not easily provoked. "I used to be like you. I lived with them 5 years ago, and I enjoyed watching them. I'm immune to their lovey-dovey antics now," he said with a yawn. The mature and shameless Brad wasn't as entertaining as the innocent and ignorant Brad had been. "Let's go," he said and turned away. Amy grabbed his arm. "Hey, we're not done yet. If you try to leave, I'll kiss you," she said. He flicked her arm. He didn't believe her threat, but he sighed. "If you want to stay, go ahead. I'll wait in the car," he said. He started to pull his arm away and was surprised when she voluntarily let go of him. He stepped away, but he didn't get very far. She grabbed his face and kissed him. The crowd in the market that day had two shamelessly kissing couples to watch. Tyler was surprised at how forceful the kiss was. She seemed to be trying to punish him. She was aggressive, but he was still in control of himself. He heard a small child asking what they were doing and was just about to push her away when she stopped kissing him. They stared at each other. She smiled, and he felt like a nerve in his forehead was popping. He sighed and walked away without a word. His fiancée was a constant headache. He couldn't believe that he had kissed her back, especially since they were in a crowded public place. He too had become as shameless as she was. "She's a bad influence," he thought with a smile. He knew that he was falling for her, and the more time he spent with her, the further he would fall. He had walked just a few steps away when a loud cry stopped him. He turned and saw tears streaming down Amy's face. "No, my husband is leaving me for another woman," Somebody, please stop him. Please, she cried as she pointed at him. Episode 325, Remember Your Promise. Tyler was dumbstruck. Amy kept crying. Her words echoed in his mind, driving him crazy. Husband, what the hell are you talking about? And who the hell is the other woman? Amy, you little... he thought. While he calmed himself down, the crowd turned on him. Older women started scolding him as if he were a child. They took turns yelling at him. Are you completely heartless? How could you leave your wife? Yeah, look at her. She's beautiful. How could you want another woman? Do you think you're so handsome that you deserve 2 women? You can't treat women like that. Being handsome doesn't give you any special privileges. Look at how hard she's crying. Do something. We're all old enough to be your grandmothers, so listen to us. Don't leave your wife. Stay with her and leave the other woman. Do you understand? Amy was stunned. She couldn't say anything because the women's comments kept coming. Her tears stopped. She hadn't expected them to sympathize with her that much. Her tears stopped and she grew anxious. She felt guilty and she didn't know what to do. All she had wanted to do was stop Tyler from leaving so they could keep watching Brad and Hailey. This is a disaster, she thought. She knew that things had gone too far, and she felt scared. It was the first time that she had lost control of a situation. She looked at Tyler with panic in her eyes, and when she saw how calm he was, her heart skipped a beat. He just stood there and listened to the women, and he seemed to accept all the blame, which made her feel even worse. She realized that she never wanted anyone else to talk to Tyler like that, or falsely accuse him of something he hadn't done. She hoped that he would speak up and defend himself, but he remained silent. She finally said. He smiled devilishly at her, but when he saw the guilt in her eyes, he sighed. He realized that she had not been trying to get that kind of response from the crowd, and the realization surprised him. Knowing her mischievousness, he had thought at first that she had wanted to cause as much trouble for him as she usually did, so he had tried his hardest to stay calm. As he stared at her, he saw that he had misread her, and that she was trying to fix the problem that she had caused. Actually, she began. He ran back to her, hugged her, and whispered in her ear, Are you trying to tell them that you made it all up? Yes, and He didn't let her finish. Instead, he turned to the crowd and said, I'm sorry for the trouble. You're right. I'm staying with my wife. Amy was stunned. The women breathed sighs of relief and softened their tone. Just make sure you keep your vows to her. Yes, remember that you promised to love and cherish her. He smiled and said, I remember. Thank you for your help. Then he turned to Amy and said, Let's go. He picked her up and carried her away. She didn't resist. She had no retorts or insults ready, and she felt like the tables had turned. She could tell that he was biting his tongue, and she prepared herself for whatever he might say. She felt so bad that she didn't even think she would fight back. Episode 326, Amy's Guilt. Inside the car, Amy was silent, which was out of character. On this occasion, she knew she was in the wrong, and she deserved to be punished. In fact, she wanted to be punished, because she was afraid that otherwise, she would never be free of her guilt. Amy knew how it felt to be wrongly accused. When she had been a teenager, her family had often made false and painful accusations against her. and she had often crumbled under the weight of those accusations. She knew how painful words could be, and no matter how many years had passed, the scar of those memories had remained with her. As far as Amy was concerned, words could be used to harm or destroy someone's heart. What was worse was that nobody could take back words that had already been said. That was why the scene that had developed earlier had been so hard for her to bear. Tyler had been innocent, and he hadn't deserved to be falsely accused or to bear the brunt of such unreasonable abuse. Even if it hadn't been such a big deal to Tyler, Amy still felt hopelessly guilty. So, Amy waited patiently for her punishment. Tyler, on the other hand, was observing Amy and was puzzled. She looked dispirited and downhearted, with no sign of the mischievous and annoying woman she had been just a short while before. Seeing her like this, he couldn't even think about venting at her. How could he even consider punishing her when she already looked as though she was in pain? In the end, Tyler did nothing but pinch the skin between his eyebrows. He had decided a while ago not to let her off lightly when she caused trouble in an attempt to curb her troublesome behavior. He had decided the best way to control her would be to teach her a lesson when she misbehaved. But seeing her now, he didn't believe he could take any action when she already looked like she had received the worst punishment. Had this been her strategy all along, so she would get away with it unscathed? He wondered. As he thought about it, Tyler was unsure. He didn't reject the possibility that it was all an act. But for some reason, he had a feeling that she wasn't faking it this time. Tyler had no choice but to confront her. "You," he began, but he seemed to startle her, and she jolted at the sound of his voice. "What's wrong with this woman? Is she scared?" he wondered. Puzzled by her reaction, he looked at her and called her name. "Amy, look at me," he said, and Amy turned around to face him. "Yes," she replied, and the words she said next surprised and confused him even more. "You can punish me now. I deserve it. I'll accept whatever punishment you think is appropriate," she said firmly, her eyes determined. But he didn't know what to think. He had expected her to flirt with him or answer him back the moment he started talking to her. What exactly is this? What's going on? He wondered. What? Do you want to be punished? Are you a sadist as well? Tyler asked in disbelief. But Amy maintained her despondency. I know I went too far this time. I deserve to be punished. Don't worry, I won't complain and fight back, she said firmly as she held his hand and pulled it close to her face. Whatever punishment you decide, it's fine with me, she continued. But when he heard that, Tyler's face turned dark, a reaction Amy hadn't expected. She was about to speak again when suddenly Tyler pinned her down in one move. His face was still dark, and he looked angry. You want me to hit you? He asked in a voice that sent a chill down Amy's spine. It seems like his hidden dark side of him is showing through again, she thought. She couldn't utter a word, but Tyler saw the faint glimmer of fear in her eyes, and he snapped. He cursed under his breath and quickly switched back to his usual self. Do you really believe I would hit you? He asked again, incredulously, his voice back to normal. Amy sensed this change in him and finally found her voice. But isn't that the only way left to punish someone guilty of a serious wrongdoing? She asked. And Tyler narrowed his eyes. What? The only way left? Can't I use the methods you've been using to punish me all this time? You use flirting and intimacy to get back at me, he said with a devilish smile. But Amy just frowned in confusion.
But if I did that, would it even be considered punishment? Wouldn't that be a reward instead?
She replied with honesty. And suddenly, Tyler was annoyed again. So, is she saying that she would be happy with that punishment? But if that were the case, what would be the incentive to stop her from behaving badly? What would be the motivation for her to keep out of mischief if she enjoyed the punishment? He wondered. His head was beginning to hurt. Then why are you telling me to slap you instead of choosing intimacy as your punishment? He asked once more. He really couldn't understand her. Aside from her uncharacteristic demeanor, the fact that she didn't ask for her usual intimate punishment was a surprise. If she's not acting, what is the reason behind her behavior? He wondered. Amy remained silent. Speak to me, he said. He wanted her to explain why she was acting in this manner. After staring at him for a while, she finally opened her mouth.
I deserve to be punished seriously this time. What happened would never be resolved by just saying sorry, she replied, looking guilty and apologetic. This made him regard her differently than usual. She was demonstrating a side of her that Tyler had never seen before, and he found it strange. What makes you think that saying sorry isn't enough for me? He asked quietly with a serious look on his face. Even if I say sorry, what I said back there can never be taken back. And I know just saying sorry is never enough. She answered, her eyes still guilty as ever. He didn't like to see her like this. He would rather her naughty and mischievous behavior rather than this unfamiliar conduct. But when he heard what she said, Tyler finally understood why she was acting this way. He had once witnessed Amy being attacked by her own father and stepmother years ago. They had wrongfully accused her of slandering her stepsister, screaming all manner of curses and hateful words at her. He had known all along that Amy's battle had always been different from his own. Her enemies had attacked her with painful words that could destroy her mental well-being. Thankfully, she seemed to have grown tolerant of them and no longer allowed herself to be affected by them. Do you think I mind what those strangers said? Tyler once again asked with a smirk on his face, and Amy's eyes widened in surprise. He really didn't mind at all, she thought. He then bent forward and moved his face closer to her ear. Do you honestly think I was hurt by their words? Do you really think I'm that weak? He continued. Amy immediately retorted. It's not like that. It's just that I know you have such a loving family and are so well regarded. Nobody would have ever dared to insult you or accuse you or call you any names. And more importantly, you don't deserve to be treated like that. I feel guilty that you received that treatment from strangers because of me, she explained quickly. By the time she had finished her long speech, Tyler's mouth was hanging open, and his eyes were wide in surprise. He felt oddly pleased. Her speaking like this meant that she cared more about him than he realized, and his lips formed a small smile. Okay, I get it. Since you're desperately asking for it, then you must accept your punishment, he said as he lifted her chin. He knew only too well that her stubborn nature wouldn't prevent her from feeling guilty if he didn't punish her the way she thought she deserved. So he had no choice but to surrender and give her what she wanted. But he couldn't miss this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Okay, I will accept your apology if you agree to my demands, he said. Of course, I will agree to whatever you ask, Amy replied. Then listen, this is your punishment. You will be my servant until Hailey is better, he said. Servant? What kind of... She began. Hush! I'm not done yet. You asked for a serious punishment, so listen carefully, my dear fiancé. Okay, she said. Until then, you're not allowed to flirt with me, said Tyler. Amy just looked at him. You're also not allowed to talk dirty and behave improperly with me or anyone else, he continued. What? And lastly, you're not allowed to touch me when we're alone, he said. What? Not even touch? She asked. Yes, so you have to behave, or else I will never forgive you, and you will be guilty for the rest of your life. Are you serious? Amy exclaimed. Episode 327, Stop Terrifying Amy. After fetching Sean from school, Brad had dropped Hailey and her son at the military base. Hailey had wanted them to meet her mother and uncle, but Brad had already mentioned beforehand that he had an urgent matter he had needed to attend to, so she hadn't pressed him. Once Brad had left his family at the base, he had headed toward the Clark International Corporation headquarters in the city. As soon as he had entered the palatial building, Brad's soft expression vanished, and he adopted a cold and distant demeanor, giving the impression that he was unapproachable and inaccessible. Here, he reigned as king, and everyone around feared him. Brad attended a meeting and settled the urgent matter quickly and efficiently. A company called Finch Investments had threatened to withdraw their funding in one of Clark International Corporation's billion-dollar projects, but their plan had been defeated and dealt with swiftly by Brad. He had used legal and other means to remind them once again who the boss was, and by the time he had left the conference room, everyone present in the meeting knew who was in charge. You are way too ruthless sometimes. Do you need to crush them so mercilessly? Must you always be this cruel? Tyler asked as they headed toward Brad's office. Mr. Clark, they deserve it. Finch Investments should really get rid of their CEO. He's an idiot. His terrible decision-making will be their downfall. He didn't realize what he was up against until now, he said. You got it in one go, Tyler said to him and laughed. But he was actually laughing because he knew the real reason behind Brad's ruthless behavior today. He knew that Brad would have rather spent time with Hailey, and the fact that he had to come to the office to deal with this matter was irritating him to the extreme. It was apparent by his terrible mood. When they reached Brad's top floor office, Tyler made himself at home on a luxurious couch. He was startled when Brad spoke. Tyler, I'm sure you haven't forgotten, but you'll have to take over as the new CEO of the Clark International Corporation very soon, he said, and Tyler rested his head on the back of the couch. Don't make the old man wait too long, he continued, and Tyler sighed before he responded. Yes, I know, he said weakly. Suddenly, he received a message. Did you explain the plan to Brad the Great? As soon as he read Amy's message, he immediately turned to Brad. Brad, do you want to hear Amy's plan? He asked. Brad was in the middle of signing some papers, but he looked up. Get her in here, he ordered. What? Is that really necessary? You know Amy is terrified of you, Tyler reasoned. Bring her here. I'll be her brother-in-law soon. She can't be afraid of me forever, Brad said. Anyway, you should be helping her overcome her fear, he said. Why? It was you who scared her so much.
You call her your future sister-in-law, and yet you actually told her you would feed her to crocodiles. And then you locked her in a dark room while I was away. It's no wonder she's terrified of you," Tyler argued. Brad lifted his head the instant Tyler raised his voice. He quickly realized that Brad was giving him an icy glare because he raised his voice defending Amy. He slowly sunk down into the couch again and avoided Brad's eyes. "I told you before that she needed to be told that time, to realize her mistake. You're far too tolerant with her," said Brad. "But you don't need to scare her that much," complained Tyler. "It's not my intention," replied Brad. "If it was Hailey who had behaved like that, would you have punished her like that?" Tyler asked. "Of course not." Brad's answer somehow triggered something in Tyler, and he rose from the couch, stormed toward Brad, and slammed his hands on Brad's huge wooden desk. "You see, you have double standards, Brad. You should have treated Amy with kindness," Tyler said. "Why should I? She's not my wife." Brad shrugged. "What?" Tyler said in disbelief. He ran his fingers through his hair, lost for words. For the first time, he found Brad completely unreasonable. "That was your fault for not keeping an eye on her, Tyler. If you had been around that time, I wouldn't have needed to lock her up to make her behave. Didn't you choose a mission over her?" Brad asked. When these words left Brad's mouth, Tyler couldn't speak anymore. The words felt like a knife slicing through him, and he could only stand there, clenching his fists in silence. Brad stared at him. He would rather have Tyler continue to argue with him, but he watched as he reverted to his normal self, and as if nothing had happened, he slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to face his brother. "Okay, I get it. I'll go get her," said Tyler in a normal voice and with a calm expression before he casually left the room. As soon as he left, Brad leaned back in his seat. He knew what was wrong with Tyler, and he was worried about him. But he considered Tyler storming out on him for the first time because of someone else was a good thing. Brad could see a new beginning for his friend and brother. Episode 328. Tyler's Confusion. Tyler and Amy reached the office door, and Tyler heard a long and deep sigh as he prepared to push the door open. He turned around and looked behind him to see that the sigh had come from Amy, who was gathering her wit and composure. His eyebrow knit into a frown. "Are you still frightened of him because you're still angry with him?" Tyler asked. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of impatience in his eyes. "I'm not really angry with him. I don't resent him. Considering how important your brother is, his actions are understandable." Amy paused and scratched her cheek with her forefinger. She continued, "And anyway, I deserved it. So don't worry. I won't misbehave in front of Brad the Great again. Even if he is terrifying, I'm not scared of him anymore. I'm just afraid I might end up offending him." After hearing her words, Tyler seemed to get angry, and his eyes blazed. Amy looked at him with confusion and uncertainty. "You think he will feed you to the crocodiles if you offend him?" he asked. Tyler's voice and eyes were giving contradictory signals, and Amy couldn't quite guess what was going on inside his beautiful head. She looked at him for a little while as she tried to work him out. It had never been easy to understand him, but she was also careful to remember their deal, her punishment. "I can't be careless now. I need to be alert and control myself, or I might make a slip of the tongue and say something inappropriate or flirtatious," she thought. "Not really.
I'm just afraid Brad the Great won't allow me to stay close to my Hailey, little Sean, and Owen. I'd be heartbroken if he did that. They are my whole life, my true family. I can't live without them, she explained, speaking simply and efficiently to avoid any comments she might regret. But Tyler seemed to be more irritated by her response, and she could no longer hide her curiosity. What? Why does he look so angry? Is he really mad? For real? Or am I imagining this? But why is he behaving like this? She thought. She couldn't understand why this man, who was always so cool, calm, and collected, was behaving like this. She had no idea what had made him so angry. Tyler opened his mouth and glared at her as though she had just said something he disapproved of. This woman, my Hailey, my Sean, my Owen, you can't live without them. Is this woman serious? Then how about me? Tyler was ranting to himself when he stopped suddenly, stunned. He was completely surprised as soon as he realized what he was thinking. Why the hell do I feel like I'm acting like a teenager throwing tantrums? Damn it, what's going on with me? He thought. Tyler realized why he was thinking like this and took a deep breath as he rubbed the back of his neck. Hey, are you mad at me? Amy finally asked. Tyler felt his ears getting hot, but in the next moment, he composed himself and quickly reverted to his usual self, leaving no trace of the emotions he was feeling just a second ago. Who's mad? No, I'm not mad at you, he said casually, and Amy frowned. She blinked a few times because it seemed like the fury she had seen a second ago had been an illusion, but she couldn't be sure. Look, don't lie to me, she said, but Tyler simply raised an eyebrow as if to tell her that she was imagining things. This gesture somehow triggered a response. Amy had been trying so hard to hold back, but now she wanted to know. You definitely didn't look happy just then, you know, she blurted out, and all of a sudden, her hands reached for his collar and pulled him toward her. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, she said. When she saw the surprise on his face, she slowly let go of his collar. Well, I didn't touch you, okay? I just touched your collar, that's all, she said. Don't mistake that as flirting. Amy slowly forced a smile before retreating quietly. Tyler could only look at her in disbelief. This woman actually grabbed my collar. Why do I feel like she's starting to resort to violence now that she can't flirt? Episode 329, Brad Rejects Amy's Plan. 2 years ago, on the night her good-for-nothing father had callously announced to everyone that he was disowning her. That was because her grandfather had been on his sickbed again. Back then, Amy was devastated. She had always believed that she would no longer care if her father denied her existence as his child to the world. But in the end, she still felt hurt. That night, she had wandered the streets aimlessly until she had found herself standing in front of the Clark mansion, where 15-year-old Owen had found her. Owen had told her that Tyler wasn't inside, but Amy had immediately denied that she had been looking for him. Amy had then asked Owen to come out with her for a while, and Owen, after he had noticed how sad she looked, had agreed. But just as they had been about to leave, Brad's car had arrived. Owen had immediately gone to him and told Brad, who was now his guardian, that he would be keeping Amy company on her walk. Although Brad was overprotective of Owen, he had agreed after he had told Amy to be sure to bring Owen back safely before 10 o'clock. That night, Amy had been angry after another encounter with her stepsister,
who had called her and rubbed it in her face that her father was disowning her. That's how Amy had ended up going to a bar. Owen had been worried about her, so he had followed her inside. In the end, she had gotten drunk, and a few hours later, Owen had eventually persuaded her to leave and return home. Amy had relented straight away as she had never been able to resist Owen. But outside the bar, a drunken man had approached them and suddenly grabbed Amy, and Owen had felt that he had no choice but to fight him off. The shock of being attacked had sobered Amy up, and she had hurriedly pulled Owen away from the drunken man who had been on the ground by then. They had returned to the mansion and had expected Brad to be angry because it was way past Owen's curfew. But just as they had entered the house, Owen had suddenly collapsed, gasping for air. Owen suffered from asthma, but it had been years since he had last had an episode. That night, he had been treated by the Clark family doctor. The doctor had said that Owen had inhaled too much cigarette smoke, which triggered his asthma attack. Brad had also discovered what else had happened that night, and he had been furious. Amy, who had still been under the influence of alcohol, had wanted to leave the mansion out of guilt, even though it was already past midnight. One of the servants had been having difficulty trying to stop Amy from leaving, so Brad had scolded her and threatened to feed her to crocodiles before ordering the servant to lock her up in a dark room to reflect on her behavior. Brad had been very angry, but he had known that Amy was upset that night. He had learned about the attack and knew she was still drunk. He was aware that he hadn't needed to be so extreme. But his real reason for locking her up had not been to punish Amy, but to provoke Tyler. Brad had wanted to stir something within Tyler, to anger him and get a reaction from him. He would never have believed that a reaction would not surface until 2 years later. Had Tyler really suppressed any reaction about this for 2 years? Was he really that inhuman? Brad had thought in the office that day. Amy was standing stiffly beside Tyler in front of Brad, who was sitting behind his desk. She was so close to Tyler that her shoulder brushed against his arm. "Tell me what your plan is," Brad said, breaking the silence. Amy automatically held onto Tyler's arm as she began to speak. "I believe we have to find a trigger that will cause Hailey's emotions to spill out. You and Sean have already tried many different things to make her smile, and nothing has worked. Why don't we try another approach?" she explained. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Brad as she spoke, and she felt as if she were being interrogated by a terrifying commander general. She was afraid to avert her gaze even for a moment. "Approach? What kind of approach?" Brad asked. "How about we try making her jealous?" Amy suggested. "Explain how you think that would work," Brad instructed. "I think if Hailey feels jealous enough, her emotions might burst out of control. When that happens, she might be able to cry," Amy said. "So, what do you want me to do?" Brad asked. "I will find a woman and arrange for Hailey to see you with that woman," Amy explained. "No!" Brad shouted. His immediate and firm rejection jolted Amy, and like a startled child, she suddenly hid behind Tyler, her arms wrapped around his waist. Just then, someone entered the room, but because Amy's face was pressed against Tyler's back, she didn't see who it was. "Why are you hiding?" Tyler said quietly, speaking for the first time. "Because Brad the Great is angry again," she whispered, looking as cautious as ever as her grip on Tyler's waist tightened. "He's not angry. He's simply rejecting your suggestion. And let go of me. There's someone here," he said. But Amy just squeezed Tyler's waist more tightly, causing him to turn around and stare at her with wide eyes. "What are you?" he began. "What?"
You said I'm not allowed to touch you when we are alone. We aren't alone, so I can touch you whenever I want. Stop complaining and don't be so conservative, she said. Tyler was speechless. He frowned, pinched the skin between his eyebrows, and sighed. This woman, I purposely let her touch me when someone else is around because she's frightened, and she still gets the better of me, he thought. While Amy was still trying to squeeze Tyler's waist harder, she finally noticed the presence of someone else inside the room, and she peeked from behind him to see who it was. Her eyes narrowed when she saw an attractive woman, elegantly dressed, holding a stack of documents. Brad never once raised his head to look at the woman, but in that instant, Amy became extremely suspicious of how the woman was dressed, and was especially wary of the way she looked at her friend's husband. "Who is that woman?" she whispered to Tyler. The hostility in her voice was evident, and Tyler noticed this immediately. Amy asked Tyler again. Tyler looked at Amy and saw the clear hostility in her eyes. "You don't need to be wary of her. She's just an assistant," Tyler said. Nevertheless, Amy's eyes remained focused on the woman, and her hostility didn't waver. "Just an assistant? I thought all your brother's assistants were men," she argued, causing Tyler to crease his brows as he questioned her. "What made you think that?" he asked. "Well, all the assistants that have visited the mansion have all been men. I haven't seen a female assistant turn up at the house before, and I never thought that Brad the Great would want to talk to any other woman other than my Hailey." "What? Does Brad look like he's talking to her? She's simply reporting. Can't you hear his one-word answers?" Tyler replied. "But," Amy began. "You're supposed to be thinking about the next plan. Your initial proposal has been rejected, so stop thinking about things that don't matter. That guy would never fall for another woman, even if the earth were going to explode. You understand that, don't you?" he asked. "Okay," said Amy. She was forced to shut up when Tyler reminded her that her first plan had been rejected outright. So she shook her head and was about to start to formulate her next plan when she saw the woman walk closer to Brad. She walked around the desk and stood beside him as she put a document on the desk in front of him. She pointed to something on the document, and Amy's eyes narrowed so much she could barely see anything. But she did not like what she could see. The next moment, she wrapped her arm around Tyler's shoulder and pulled him toward her. "Tell me, Mr. Beauty, does she have any other connection to Brad, other than being his assistant?" Amy asked. This time, her voice took on a serious tone, as if she were requesting some life or death information. Amy appeared determined, and Tyler knew how stubborn she could be and that she would not be satisfied until he had answered all her questions. "She's an acquaintance of our foster parents. We've known her since we were teenagers." As he explained, Amy's grip on him tightened. Tyler was once again confused by her reaction, as she looked even less happy after hearing this. "What?" But before Tyler could finish his question, Amy suddenly pulled him toward her again. They were so close that his cheek was brushing against her head. "Listen to me, Mr. Beauty. Take it from me. That woman is dangerous," she said in a tone as if she were warning of impending disaster. And Tyler sighed deeply. "Do you think any woman other than Hailey could seduce that man right there?" he asked, pointing at Brad behind the desk. Amy was silent for a while as she looked at her friend's husband, sitting impassively, seemingly unbothered by the close proximity of the woman.
even though she was indeed extremely attractive. He's still devoid of all human emotion when he's away from his wife and son, she thought. Somehow, his indifference, even in this situation, and the fact that he had waited for Hailey for 5 years without so much as a glance toward another woman, were already solid proof that what Tyler said made sense. However, Amy just didn't like a single thing about this woman. The feeling she got from her was strong enough to make her very uneasy. Amy then looked at Tyler with the same suspicious gaze as she whispered, "Even if what you're saying is true, I still think she's dangerous," Amy said, and Tyler was about to flick her forehead, but stopped. "What makes you even think that she's dangerous?" he asked. "A woman's instinct. I can just feel it," she said. Amy's words and the distrust and hostility he saw in her eyes rendered Tyler speechless. He realized Amy was serious. In all this time, he had never heard Amy judge anyone. He knew she wasn't the type to spout baseless nonsense or empty accusations. Even though Tyler didn't think that the woman Amy had called dangerous could ever cause trouble, he still chose to consider Amy's judgment. "Okay, do you want me to tell Brad that she's dangerous or something?" he asked. But to his surprise, Amy shook her head firmly. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the woman as if she were already thinking ahead to something else. "There's no need. My beautiful partner, forget about the plan. We have another mission to accomplish," Amy said with a mischievous, evil smile, causing Tyler to raise an eyebrow as he looked at her. Amy knew that Brad wasn't the problem. She was sure that the man hadn't noticed a thing, or if he did, he wouldn't realize what the signals meant, so he would just ignore them. Even now, she could see that Brad wasn't aware of the woman's presence. However, to someone like Amy, who had experienced the pain of her family being wrecked by another woman, she was wary. Besides, there was absolutely nothing wrong with taking precautions. "What? Another mission?" Tyler asked curiously, and Amy just winked at him. "First, I need to speak to my dear Hailey," she said. "Amy, don't stir up unnecessary trouble." I know. Stop being such a worrywart, my beauty. It's not good for your skin," she said. "What? Who the hell is being a worrywart here?" Tyler asked. "Oh, well, don't blame me. Maybe I got infected by your illness by sleeping with you last night," Amy said. Tyler was speechless and shocked by Amy's words. "What the hell are you talking about? What illness?" he asked, absolutely clueless. "Overprotective relationship bodyguard syndrome," she said, and she chuckled. Episode 331, Return of the Star. After finally meeting her grandson, Michelle felt like she was floating in the clouds. She soon discovered that this boy was a genius and very polite. He had the manners of a little gentleman, and being around him was like standing in a ray of warm sunshine. She just wanted to wrap her arms around Sean and never let him go. Her old and weary heart was soothed just by looking at him and hearing his soft voice. She genuinely felt that meeting her grandson again was one of the happiest days of her life. "Mommy, are you going to train again today?" Sean asked Hailey after talking with his grandmother. His round and chubby face had excitement written all over it. Noticing the sudden glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Hailey bent down and caressed his face. "Do you want to see Mommy train?" she asked. "Would that make you happy?" His eyes sparkled. "Yes, Mommy," he replied with excitement. "I want to see you in your cool uniform." Michelle watched the mother and son talking happily. my. Sean seems to admire his mother being a soldier. Why don't you show him your skills, darling? Your friends in the shooting range have been waiting for you for over a year now, Michelle said. Sean nodded slowly like a wise old man. He thought it was a wonderful suggestion. But Hailey hesitated. But as soon as Sean looked up at her with his irresistibly cute eyes, she just couldn't say no. Mommy, let's go, he shouted excitedly. Hailey was planning to change out of her laboratory clothes, but she nodded her head anyway. It was impossible for her to reject her son's request. Hailey then turned to her mother. Hey, Mom, I have something important to tell you when I'm finished, she said. Okay, darling. Just come find me at the lab later, Michelle replied. After Sean kissed his grandmother goodbye, he hastily followed his mother. Everyone at the range was extremely excited to hear about Hailey's return. The shooting queen is back! What? She's coming? Really? I've been waiting a long time for this. I can finally show her how much I've improved since she's been gone. This is so exciting. I can't wait to compete with her again. This time, I'll definitely beat her. You sure talk a big game. Did you forget that she just came back from a year-long mission? Don't you think she's improved? Maybe, but she's a medic, not a sniper. Such a waste of talent. Don't say that, idiot. An angel like her shouldn't be out there heartlessly killing people. Her God-given skills are better put to work as a medic. I know, I'm just complaining. I wish I had her marksmanship skills. It's not right. She's the full package. She's beautiful, smart, and a great medic. How can she be such a good shot as well? So unfair. The people in the shooting range continued talking as Hailey and Sean arrived. She was holding her son's hand as she walked up to the group. As usual, everyone's head seemed to turn automatically toward her. She wasn't wearing anything special or fancy. She wore no jewelry, makeup, or fashionable clothes. She was wearing a conventional army uniform, but she looked so stunning that she could be the cover model for an army fashion magazine. Her green t-shirt and camouflage pants hugged every curve of her slim, fit body. She was such a beautiful sight that everyone she passed by simply fell into a daze. She was the type of soldier who didn't just take men down with her fighting skills, but also with her undeniably gorgeous appearance. They were all thinking the same thing. If someone like her was their enemy on the battlefield, they might die of a broken heart before a bullet. With Hailey, looks really could kill. Everyone who had already seen how terrifyingly skilled and intelligent she was jealous. Because of her skills, every soldier who knew her acknowledged and respected her. It wasn't just because she was related to the commander. If there was one thing that Hailey was missing, it was a friendly attitude. Nobody in the camp had ever seen her smile. It was her only flaw. But for a soldier, it wasn't incredibly significant. Sergeant, welcome back. We've really missed you. Wells, a good-looking young man, was the first to approach her. He was a new recruit that Hailey had trained with 3 years ago. He was talented and one of only 2 people at the range who was a better shot than she was. However, he knew that Hailey was a better soldier overall. For her, shooting was just a hobby, and she only trained in her spare time. It's been a long time, she said. Wells' gaze fell to the boy standing beside her. Is this adorable child your relative? He asked. But before Hailey could reply, Sean spoke. I'm not merely a relative. I'm her son, Sean said proudly, and everyone's eyes widened. They all looked at Hailey with surprise. Yes, "This is my child," she confirmed. Everyone was so shocked to hear she was a mom that the atmosphere in the entire range went noticeably quiet. Ignoring their reaction, Hailey brought Sean to a safe area as she prepared herself. Everyone was still looking at her in awe until someone finally broke the silence. "What? Our goddess has a son? That means she's already taken." "Obviously, you idiot." "What the hell? Here I thought she was like an angel, unattainable to mere mortal men. What kind of man could have managed to win over someone as perfect as her? Oh no, my dream girl is gone. My life is over." Episode 332, Celebrity Shootout. "Wells, stay with my son," Hailey said with a firm tone. The young man nodded his head obediently. When Hailey looked down at her son, the expression on her face softened drastically. "Sean, I can't bring you any closer than this, because it is a bit dangerous. So you have to watch me from here, okay?" She explained everything carefully to her son, and he smiled. "I won't be going anywhere. I'll stay here and watch Mommy," Sean replied adorably. "Don't worry, ma'am. I will watch your son like a hawk," Wells said. After rubbing Sean's soft black hair, Hailey then took her rifle and went to the firing range. After she walked away, the number of soldiers in the area drastically increased. No one wanted to miss the chance to see Hailey shoot. She was like a celebrity. Hailey started shooting at her target. Her shots were so precise that even though she fired 10 rounds, there was only one hole in the target. Many of the onlookers had been feeling a bit downhearted due to the shocking news that Hailey was a married woman. But as soon as they saw the exhibition of her skills, they were both amazed and curious. "Who was it who said she hadn't improved this year? Come out and eat your words. It looks like she's even better than before." "You're right. Maybe she didn't work as a medic during her last mission." "It definitely looks like she's improved a lot since the last time she was here." "It looks like she's leveled up again. What are you gonna do now, Wells? You might as well give up and save yourself the shame of being beaten." "Yeah, Wells, do you still think you can shoot better than her?" "She's really good. I'm getting goosebumps just watching her." Wells, who was standing diligently beside Sean, couldn't take his eyes off Hailey. Even though he was supposed to be watching the little boy, his eyes blazed with excitement as he stared at her. Sean's eyes were also filled with both wonder and pride. While everyone's attention was on Hailey and her expert marksmanship skills, two people quietly arrived at the range. When they saw a crowd had formed, they had to go over and see what was going on. "That's Hailey, isn't it?" Amy asked as she stared at her friend in disbelief. "That's her, all right," Tyler replied. "Didn't you say she was a medic?" Amy said with wonder in her eyes. She couldn't believe that the amazing sharpshooter she was watching was really her delicate angel, Hailey. "I'm sure she was a medic," Tyler replied, "but looking at her right now, I think she might also be a sniper." Although his expression was calm, his face was also filled with amazement. "Nah, she wasn't our sniper," a man replied. He had brought Amy and Tyler into the shooting range. When Tyler realized he was a member of the Thunder Squad, he began to ask him questions. "She's not?" Tyler asked. Since the man knew exactly who Tyler was, he didn't bother to hide anything from him. He also knew that Hailey was no longer part of their team. "She was our medic, but she was also our team's spotter."
Originally, she wasn't qualified to join our team because she lacked the physical strength, but her endurance is amazing. On our last mission, we really needed someone with her skills, so we didn't have a choice but to bring her along. Even if our team was slowed down because of her pace, her being with us was a huge advantage for our success. She was our medic, but midway through the mission, her role changed to become our spotter, which the captain had planned all along. She was exceptionally good at it, and the job didn't really require brute strength. I think that has helped improve her marksmanship skills.
The man spoke with admiration as he explained everything to Tyler, who now understood how Hailey had survived as a part of a Special Forces unit despite her small frame. Amy, who was also listening carefully to the man's explanation, went pale with shock. She had already been bewildered when she had found out that Hailey was a soldier. She was even more dumbstruck when she found out that not only was she a part of a Special Forces unit, but also an amazing shooter and spotter. Amy almost felt like fainting. However, as she watched her best friend shooting non-stop with deadly accuracy, her eyes slowly started to sparkle. The disbelief that she had been feeling a moment ago turned into extreme admiration. Tyler couldn't blame Amy for being surprised. Even he was shocked at this new revelation. He didn't know that Hailey was actually more than a skilled shooter. Her marksmanship was so superb, it was hard for him to believe. Her outward appearance seemed soft, quiet, and indifferent. But within her lay a warrior. Tyler smiled to himself as he thought that Brad had not only found himself a gorgeous wife, but he had also gained a very proficient bodyguard. He did not envy anyone who would ever try to mess with this fierce couple. Episode 333, Starstruck. A loud bang echoed in the shooting range as Hailey finished her majestic and flawless sharpshooting exhibition. She stood in place for a few more seconds without moving. The domineering yet calm aura that had enveloped her entire being was slowly being extinguished. It was as if she was shedding an immortal garment that had enveloped her entire being and was returning to her mortal self again. Everyone was still watching silently, completely captivated and starstruck. All the men that were watching her, except for Tyler and Sean, felt like they were about to fall on their knees and worship her. Even Wells was dumbstruck. He had thought that he was getting close to matching Hailey's skills as a soldier, but now he realized how wrong he was. Sean was clenching his fists with excitement. His beautiful eyes lit up as he looked at his mother like he was seeing a real superhero. He couldn't have been prouder of her. She was the champion of his life. When Hailey finally put down her rifle, she turned to where she had left her son and saw him already running toward her. He was the very first person to make a move. Everyone else was still in a daze. Hailey bent down because Sean was already spreading his arms out wide, even though he still had a bit of ground to cover to get to her. Soon enough, he collided with her and hugged her as tightly as ever. "Mommy, you're so amazing. You're so cool and awesome and great," he exclaimed while his eyes sparkled with admiration. "Thank you, sweetie," Hailey replied as she hugged him back tightly. "Mommy, I want you to teach me. Can I have a gun like yours? I want to become as good as you." Hailey's eyes widened when she heard his request. He was only 5 years old, far too young to be allowed to hold a gun. She was about to explain to Sean why he couldn't have his own gun when she heard a loud shriek. It sounded like a fan calling out to their most cherished celebrity. Hailey and Sean both turned their heads in the direction of the sound. When they saw who had called out, they both stood there blinking. "Amy, why is she shrieking?" wondered Hailey. Auntie? Why is she shrieking? Wondered Sean. The two simultaneously thought the same thing as Amy started running toward them. Tyler followed slowly behind her. When Amy reached them, Hailey and Sean expected her to jump on them, but instead, she simply looked at Hailey like she was some sort of legendary superhero. Amy, why are you here? Hailey asked as she stood up. Amy suddenly embraced her. Oh my gosh, you are real. I think I've fallen in love with you, Amy said loudly. Tyler stumbled as soon as he heard his fiancée blatantly saying she was in love with someone else. He quickly regained his balance and stood upright as he looked at Amy, clinging like a leech to the shocked Hailey. Tyler and Sean both looked at each other with curious expressions. Sean was starting to develop a cold demeanor as he watched his aunt suddenly monopolizing his mother and not letting her go. Amy, what is wrong with you? Hailey asked with confusion. She knew that Amy was always sweet to her, but the way she was clinging to her was a bit confusing. It was as if Amy was drunk or just out of her mind. Amy, are you okay? She asked again, and Amy finally replied, You're so cool. I think you're the coolest person in the world. Marry me, she said with a shriek. Everyone went completely quiet. Time went by and the silence continued until Hailey moved. She sniffed at Amy to see if she smelled of alcohol. Then she grabbed her shoulders and pushed her slightly. Tyler, who was now looking quite unhappy and embarrassed, grabbed Amy's arm and pulled her away from Hailey. He couldn't just stand there and let his fiancée shamelessly confess her love to someone else. Amy was startled by his sudden movement. Hey, let go of me, she said, turning to Tyler. Don't interrupt. She was obviously displeased that Tyler had pulled her away. She was about to jump on Hailey again when Tyler quickly wrapped his strong arm around her neck. Amy was suddenly stuck with her back pinned against his broad chest. Hey, what's wrong with you? I said let go, Amy pleaded as she squirmed in his arms. I still want to speak with my friend, the superhero. She kept complaining, but Tyler's grip tightened even more. The man moved his face next to her ear, and when Amy heard him speak, a sudden chill ran down her entire body. Behave yourself, or else, he said in a deep, quiet voice. Even though he sounded calm, his tone was so cold that it terrified her deep into her bones. Amy could tell that Tyler's inner beast had reappeared again. When Amy stopped moving, Tyler's dark and cold aura disappeared. It had only been there for a fleeting moment, as though it was just in Amy's imagination. Stop messing around. Can't you see Sean isn't happy? Tyler said, back to his normal tone. Amy finally calmed down. She turned to Tyler and pinched his cheeks with both hands. How dare you scare me like that, she said. You're the one who's scaring us, he said. Pull yourself together and stop acting like a crazy person. What? Amy was shocked. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Episode 334, Jealousy. Amy was dumbstruck. She was so utterly surprised at Tyler's accusation that she didn't know how to react. She stared at him with a confused expression. What did you say? She asked again. Her hands were still on his cheeks. Don't make me repeat myself. Stop acting like a crazy person. You're embarrassing your friend and her son, Tyler said, flicking her forehead. Amy looked at him intently, but when she saw that serious look in his eyes, she started laughing. Amy chuckled like she was extremely amused, causing Tyler's forehead to crease. She let go of Tyler's cheeks, and she began to caress the skin she had just pinched as she continued laughing. My dear fiancé, you can't be serious, she said. What did you think I was doing just now? She continued. But Tyler still didn't look impressed. Did you think I was actually flirting with Hailey? She laughed again. Obviously, Tyler replied. You really think I was being serious? She asked. Tyler couldn't even speak anymore. He was having a bit of a challenging time calming himself down, and he didn't know why. He felt like he was going to actually get quite angry if Amy continued. Is this really you? She asked again. This time, her tone was more mischievous. Unlike her usual style, she didn't touch or look at him seductively. She just asked a normal question and then continued laughing to herself. This time, it was Tyler's turn to pinch Amy's cheeks. Didn't you promise you were going to stop flirting? He asked in a firm tone, reminding her about the deal they had made. Amy's wide smile abruptly weakened. I'm not flirting, okay? How could you call what I did flirting? Amy began to panic. She had no intention of breaking her promise. Do you think I'm blind and deaf, my dear? If what you did wasn't flirting, then what would you call it? Tyler asked, moving his face closer to hers. That wasn't flirting, she said with a stutter. I was just trying to show support for my friend. Why do you have to be so strict? Does hugging my best friend now count as flirting? Her words caused Tyler to be taken aback and fall speechless. When Tyler didn't say anything, Amy was about to continue talking when suddenly an idea popped into her head. Her lips curved as she narrowed her eyes. What's this, Mr. Clark? Are you feeling jealous that I confessed my love and proposed to Hailey? She asked with a taunting voice. Is my dear fiancé actually jealous? I mean, seriously? She continued asking. Her eyes began to twinkle again as her lips curved into a wide smile. Tyler didn't say anything. Say something. Tell me. You are jealous, aren't you? Amy taunted. Silence. Come on, baby, don't be shy and admit it. She wasn't going to give up. You're actually jealous of a good... Amy was enjoying herself. But she couldn't finish her sentence because all of a sudden, Tyler lifted her up and threw her over his shoulder in one swoop. She was shocked to her core. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down, Amy protested, but Tyler was deaf to her pleas and continued quickly walking away from the shooting range. Hailey and Sean had both already left. They were now heading to the lab to find Michelle. By the time Tyler reached the car, he hastily opened the door and carefully put Amy down on the seat. He followed her in and slammed the door closed. She struggled to sit up and was about to start nagging him when he suddenly pinned her down. He held her hands above her head as he looked at her intensely. Amy looked up at him with a questioning gaze. Since she wasn't allowed to flirt, she just shut her mouth and didn't move at all to avoid breaking her promise. She wondered if he was just testing her. A few seconds passed, and he still hadn't said a word. He simply stared at her with that unfathomable gaze of his that Amy could never read. She couldn't even tell what he was feeling at that moment. Is he angry? She wondered. What does his look even mean? Amy was forced to surrender to his serious, inexplicable gaze. I was just kidding, okay? There's no way my mighty Tyler would get jealous of my friend and me, right? She asked. This kind of situation was torture for her. There was no way she could suppress her true nature with this handsome man on top of her. She had to do something before she lost all self-control. After all, She was just teasing him. She genuinely believed that this man would never get jealous when it came to her. Years ago, Amy had tried asking him to be her partner at an event, but he had declined. She had gotten upset, so she had decided to go with a good-looking celebrity out of frustration. The night of the ball, Amy had been holding on to her partner's arm when she had seen Tyler in the hotel's lobby. He had been with some other men and looked like he was there for business. Amy had immediately understood that Tyler had declined her invitation because he had important matters to attend to. However, the absence of any reaction from Tyler upon seeing her with another man had been a huge blow to her. Tyler had simply glanced at her, and he hadn't even said a word before leaving. Since then, even though she knew he really cared for her and would always be there for her when she needed help, she understood that he would always do his best to live up to the promise he had made to her. He would always allow her to live her life freely. She believed that he was overprotective toward her because he felt responsible, and nothing more. Hey, I already said I was just kidding. Are you really trying to torture me? She squirmed under his strong grasp. Seeing a beauty on top of me like this is my weakness, you know? She pleaded. His expression somehow changed a bit. You really think I'm not jealous? He asked, and Amy blinked again. She wasn't used to talking to him like this. She was always teasing him and throwing him off his rhythm every time he turned so serious. This kind of situation somehow felt awkward to her. I really don't think you are, she replied. You don't even get jealous when I'm with another man. So how could you get jealous because of a woman? She had already accepted this fact a long time ago. But somehow hearing herself say the words was like a sharp blow to her heart. What he said next surprised her. Who told you that? Who told you that I'm not jealous? Episode 335, Expectations. Who told you that I'm not jealous? Tyler repeated. Amy was dumbstruck after hearing those words leave his mouth. She blinked more than 3 times before she could utter a word. What did you say? She stammered. She was trying to confirm that what she had just heard wasn't in her imagination. She stared at him with wide eyes, and Tyler's gaze was still deep and unfathomable. But this time, the way he looked at her was much more intense than before. His eyes were like a clear, blue lake, enchantingly calm and clear, yet bottomless. She just couldn't understand exactly what those eyes were telling her. Her heart began to race when he didn't reply. She could swear she heard those words, but somehow she found it quite unbelievable. Is he serious? She wondered. Is he testing me? Unable to figure out what was going on, Amy decided not to get her hopes up. She had always been a pessimist. She was the type of person who never expected much from someone else. This way, she would never be disappointed. Since she had been a little girl, her life had been a series of one betrayal after another. Even her very own family had abandoned her, causing her to lose trust in almost everyone. She had learned that in order for someone like her to avoid getting hurt again, she would have to expect the worst from everyone, or expect nothing at all. Truth be told, when Amy had met Hailey in high school, she had expected her to be just like everyone else. She had expected her to pretend to be a friend at the beginning, and then gradually become a backstabber or a stranger when she hadn't needed her anymore. She had prepared herself for the worst, so that when it happened, she wouldn't be caught off guard. She would know that she had been right all along, However, when Hailey had proven to be a good friend and Amy's negative expectations hadn't been fulfilled, she'd been so happy she had hardly been able to contain herself. Amy believed that optimism would lead to nothing but heartache. Too much expectation would only lead to pain. She had learned her lesson in the past and wouldn't willingly fall down into the same pit again. "Are you trying to test me, Mr. Clark? Are you trying to provoke me since I'm not allowed to flirt anymore?" she said, trying to make her voice calm and not mischievous. Tyler narrowed his eyes. "You think I'm kidding," he finally replied, and Amy immediately answered. "Well, I don't want to get my hopes up," she explained. "Because you're afraid your expectations will be wrong?" he asked. "That's correct, so there's no point in denying it," she admitted. "I'd rather expect a storm so I can prepare myself for it. It's better than expecting sunshine and being caught in the rain. If you're prepared for the worst and get surprised by something better, wouldn't you be overjoyed?" Her words were somewhat heavy, and he clearly noticed the change in her tone. He finally began to understand why she acted the way she did all the time. "But thinking the worst of someone is the same as saying you'll never trust that person at all," he replied. "Maybe you're right, but what's wrong with playing it safe? What's wrong with being careful? Must I be foolish forever and let myself get hurt time and time again?" she asked. "So you won't believe me if I tell you that I'm jealous," he responded. "You can't blame me. How could a heartless fiancé like you be jealous of a playful confession someone makes to their best friend?" she challenged Tyler. "Heartless?" he stuttered. For some reason, hearing her call him heartless made him feel uneasy. He was used to being called heartless and ruthless by his enemies, but when the words came from Amy's mouth, he felt like he was being stabbed in the heart. His grip on her hands loosened like he was suddenly weakened. "You don't know, do you?" she continued. "Listen to me, Mr. Handsome Man. We've been engaged for more than 5 years now, but you haven't even taken me out on a date. You come to give me presents on my birthdays, and then you leave right away after talking to my grandpa for a few minutes. You don't even bother to ask me how I'm doing. You only come and see me when your brother sends you to get me. You've never accepted an invitation from me. We've never had a serious talk, and you've never opened up to me about anything." She started to look profoundly serious. "I will never forget that you are always there to save me whenever I'm in grave danger, and I know I can never repay you for that, but..." Before she could finish, she pulled her hands away from Tyler's loosened grip. She grabbed him by the collar and held him at a distance as she stared at him fiercely. "But, my dear, you were supposed to be my fiancé, not a superhero who would only appear when I'm in danger. I haven't forgotten that you were never bound by this thing called love. But why aren't you saying anything? Are you planning to be like this for another 5 years? Do you think that we can go on like this forever?" Her eyes narrowed as she questioned him. She had always expected him to break their engagement one day. She had never expected that their relationship would last. For 5 years, she had tried chasing him while making it look like she was doing it just for fun. She would harass and flirt with him mischievously every time she had the chance, trying to get a reaction. But Amy, the so-called queen of seduction, who had published best-selling romance novels, had actually failed to successfully invite her own fiancé out for a date. Thinking about their situation, Amy didn't even know why they were still engaged. How long can we go on like this? She wondered.
For the first time in her life, she felt like her heart was heavier than ever. She knew with certainty that she didn't want them to stay like this. After a moment of silence, she continued speaking without letting go of Tyler's collar. If this is what you think, I'm sorry. Even if you're the most beautiful man in the world to me, what I need is definitely not a superhero, she said, her eyes glistening with an emotion Tyler had never seen in her before. As quickly as it came, it was gone. She shrugged, and the look in her eyes went back to normal. So yes, to me, you're definitely my heartless superhero. No matter how much I think about it, there's no way that you, of all people, would ever really get jealous over anything I do. She let go of his collar. Why would anything be different now when you haven't cared about me for all these years? To tell you the truth, Tyler Clark, she paused before she uttered her last 3 words. I hate you.
Episode 336, A Timely Phone Call.
She hates me. She hates me, Tyler thought.
Amy's outburst had stunned him and left him speechless, but her last words shut him down. He felt a sensation that he had never experienced before, and it immobilized him. He remained silent for several minutes, and his eyes darkened. Amy averted her gaze and started to feel nervous. He had frozen completely. She was used to him retorting or flicking her head, so his complete shutdown shocked her. It seemed like the calm before the storm. She felt a little better after saying the words that she had always wanted to say to him, but she hadn't meant for them to come out like that. She hadn't planned her outburst, especially since she wasn't allowed to touch him, but she had been prepared for him to be stubborn. She was bound by their deal, though, so she couldn't execute the plan she had come up with. She didn't want to break her promise, and she hated losing, so she had decided to play it safe and postpone the moment of truth. She had told him that she hated him. It would distract him from the real issue. She hadn't planned to say those exact words, but her mischievous self took over and lied to him. She sighed. It's too late now, I suppose, she thought. She wanted him to speak, to say anything at all, but she knew he wouldn't be easily provoked. She also wanted him to think about what she had said. She wanted to cause trouble and make him think about her and feel anxious for just a little bit longer. He had withstood all her advances for almost 6 years, so it seemed fair. Ahem. She cleared her throat loudly. He looked deflated, and she wanted to know what he was thinking. When he still didn't move, she started to pinch his cheeks, but stopped herself. She had to be careful in case he was trying to provoke her. Just as she was about to speak, his spirit returned, and a dangerous look filled his eyes. He stared at her intently. You hate me? He asked in a cold voice filled with disbelief. Why is he so angry? Did he believe that? Did he believe me? How could I hate such a beautiful man? She thought. She couldn't hate him even if she tried. His reaction puzzled her, but she felt victorious, knowing that her words had affected him. His anger meant that he cared what she thought of him. Do you really think that I hate you? She asked. She tried to act serious, but she couldn't hide her grin. When he saw her annoying, mischievous grin and heard her taunting words, his dangerous aura faded, and was replaced by confusion. He was speechless, and she wanted to laugh. She was just about to tease him when he spoke. "No," he said. She blinked and said, "Huh?" "I don't think that you really hate me," he said. His expression was blank, but there was still a hint of anger in his eyes. "Why not?" she asked. "Because I'm an optimist," he replied. Amy was shocked. What kind of reason is that? She wondered. She saw how serious he was, and her eyes narrowed. Her grin faded, and she thought about what to say next. "What if I meant it?" she asked. After a moment of deafening silence, his cold aura flared up again. Amy congratulated herself on getting a reaction out of him. Before she could say anything, her cell phone vibrated. She was grateful for the chance to end her conversation with Tyler. She had wanted to get under his skin and make him think about her, which she had. She hoped that he would open up to her on his own, and not because he was forced to. She looked at her phone. "It's our spy," she said. She went into mission mode, completely ignoring Tyler, who was still on top of her, looking annoyed. "Hello? What is it?" "We just left." "What?" She went into his office again, she asked, raising her eyebrows. The caller replied, "Miss Amy, I found out that it's always Lena who takes the reports in. She volunteers. The others give theirs to her. And yes, she just went into the office again. She's carrying a lot of reports, so I think she'll be in there for a while." Amy's eyes narrowed, and she took several deep breaths. She looked at Tyler and said, "There's an emergency. I need to talk to Hailey right away." With that, she left, leaving Tyler and his cold aura in the car. His fists were clenched, and he looked like he wanted to kill someone. Episode 337, The Elevator. A luxury car was parked in front of the Clark International Corporation. One of its doors opened, and a beautiful woman, wearing a simple yet elegant white dress, stepped out. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and her fair skin glowed in the sunlight. Her presence made the environment around her more beautiful. Amy had told her to get Brad and bring him home. She hadn't understood Amy's insistence, but she had agreed to do it since she had wanted to visit his company anyway. "Okay, Hailey," Amy said as she also stepped out of the car. "It sounds like Brad's in trouble. He's negotiating with a partner, and there's some sort of problem. He's probably exhausted and could use your support. Don't just sit there, though. Make him feel better. You know what I mean." Hailey nodded with determination, and Amy smiled to herself. "That's right. Go deal with that other woman. She can't compete with you," she thought. She got back in the car. She wanted to accompany Hailey and watch the situation unfold, but she knew that she couldn't. Only Tyler could enter Brad's office without an appointment. "Give Sean to me," she said. Tyler, who was quietly looking out the window with Sean sleeping in his arms, slowly turned to her and handed the boy over. He reached for the car door and was about to step out when she spoke again. "Remember what I told you," she said, smiling. He glanced at Sean and then at her, moving his face closer to hers. Her eyes widened. His gaze froze her, rendering her powerless. She couldn't look away. He moved even closer, and she thought that he was going to kiss her. She was surprised. Their kisses had never started like that before. They had simply kissed each other quickly with no warning. Her heart raced, and she held her breath. But when his lips were an inch away from hers, he stopped. "You told me that you hated me, but you seem fine with me kissing you," he said calmly. She blushed. "Your lips are so beautiful that I couldn't possibly hate them," she said. His eyes narrowed and she remembered their deal. "I'm not flirting," she said. "I was just answering your question and—" She didn't get a chance to finish her sentence. Tyler flicked her forehead and stepped out of the car. She bit her lip. What was all that about? Why the hell was I so nervous? I'm not a teenager. Mr. Beauty is messing with me again, she thought. The elevator doors closed behind Tyler and the beautiful woman accompanying him, and everyone started talking. They had rarely seen anyone other than him or the elder Clarks using the elevator, reserved exclusively for President Clark and his guests. "Did you see that? Did you see the woman who got into the elevator? Oh yeah, who is she? Did you see her face? I didn't even notice her coming into the building. I just saw her get into the elevator. I was scared to look since Mr. Clark was with her. How about you? Did you see her face?" "No, I just saw her from behind. She had a great body." "Careful. Watch what you say about her. You don't know who she is. She could be really important." "Why do you think so?" "Seriously? What other woman besides Mrs. Clark has ever used that elevator?" "Good point. And Mr. Clark was escorting her. She must be a special lady." Episode 338, A Sniper. Lena, Brad's administrative assistant, was in his office giving him a report. Brad looked blankly at the documents in his hands and occasionally muttered, but was otherwise unresponsive. She had been there for an hour, and he hadn't even invited her to take a seat. He had a rule that his administrative assistants stand while delivering their reports. They were all supposed to come in individually, but lately, Lena had been spending more time with him than anyone else, stirring up a lot of gossip. Everyone knew that she had family connections to the Clarks, and she was the only woman that President Clark had hired in 5 years. Everyone expected her to become Mrs. Clark and treated her accordingly. Brad hadn't heard the gossip, but Tyler had. He had dismissed it, thinking it ridiculous and unworthy of Brad's attention. He hadn't confronted Lena since he had considered her smart enough not to get any ideas. Brad's indifference toward her should have told her that nothing would happen between them, and that she was no different from any other employee. But Tyler didn't know that she had an ulterior motive that had developed over time. She enjoyed the special treatment that she received. The gossip that she constantly heard had put ideas into her head, and she had started to believe it. Brad had hired her based on her skills, and her goal at the beginning had been to gain experience before taking over her family's company. But somewhere along the way, she had changed. "Here's the project proposal," she said, circling around the desk to place another document in front of him. She moved closer to Brad and bent over him to point to something in the proposal. She leaned over so that the top of her chest was exposed. "I think there's a problem with this part," she said softly, unaware that 2 people had just come in. Tyler, who had opened the door quietly as instructed by Amy, was tempted to slam it shut to get Brad's attention. He was surprised to see how close Lena was, and although Brad was oblivious, he remembered Amy's warning that Lena was a threat. He quickly understood why Amy had been suspicious of her. Her intentions were obvious. Unfortunately for her, Brad was completely oblivious to such a blatant attempt at seduction. Hailey was the only woman for him, and nobody else would ever compare. Tyler's cold aura finally got Lena's attention. She looked up and unwittingly locked eyes with Hailey. Tyler wanted to glare at her to warn her off, but first he glanced at Hailey to see her reaction. When he saw how calm she was, he held his breath. She looked as calm and composed as a sniper focusing on the target. He imagined her checking the wind's direction and speed, the air density, the distance from the target, and any other variable that might affect the path of her bullet toward Lena. For Tyler, that moment felt like the calm before the storm. He looked at Lena and saw that she seemed to have frozen in place, as though she had been immobilized. Hailey was looking at her blankly, but Tyler felt her intense energy. He said, breaking the silence. Brad looked up. When he saw Hailey standing by the door, he stood up and walked over to her, not realizing that he had shoved Lena aside. His face brightened as though he had stepped out into the sunshine. Before he could ask why she was there, she spoke. "Darling, I've come to bring you home," she said sweetly. Brad was dumbstruck.
She called me her darling,
he thought. Episode 339, Don't Mind Me. Hailey's comment astounded Brad. He looked as delighted as a puppy whose owner had come home after being out all day. Tyler watched them both, but remained motionless. His instructions had been to observe them, and then report back to the mastermind waiting in the car. Brad was like an open book for Tyler, so he focused his attention on Hailey. He was curious about how she would react, and he remembered what had happened several years earlier. She had gotten jealous and ran away to hide and sulk at Amy's place. She had been so emotional that she had gotten drunk. What about now? Will she sulk again? Will she cry? Will she tell Brad that she's jealous? Will she confront Lena and slap her? Am I about to witness a fight? He wondered. He was shocked when she remained calm and level-headed. He didn't even sense any animosity in her. There were no negative emotions at all. Her reaction was completely different than Amy's. She was calm and dignified, but also terrifying and intimidating. "But you can finish whatever you're working on. I'll wait for you," she said as she slipped her hand through Brad's arm. As she led him back to his desk, he regained his senses. He was still shocked, but he also looked overjoyed. His happiness overpowered his curiosity and confusion. He said,
"Are you sure you're okay waiting? I can bring these home if..."
"It's okay," she said. "You can finish them here so that you can just relax when we get home." He agreed enthusiastically.
"Okay, I'll be fast."
The prospect of going home with Hailey helped him focus on the work that he had been so bored with just a few minutes earlier. She sat him down and let go of his arm. "I'll just have a look around," she said. He nodded and motioned to Lena, who returned to her spot in front of his desk to continue her report. Hailey didn't acknowledge her or ask who she was. Their eyes had met for just a few seconds, and after that, Hailey hadn't looked at her again. She enjoyed looking around Brad's office, which looked like a presidential suite, and forgot that Lena was there. Lena continued her report. She seemed composed, and she delivered it professionally. But Tyler noticed that she seemed to be dragging it out unnecessarily, as though she wanted to show everyone how much she knew. She seemed to be taking advantage of Brad's good mood, and was clearly trying to show off, even though she knew that Brad expected people to get straight to the point. Tyler hadn't particularly disliked her before, but her behavior was starting to annoy him. She had heard how Brad and Hailey had spoken to each other, and she had seen how happy he had become, Tyler had expected her to figure out what was going on, but instead, she had persisted. What an idiot, he thought. He leaned against the door and kept observing. He soon noticed that Hailey was listening intently to every word Lena was saying, even though she looked like she was just looking around. After a few minutes, Hailey turned to Brad. She saw how focused he was on the document in front of him and quietly walked over to him, ignoring Lena's widening eyes. "Does your back hurt? Let me give you a massage while she continues with her report," she said. Brad was stunned, and he turned to her. She had become very stealthy over the years, so he hadn't heard her approaching him. Lena paused, and Hailey finally looked up at her. Hailey's observation skills were finely tuned, and just one glance told her what Lena was feeling. "This won't interrupt you, will it?" she asked without looking away from Lena.
"Of course not,"
Brad said with a smile. He wasn't about to refuse her offer. Hailey's lips curved up a little, which surprised Tyler so much that he stood up straight and stared at her. Did she just smile? He wondered. Lena's expression grew uglier, and her calm and composed facade began to crack. The faint smile on Hailey's face was like a bullet piercing her heart. Tyler finally figured out what Hailey was doing. She wasn't yelling at or fighting with Lena. Instead, she was attacking silently, without any direct engagement. She was toying around with her first, before delivering that fatal blow. He wanted to laugh out loud and give her a round of applause. He looked at Lena with pity as Hailey put her hands on Brad's shoulders. Before she started massaging him, she looked up and finally addressed Lena. She said, "Keep going. Don't mind me." Episode 340, The Upstart. Lena was furious and had to resist the urge to crumple the papers she was holding. She was on the verge of bursting. This little upstart, who does she think she is? Even Mrs. Clark wouldn't dare to interrupt us. She's digging her own grave, she thought. When the president had turned toward the woman, Lena had smirked evilly. She knew how President Clark dealt with people who interrupted him. "You don't know what's in store for you," she had thought as she sneered. To her surprise, though, President Clark had accepted the offer of a massage without hesitating. His answer had stunned her. What had happened to her cold and ruthless boss? Had that woman drugged him? If she hadn't seen their exchange with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Her eyes had begun to blaze, and the scorn in them had started to crack her seemingly perfect facade. Then this woman had looked at her and smiled faintly, and she had felt like a volcano that was about to erupt. The look in her eyes had suggested that Lena was irrelevant and not even worthy of being considered a rival. She had dared to tell Lena to keep going. By that point, Lena couldn't suppress her rage any longer. Her eyes showed malice. She had always been favored and respected by everyone, but the woman who had snuck into the president's office had stolen his attention. She had never been interrupted like that before, and she couldn't take it. For the first time ever, she was so angry that she lost her composure. She looked at her boss and saw him smiling, and she was flabbergasted. She had never seen him smile before, not even when they were teenagers. Yet there he was, smiling just because someone had offered to give him a massage. "Keep going, Lena," he said in his normal, icy tone. As usual, he didn't look at her when he spoke to her. He kept his gaze on his laptop as the woman massaged him. Yes, Lena struggled to regain her composure. What happened next didn't help. "Does this feel good? Tell me if there's too much pressure, okay?"
the woman asked. It feels great, President Clark said in a blissful voice, obviously enjoying the massage. Tell me if you want it a little harder. Hailey had deliberately used such words. The president turned toward her. It's fine. I don't want your hands to get sore, he said as he lovingly touched the hands on his shoulders. Don't worry about me. I'm not that fragile anymore, she replied. You're definitely not, he said as his eyes returned to his laptop. Lena was cracking all over again. She forgot what she had planned to say and had to stop and repeat herself several times. She started to sound like a broken record. Brad noticed that his normally competent and straightforward assistant had changed after Hailey's arrival. Even though he wasn't paying very much attention to her, the change was obvious. But since Hailey was with him, he was in such a good mood that he just ignored her wordy report until she started pausing and repeating herself. He looked up and glared at her coldly. She felt the familiar shiver down her spine that told her that her boss wasn't satisfied. What's your problem? Are you just practicing? He asked. Lena felt like she had been slapped in the face. You've been here for over an hour. Get someone else to finish for you, he said. He wasn't angry, which was out of character for him. He was normally a perfectionist, and he was ruthless enough to fire anyone who gave a report as sloppy as Lena's. He was unusually considerate with her. I'm sorry. Please excuse me for... Hailey cut her off. Darling, why don't you let her finish? She's almost done anyway. Episode 341, Circling Her Prey. Surprised by Hailey's words, Lena's eyes widened again as she looked at Hailey. She clenched her fists tightly, slightly crumpling the documents she held, and the scornful look on her face intensified. This woman, what is she trying to do? Is she just showing off? Does she expect me to watch her shameful advances? How can President Clark let a woman like her lay a hand on him? I thought he didn't like women. What did she do to make him act this way? Lena cursed internally, unable to understand why her boss was acting so differently. While Lena was lost in her hateful thoughts, Brad looked at Hailey questioningly, then at the small number of documents left on his desk that he had to go through. Without giving it much more thought, he agreed with Hailey, causing Lena's expression to become even darker. She gritted her teeth and glared at Hailey as her fingers dug into the palms of her hands. Okay, continue, Brad said. Lena pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and started giving her report again, the whole time continuing to curse Hailey in her head. You're trying to make me angry, testing my patience in front of my boss to try and make me explode and embarrass myself, huh? Nice move, lady. That's what a typical scheming woman would do. I'm sure you're nothing more than a distraction for him. You don't even look rich. You're just a fragile, incompetent weakling who has nothing but her body and face at her disposal. Someone like you will never win against me. Never. You better prepare yourself for war. You will pay for this. Just you wait. As Lena continued to give her report, Hailey lightly massaged Brad's back and listened intently to Lena. When she finally looked up at Lena, she could see the intensity in her eyes had increased. Hailey's eyes also changed. The blank, unaffected look slowly morphed into a fierce gaze. It was as if she was quietly turning into a predator
who had the perfect prey in her sights. Hailey was testing Lena, but as she had never dealt with anything like this before, she was extra careful. As she thought back to the woman she was 5 years ago, it occurred to her that she had been naive when it came to dealing with this type of situation. She remembered the last time she had felt like this, that she had run away and gotten drunk. In retrospect, she could see that that was a childish response. This time, she wanted to face her feelings properly. She knew this type of situation was bound to come up, and although she didn't know exactly what to do, she remembered that Amy had told her not to just sit there and do nothing. So she relied on her instincts to help her deal with this. There was no way she was ever going to run away again. She was going to face this woman head on her own terms. Her intention was never to make the woman jealous or anything. What she had in mind was to simply take this woman down and crush all her hopes about being able to take her husband away from her. Hailey couldn't deny that she had the unpleasant feeling of jealousy when she had seen just how close this woman was standing to her husband. But her trust in Brad and her mental toughness helped her stay calm despite those feelings. So instead of focusing on her feelings, she focused on the woman. She had noticed right from the moment she had entered the room that this woman had an obvious interest in her husband. Hailey had immediately assessed her as a target, and realizing the extent of this woman's delusion, she decided to act. She drew out her attack, slowly circling in on Lena. She knew this woman wouldn't surrender easily. Hailey had the sense that if she didn't do this right, this woman would come back and try again and again. She felt like they were on a battlefield and that her opponent would fight as if crazed. So Hailey had to act now. She knew Brad would never betray her, but she didn't want any unnecessary drama or outside sources having a negative impact on their relationship. After waiting all this time to be together, there was no way Hailey would let anything or anyone get in their way. She didn't want to waste a lot of time on this kind of trouble, so she wasn't going to let the issue drag on. She wasn't a fan of long, drawn-out conflicts, so she wanted to end this with a quick duel here and now, because there were lots of other things that were more important for her to focus on. Episode 342. Hailey continued to listen to Lena giving her report and noticed that Lena had been able to regain her composure and focus on her job. Hailey was not surprised by this. After all, Brad had hired her, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone but the best working for him. There was no way Lena would have survived working for someone like Brad if she crumbled so easily. So Hailey was willing to give credit where it was due. But it was precisely the reason Hailey needed to neutralize this threat now. This woman had the potential to ruin her life and waste a lot of Hailey's time and energy dealing with chaos. It was better to nip this in the bud. Hailey also recognized that this woman was a loyal and dedicated employee, and likely a huge help to Brad and his company. She didn't want drama to ruin this woman's career. She just wanted this woman to wake up from the delusion of thinking that she had a chance with Brad before it was too late. So Hailey would extinguish her hopes swiftly and make sure she lost all interest in pursuing her husband. When Lena stopped talking to pass Brad another document, Hailey took the opportunity to interject. "Brad, darling, you need to congratulate me." Of course, Brad was again dumbstruck by her darling, but he managed to answer quickly this time. "Did something good happen?" he asked. Hailey handed him an invitation in a way that made sure that Lena saw the presidential seal on it. When Lena saw this, she of course already knew what the invitation was for, and her eyes almost bulged out with shock. Everyone knew that the United States National Treasure Award was the most honorable and prestigious award ever given to anyone in this country. This award was given out once every decade, and the people who received these awards would be given the title of a national treasure. It signified that these people had contributed to the most astounding and tremendous work done for the betterment of the country. And the most amazing fact about this award was that it was only given to one or two people only once in 10 years. It was one of those things to be absolutely proud of.
Congratulations. You know I'll be in the front row watching you during the award ceremony,
Brad said, looking extremely proud of her. Lena almost choked to death. What? She's an awardee? This woman will soon be crowned as a national treasure? How is that even possible? Who the hell is this woman? This is a lie, right? While Lena was still drowning in a pool of disbelief and denial, Hailey suddenly pouted at Brad. Noticing Hailey's reaction, Brad chuckled softly and looked at her with fondness.
What's this? You're not satisfied with my congratulatory remark, huh?
Brad asked. Hailey bit her lip, and Brad couldn't help himself. He hadn't seen her cute pout in years, and it was too much for him.
Come here,
Brad said, his chuckle subsiding. The look of fondness in his eyes deepened into something more magical, and it called to her. She moved around him, and he tugged her down to sit on his lap. Hailey's eyes widened in surprise, but she went with the flow.
Okay, since you're not satisfied with my words alone, I'll satisfy you with my body,
Brad boldly said. Hailey, Tyler, and Lena were all left speechless, and the entire room fell silent. Hailey and Tyler had identical thoughts, thinking shameless Brad was at it again, while Lena was left stunned, thinking that her cold, closed-off boss wasn't capable of saying something like this. She had almost collapsed on the floor hearing him.
This is my way of congratulating you with all my heart and soul,
Brad said in a sweet and gentle voice that broke the silence. He turned his chair and kissed the woman in his arms. Episode 343, Dumbstruck. By the time their lips parted so they could catch their breath, Hailey's face was flushed red down to her neck. She hadn't expected Brad to kiss her that intensely, even with his staff and brother in the room watching them. While Hailey was still trying to regain control of her breathing, Brad moved his face closer again. But Hailey caught his face before their lips collided once more. Brad, Hailey uttered.
Your lips are like a drug. I think I'm addicted,
he replied, glaring at her. It took a second for Hailey to react, and Brad took advantage to kiss her again. His kisses were a bit rougher this time, as if he was starving and she was his food source. He's still aware that other people can see us, right? Wait, why am I still surprised by his shamelessness? He has definitely taken the crown of the most shameless man I know now, she thought, before getting lost in his irresistible kisses. The second time their lips parted, Hailey bumped her forehead against Brad's to prevent him from kissing her again. Brad, your employee's still here, Hailey said as she breathed heavily. Brad looked displeased at her words. Hailey wondered at the look. Does he really want to continue here? How can he not be satisfied after a kiss like that?
It's all right. My employees are well trained. They are not the type to meddle with their boss's affairs and know how to be discreet,
Brad replied. His voice was gentle, but Hailey could hear the authority in his tone. Although he spoke softly, he had made sure Lena, who was standing frozen like a street post, could hear him. Hailey coughed awkwardly at his words. He's not embarrassed at all? Not even with Tyler standing here? I'm very satisfied with your congratulatory kisses. So, you can continue working now, Hailey said, her cheeks still covered in a deep blush. She made to stand up, but Brad didn't release her. Instead, he pulled her closer and put his mouth next to her ear. We will be continuing this when we get home, right? He asked. Hailey jolted at the feeling of his seductive, warm breath. He had spoken in a soft voice, but Lena was close enough to hear him. Right? Brad asked again when Hailey remained speechless. The way he gripped her seemed like he was telling her that he wouldn't let go if she didn't agree. Okay, she agreed, surrendering to his request. Let go now. A warm smile lit Brad's face, and he let go of her. As soon as Hailey stood up, she turned toward Lena. She was expecting the woman to react violently or throw some deadly glares at her. But to her surprise, the woman seemed to already be losing her fighting spirit. She stood there like a zombie, and her complexion was absolutely wretched, as though she had just witnessed the end of the world. Was that too much for her to handle? Hailey wondered. Hailey looked at Lena with a bit of pity in her eyes, but that didn't mean she planned to go easy on her, and her sympathy quickly dissipated. Hailey had no plans to show any mercy to anyone who tried to steal her loved ones away. Nothing was more important to her than her husband and son. Sorry for the interruption. You may now continue your report, Hailey said to Lena. Lena just gave her a blank stare. Brad, on the other hand, immediately refocused on work and started typing on his laptop with incredible speed. Lena, continue, Brad stated without looking up from his laptop. Still frozen, she swallowed hard. She forced herself to continue, but she was a complete mess. She stopped, restarted, stuttered, and could barely get a full sentence out. After speaking a few words, Brad raised his head and threw a deadly glare at Lena, causing her to bow her head. Brad couldn't tolerate her actions anymore. After all, he trained his staff to function well and never be affected by any distractions while doing their jobs. He trained them to withstand even the highest level of pressure. What's going on here? Is this woman thrown off because she saw her boss kissing his wife? When did Lena become so incompetent? He wondered, annoyed. Lena, Brad barked. His voice was the complete opposite of how he had spoken to Hailey. He was like a ruthless ruler about to punish a misbehaving subordinate, causing Lena to immediately jolt in fear. I'm very sorry, Mr. Clark. I'm not actually feeling well right now. Lena quickly came up with an excuse to try and redeem herself. She knew it was unlikely he would be convinced by such an excuse, as he expected anyone unwell to stay home and rest. He only wanted people's best performance on the job. So, thinking she was already doomed, she prepared herself for the worst when an adorable voice rang out in the room, causing everyone to turn toward the door. Mommy! Episode 344, Ghosts. Lena was already on the verge of breaking down. Watching the man she had been dreaming of being with for years, kissing another woman so passionately right before her eyes, felt like she was being stabbed by a sharp knife in the heart 1,000,000 times. She couldn't believe that her boss was intimate with this woman, this upstart who had just appeared out of nowhere. What was worse was that it seemed like he was the one who was head over heels in love with her. She had just witnessed how gentle his tone was when he spoke to her. He seemed like a completely different person interacting with her. He had even said he was addicted to her,
and wanted to pick up where they had left off when they got home.
Does this mean they're living together? Lena questioned. No. This can't be happening. This isn't real. I'm just having a bad dream, right? Surely I'll wake up any second. Come on, Lena, wake up.
Unable to fully accept the harsh reality that was clearly unfolding before her eyes, Lena held firmly to the last string of hope in her heart. She was already numb after having received all these blows and could hardly move her feet, let alone report to her boss intelligently. So she had started fabricating another lie in her head, desperately trying to create something she could hold on to. Lena persisted in thinking that this was just a nightmare and that she would wake up soon. Or if it was real, then this woman was surely just a mistress her beloved Brad had found. Someone who was a devil disguised as an angel, the type Brad would discard as soon as he was done playing with her. But just as she had started to buy her own lie, another blow landed without warning. Lena was so shocked when Sean, the prince who had never even spoken to her, suddenly appeared and called the woman Mommy as he ran toward her. Of course, Lena knew how aloof and impenetrable Sean was, and she had thought it would be impossible to ever accept anyone as a mother, let alone this woman that Lena had labeled a disposable mistress. Brad's staff knew that he had been looking for his wife for 5 years. They were all aware of his disinterest in women because he was still in love with his wife and was still loyally waiting for her return. Asking anything or talking about the boss's wife was taboo throughout the entire corporation. Even Brad's business partners knew this because whenever someone uttered the word wife, Brad's mood would drastically change into something extremely terrifying. He had never even batted an eye, cutting all ties to an important business partner just because that CEO told him to forget about his wife and find someone even more beautiful, offering to set him up with someone. Lena had been there, and she had seen how Brad took those words and actions so seriously that he retaliated by crippling the CEO's company. For 5 years, Lena had been well aware that Brad had never stopped looking for his missing wife. Even if they had known nothing about her, Lena, who had more interaction with Brad than any other employee, saw how desperate he was. The only thing she had heard about the woman was the rumor that his wife had left the day she had given birth to their son. No one had been able to think of the reason why his wife would disappear without a trace. But apart from the rumors, any other information about her had been shut down tightly, most likely by Brad himself. After years of searching, Lena had begun to believe that his wife was dead. She knew how resourceful Brad was and the extent of his hacking skills. He also had access to an elite network of spies around the world. If Brad hadn't been able to find her in 5 years, she believed that there was no one left to find. There was no way anyone would be able to hide from him for that long. So, for years now, Lena had truly believed that Brad's wife was long dead. It was the only explanation that made sense. She even believed that no one could compete with her as the future Mrs. Clark, unless the ghost wife somehow rose from the dead.
Mommy, I've been waiting for you in the car. What's taking you so long?
Sean asked. Hailey picked him up and held him lovingly.
I'm sorry, baby. I was helping your dad relax a bit. His work is stressful,
Hailey replied. Their son looked at his father as though he was inspecting him to see if something was wrong with him.
You helped him relax?
Sean asked as he tilted his head curiously, looking as though he couldn't understand why his father, who looked fine and lively, needed his mother's help to relax.
Yes, I massaged his back a little,
Hailey replied. This confused Sean. He had seen his Auntie Amy hire a professional to give her a massage.
Why do you need to be the one to do that? Daddy could just hire someone to do that, right?
Sean questioned. Hailey lovingly ruffled the little boy's hair.
Well, It's one of the things a wife can do for her husband. Of course, it works the other way too. If I'm tired or need help relaxing, your daddy, as my husband, can also give me a massage to help me relax. Get it? Hailey explained, looking quite amused at Sean's curiosity. Lena, who had heard what Hailey said clearly enough, was again shocked. She looked as though she had just seen a real ghost, and her eyes were filled with horror. Wife? She's his wife? Episode 345, Victory. While Hailey had been looking around Brad's office a few minutes ago, she had discreetly sent Amy a text message, telling Amy that she needed Sean. Upon receiving that message, Amy had deduced what her badass best friend was trying to do. So she had immediately contacted Tyler, and all this time, the two of them had been exchanging messages to perfectly coordinate Sean's grand entrance. Tyler, who was still a bit miffed at Amy, knew he had to cooperate with her to fulfill this mission. However, he wasn't going to satisfy her with all the juicy details of the operation. So, from the very beginning, he had only given her very brief descriptions of the situation inside the office. When he and Hailey had entered the room, he sent Amy a message. Target acquired. Amy, who was sitting impatiently in the car, had been eagerly awaiting Tyler's update. When her phone had vibrated, she had immediately looked at the message, but she had become confused upon reading it. Amy had been a little bit disappointed at the lack of information from Tyler, so she had sent a reply full of questions. What is happening? How does Hailey look? Is she jealous? Do you think she will run away like last time? After waiting a few minutes, she received another message. Target on lockdown. Can't this man give me more to work with here? Ugh, he's doing this on purpose. I'm sure of it. She complained silently so as not to wake Sean. Frustrated with Tyler's updates, Amy wanted to go crazy when she received one more message. Target's arms and legs have been shot. Target still standing. Damn it, Tyler. Can't you give me more details? Almost going berserk in the car, Amy forced herself to calm down. Easy, Amy. I will just ask him face to face later. When she finally relaxed, Amy read the message again, and she smiled mischievously and proudly. Looks like my Hailey is following my instructions and taking action. I wonder what she's doing, she thought. Unfortunately, Amy's relaxed mood lasted for mere seconds, and she burst again. In the end, she could barely contain herself. She was so close to getting out of the car, going up to the office, and pressing her ear against the door to eavesdrop on the situation, that she had sent Tyler another message. My beauty, tell me what my student Hailey is doing. I need to know. You're torturing me right now, you know. She had tried a different method to get answers from him, but he had still completely ignored her pleas, knowing its effect on her. At that point, Hailey had sent her message to Amy, and Amy had quickly messaged Tyler so they could coordinate the finale of this operation. My beauty, our dear Hailey has asked for a great finale. I am on my way up with Sean. We need to time this attack to perfection, so I need to know when to let Sean in the room, okay? Tyler gave her a one-word answer. Affirmative. Amy, at this point, had been very excited to finally be able to leave the car and be closer to the action. Sean, who had just woken up, had rubbed his eyes and looked around in a daze. Where's Mommy? He asked. Amy cuddled the little man as she replied, Your mommy is with your daddy. I'll take you to her now. As Amy was heading up with Sean, she heard another buzz from her phone. Target shot in the heart, ready to commence the final attack in 3 minutes. Perfect. We are on our way. Amy could barely contain her excitement. Here we go. I hope this works. One final text had arrived from Tyler. Reinforcement enter. The door had slowly opened, and as soon as Sean had seen his mom, he had run straight to her, calling out, Mommy! And Amy was finally in on the action. Oh, I see. Mommy, you got tired from massaging Daddy, right? Sean asked intently. And before Hailey could reply, he asked his mother to put him down. As soon as Hailey put him down, the little guy took her hand and led her toward the couch. Sean asked her to sit on the couch like a gentleman. Everyone was looking at them, including Brad, who was curious about what his son was about to do, even though he already had a hunch about what he might be thinking. Sean then climbed on the couch and knelt behind his mother. I'll massage you while we wait for Daddy, he said sweetly. Hailey's lips once again curved up a little, causing Brad, Amy, and Tyler to widen their eyes at yet another surprise. She smiled, right? Amy whispered as she tugged Tyler's shirt so hard that the man shook. She almost yelled, but because of her fear that Brad might scold her for yelling in his office, Amy had to whisper her excitement to Tyler. Did you see that? She smiled, right? Amy repeated. This time she put one of her arms around Tyler's neck and pulled him until his ear was brushing up against her cheek. My plan was successful, right? She continued, unable to restrain herself from shouting anymore. Then she suddenly dragged Tyler out the door. As soon as the door closed, Amy yelled like she had just won the lottery. Tyler just stared at the ecstasy on her face and leaned against the wall. When she finally settled down, she dashed back to Tyler and looked at him with stars in her eyes. So, what happened? I saw that Lena seemed dead already, so I'm sure the show is over. Now it's time for you to talk. Tell me what happened. What did my Hailey do to kill her like that? I actually thought this might be a long, drawn-out battle, but that woman seems to have lost all her will to fight, right? Right? Now talk. Tell me. As she persisted, trying to get him to talk, he breathed in deeply, then caught her face in his hands, pulling her closer to him. Didn't you say that you hate me? I won't be a storyteller for someone who hates me, he said. Amy had no response and stood blinking at him. Meanwhile, the last of Lena's hope finally crumbled to ashes. She was like a warrior on the battlefield who had just experienced tragic defeat. Finally, the bullet had pierced through her delusional heart, and she simply stood there like a lifeless vessel. Anyone who saw her would think she had just learned that the world had ended. For her, it had. The wife that she had thought was long dead, the woman Brad had been desperately searching for all these years, was not only alive, but sitting here in front of her. When Lena looked at Hailey, goosebumps spread across her whole body. Hailey had become a formidable and unparalleled phoenix in her eyes. She instantly became a giant risen from the dead. And Lena was nothing more than a baby chick. Episode 346, Oblivious. Sean continued massaging Hailey's back with his little hands. She was delighted, and she thought that her heart would burst because of his cuteness. Brad was still blissfully dazed, looking at Hailey as if she were an angel. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Lena looked traumatized, as if she had undergone a life-altering experience. Looking into her eyes to see if there was any fight left in her. She didn't see any and guessed that Lena still had enough self-respect to give up. The complete surrender in her eyes was enough for Hailey to drop her weapons and end the war. But she still didn't want her working closely with Brad. She didn't want her to have a chance to try again. She needed to wait for the right time to make her move, though. Lena wasn't just a regular worker, and she had known Brad and the Clarks for a long time. She was one of his top employees and wouldn't be easily replaced. Darling, I don't think Lena's feeling well. Why don't you let her take a break?
she asked. Brad snapped out of his daze and glared at Lena. He remembered her terrible performance. He had always been strict with his people so that he could maintain full control over them. He wanted to punish her, but he controlled himself around Sean and Hailey. He clenched his fists and looked at her with a terrifying gaze.
"Leave. This isn't over yet,"
he said. Lena seemed to expect a reprimand. She bowed her head, turned, and stumbled out the door. The two people who had been bickering just outside Brad's office went silent when the door opened. Amy smirked mischievously when she saw the dejection on Lena's face. She looked like a loser who had been soundly defeated. Amy hated women who tried to break up families, and she mocked Lena. "Tisk tisk, that's what you get for trying to destroy their family," she said as she approached her. "Listen, Miss Secretary, you don't stand a chance. The only woman who is good enough to be with President Clark is his wife, who is also the mother of his son. Get it? Wake up and stop being delusional, or she'll crush you into little specks of dust." She flashed a nasty smile, and Lena, who had never been spoken to like that before, raised her hand to slap her. Someone grabbed her hand before it made contact. Both women's eyes widened as Tyler stepped between them. "Lena, she's right. Stop before you do something you'll regret for the rest of your life," he said in a firm voice before he let go of her hand. Lena's knees shook. She saw the warning in Tyler's eyes, and it terrified her. Seeing the sorry state she was in and wanting to avoid another confrontation, Tyler took Amy's hand and looked at her. "Let's go in," he said. Amy protested. "Huh? You're being too nice, Mr. Beauty," she said. "I can't let her off so easily. She needs to learn her lesson." She was so worked up that she managed to slip out of Tyler's grasp. But before she could do anything, he wrapped his arms around her waist and held her still. "Behave yourself. What's the point of attacking her now? Look at her. Do you think she even understood anything you said?" he asked, and Amy realized that she would be wasting her time. "Serves her right. But if she ever tries anything again," she began. "Don't worry. Hailey won't give her a chance," he said. "You're right. But you need to talk to Brad. He's so oblivious that it could easily happen again with someone else." "You know he is..." She cut him off. "That's why you need to talk to him. Tell him to watch out for stuff like that. It's kind of his fault because he was so clueless. He should have seen what she was trying to do. He could have ended her delusions before they got out of hand. And what if she had been crazy enough to try to take advantage of him or something? You know that desperate people will do whatever it takes to get what they want. You need to talk to him." Her outburst left him speechless. Why is she taking her anger out on me? He wondered. She kept going. "I think that Hailey needs to punish him for being so clueless. Wait, speaking of punishment..." A devilish smile flashed across her face. Tyler knit his brows. What is she up to? What crazy idea just occurred to her? That smile is too mischievous, he thought. While she enjoyed whatever thoughts were flashing through her mind, he turned serious. "Don't interfere too much. Let them solve their problems on their own," he said. Amy's smile faded. "I won't interfere. I'll just set the scene for them. That's all I've ever done. The rest is always up to them." Yeah, okay, Miss Meddling Cupid. "What's your plan this time?" he asked. "I'm just thinking about a fun punishment for your clueless brother," she replied. "Fun?" Wait and see, Mr. Beauty. Episode 347. Did you notice anything? Amy and Tyler went into Brad's office. "Tyler," Brad said, "take over from here." Tyler approached him lazily and said,
Why don't you just call the others in? Brad's eyes turned deadly. You're twice as fast, so just do it and don't complain, he said impatiently. Tyler sighed. You're not even trying to hide your eagerness to go home. Where did your workaholic self go? He asked as he grabbed the documents from the desk. Shut up and do it. Tyler sighed again and was about to get started when Hailey spoke. Brad, I want to have a look around the building while you're working, she said. Me too, Amy said. He nodded and called Ken to give them a tour. After the three of them left the office, Brad and Tyler got to work. Tyler quickly caught up with Brad, and after a few minutes, he leaned on the desk and relaxed. Done, he said. So, what are you going to do about Lena? Brad was still working, but paused and looked up from his laptop. She needs to be reprimanded, he said in a bored tone. I was very disappointed with her performance today. He kept working. Did you seriously not notice anything? Tyler asked. And when Brad looked at him with furrowed brows, he continued. Why do you think she was always the one to report to you? She even brought you the other assistants' reports. People think that she gets special treatment. Brad looked confused. Tyler sighed and asked, Did you notice anything about Hailey? Of course I did. She's my wife. But not legally. Brad's expression suggested that he would strangle Tyler if he said something like that again. What did you notice about her? He asked, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Brad said, She said she wanted to talk to me when we get home. Is she going to tell him what she thinks of Lena? Tyler wondered. Tell her what you noticed about her, he said. Mm-hmm. Tyler smiled. He knew how honest Brad and Hailey were with each other, and how much they trusted each other. They told each other everything, which was why their bond was unbreakable. Ken and his small tour group ended up going straight back to the car. Amy had been dying to talk to Hailey since Tyler hadn't told her anything. Since Sean was with them, she had to keep quiet. But as soon as they got to the car, she turned to the boy and asked, Sean, can I talk to your mom? It's really important. You can stay here with your Uncle Ken. He glanced at his mother and then said, Okay, Aunt Amy. Amy was delighted. She looked in her bag and pulled out a thick book. I have a present for you because you're so nice. Ta-da! She said. She knew how much he loved reading, and the book would keep him busy for a while. His eyes sparkled when he saw it. I need her for an hour, okay? She said. An hour? He replied, looking hesitant. Don't worry, we'll come back as soon as possible. We can't talk here, so we have to go somewhere else. Your dad will be done in about an hour, so you can just read until then. Maybe Uncle Ken can take you to a park and you can read there. Then we'll all go home, she said. Sean thought for a few seconds and then nodded. Okay, but take care of Mommy? Amy nodded. Don't worry, sweetie, your mommy's pretty tough. She doesn't need my protection, she thought. Hailey and Amy both kissed his forehead and got out of the car. Alan got out of the driver's seat. Where are we going? He asked. To the nearest bar, Amy said. Episode 348. Don't follow us. Alan, wait here, okay? Don't follow us. We don't need a bodyguard. Hailey's tougher than you now, Amy said. Alan replied, You know I can't do that, Miss Amy. Even if Miss Hailey can take care of herself now, I still need to watch over her, especially since you're with her. She raised her eyebrows. Do you think I can't take care of myself? She asked. When she got no response, she narrowed her eyes and glared. You little. Just be thankful I made that deal, or I would make you regret underestimating me.
she thought. She said, "Don't worry, little Alan. I'll ask my dear Tyler to teach me martial arts. You'd better be prepared. There's still plenty of time for you to practice fighting, but you'd better get started. You'll be the first person I beat up. Now be good and stay here. Don't follow us. You're not one of those guys who follows women around, are you?" She smiled mischievously and led Hailey away. Alan was speechless. Did she just call me little Alan? And Tyler is her dear now? And does she think I'm some sort of stalker? No wonder she drives Tyler crazy, he thought. Amy and Hailey sat down on a corner table in the bar. Amy ordered drinks and then started asking questions. Her excitement was visible. She couldn't wait to hear about how Hailey had broken Lena's spirit. She squealed with delight and admiration as Hailey filled her in. She was like a diehard fan following the story of her favorite female protagonist. She sighed with regret at having missed the action, but she also clapped when Hailey described Lena's reaction. When the story ended, Amy calmed down. Hearing the details was only part of her plan for their conversation. It was time to work on the other part. They needed to come up with a suitable punishment. But something unforeseen interrupted her. Hailey dozed off. Hailey? Hey, wake up, she said, putting her hand on Hailey's shoulder and gently shaking her. Her eyes widened in shock when Hailey's head hit the table. Huh? Something's wrong. Isn't she supposed to be a soldier now? She thought. She looked at Hailey's drink and was shocked to see that it was still half full. She sighed. After all this time, and despite how tough she had become, her friend still couldn't handle a drink. Has she even had a drink in the last 5 years? Why didn't she tell me she could only handle a few sips? Brad's going to kill me, she thought. She looked around in a panic. She wanted to cry, but no tears came. She had planned to get Hailey just a little drunk before bringing up her plan for Lena's punishment, but she hadn't expected her to pass out. Amy shook her and helped her stand up so that they could go back to the car. She wanted to get her back to Sean before Brad found out. But on their way back to the car, 3 men stepped in front of them and blocked their path. Hailey was barely conscious, and Amy was propping her up. She glared at the men and said, "Get out of our way." They just smirked. She sensed danger. One look at them told her that they were going to cause trouble. They were drunk, and their eyes were red and leering. She needed to escape, but her other options were limited because of Hailey. I said, "Get out of our way. Do you know who we are? My friend's husband is very powerful. Don't mess with her," she said. They laughed, and one of them touched her face. She shivered in disgust. "It'll be more fun if her husband's really so powerful," he said. Her knees weakened, and one of the men grabbed Hailey. "Keep your filthy hands off her. If you touch her, you'll regret it. You can't even imagine how much trouble you'll be in. She's Kevin Clark's wife," she yelled. The men laughed harder. "Kevin Clark's wife? Really? Do you think we're stupid?" one of them asked. Another one said, "If she's the great Kevin Clark's wife, then I'm his little brother Tyler." He laughed. She gritted her teeth. "Don't you dare compare yourself to Tyler. His toenails are more handsome than you are, you jerk." The man slapped her. "Let's have a little taste of Kevin Clark's wife," he said, and touched Hailey's face. Amy was still reeling from the slap, but she started yelling again. "No! Let go of her! I'll kill you if you touch her! Let go of her, you filthy pig!" She screamed, and tears rolled down her face. He smiled at her and turned his attention back to Hailey. "What a beauty. I can't wait to have a little taste," he said. Amy screamed again, but the other 2 men restrained her. "Hailey, wake up! Don't let him touch you! Kill him!"
she yelled. The man holding Hailey lifted her head up and was about to kiss her when he felt a cold hand around his neck. Episode 349, Awakening a Beast. Alan had ignored Amy and followed her and Hailey into the bar. He had taken a table far enough away from them to observe them unnoticed and had been pleased to see that the bar was quiet and calm. He had watched how much Hailey was drinking. He had feared that either she or Amy would get drunk and cause a scene, but her occasional sips had put that fear to rest. He had only gotten up to take a quick trip to the restroom, but when he had come back, they weren't there. He was flustered, and he had to ask the bartender where they had gone. By the time he had caught up with them, something unthinkable was happening. 3 men had accosted them, and one of them was holding Hailey and trying to kiss her. There was no way he was going to let them harm Hailey. If anything happened to her, Brad would kill him. He grabbed his gun and aimed at the man. He was still far away from them, and since he didn't have time to get closer, his only choice was to shoot from a distance. He was one of Brad's best shooters, and he was confident in his skills. He had never missed a target and was aiming to kill. He was about to pull the trigger when his eyes widened. He froze. The man had awakened a beast. Hailey's hand was wrapped around his throat like a metal claw. Her grip wasn't strong enough to hold him for long, but she knew how to find pressure points to immobilize him temporarily. While he was subdued, her nails dug into his skin, and blood started flowing down his neck. He reached up to grab her wrist, but before he could pull her hand from his neck, she reached up with her other hand and grabbed his head, pulling it down and slamming it repeatedly on her knee. He fell to the ground, his face covered with blood. The fight was over so quickly that nobody had time to react. Amy had gone silent and was staring at Hailey with wide eyes, and the other 2 men were frozen in disbelief. As soon as the man hit the ground, Hailey started swaying. Her eyes were still partially closed, and she was only half conscious. She still seemed drunk, but terrifying energy was emanating from her. She looked as delicate as ever, but she had the aura of a monster fighting instinctively for survival. She swayed again, but didn't fall. She broke the silence by grabbing the head of the already unconscious man and kicking him mercilessly. Her mind was hazy, but her body was burning with intensity. The only thing she felt was danger. A few years earlier, as a member of one of the world's fiercest special forces, she had undergone rigorous training challenges that few people survived. One of the Thunder Squad's rules was to never get caught alive. They had been trained to fight for their lives once cornered. Even in the most hopeless situations, when they were barely conscious, drugged, or poisoned, they had learned to unleash a superhuman strength buried within them and fight to the death. But the Thunder Squad was formidable enough that no one had ever managed to corner them. They had never needed to fight to the death. So Hailey was putting her training into practice for the first time. And she wasn't even conscious enough to know what she was doing. She had sensed the danger instinctively, and her body had remembered the training. Her innate beast had awakened on its own. What the hell is going on? Amy wondered. The 2 men holding her seemed to be asking themselves the same thing after watching such a fragile woman attack their friend. But they quickly recovered their senses. They let go of her, and they turned to Hailey with knives in their hands. "Hailey, watch out!" Amy screamed, but Hailey didn't even flinch. Alan ran toward them and pointed his gun at the men. But once again, Hailey acted before he could pull the trigger. She landed a kick on one of their jaws, so Alan aimed at the other one. and pulled the trigger. Amy and Hailey were startled by the loud bang. Hailey's eyes fell on Alan, and he felt danger. He sensed her bloodlust and knew that she would attack him next. He dropped his gun and kicked it over to Amy as Hailey attacked. Her first hit wasn't hard enough to knock him out, but she was relentless and knew where to aim. Alan cursed as he defended himself. He could see that she was acting instinctively and wasn't fully in control of her own actions. She was like a wild animal, and he knew he couldn't hold her off for very long. He couldn't keep up with her, and he racked his brain to come up with a way to stop her. "Miss Amy, go open the car door," he yelled. Amy ran to the car and opened the back door in a panic. Alan tried to lead Hailey toward the open door, thinking that he could push her in and lock her inside. She didn't move, though. The wild animal within her seemed to have detected a trap. Left with no other choice, Alan kept defending himself. He was a fast runner, so it occurred to him that if he could get her to chase him, he could wear her out. He broke free and started running, but to his surprise, she didn't chase him. She just stood there quietly watching him, like a tiger waiting for its prey to come within range. She was terrifying. Alan yelled at Amy to stay completely still while he absorbed more blows. Hailey had hit him so many times that he was starting to ache. Damn, what the hell's going on with her? The boss is bad enough. Does she have to be terrifying too? He thought. He paused to take a breath, and she made a sudden move. He turned and ran for his life. He was relieved to see that the car he had been waiting for had just arrived. It screeched to a halt by Amy, and he sprinted toward it, pursued by Hailey. Two men stepped out of the car. "Boss, help!" he yelled as he ran toward Brad. Brad saw Hailey, and his eyes widened. Episode 350, Mesmerized. Brad was stunned by what he saw. Alan was running for his life and shouting for help as if he were being chased by a ferocious animal, and he didn't care if he crashed into Brad. At that moment, he feared Hailey more than he feared his boss. He didn't know that she had stopped chasing him. He was running so fast that he couldn't stop, but Brad dodged him and remained focused on his wife. So he crashed into the car. Hailey was frozen in place. Brad's eyes sparkled with an indescribable emotion as he watched her. She was as beautiful as ever, even though she looked like she was possessed. A hint of madness flashed through her narrow eyes, and her long black hair danced in the wind. She was alluring and mystical, and seemed to have stepped out of the pages of a fairy tale. But there was danger behind her beauty. She looked ready to attack anyone who got too close. Ordinary people might have trembled in fear, but not Brad. He was completely mesmerized. He took a step toward her, but stopped in shock. As soon as he had moved, she had taken a step back. She was behaving like a wild beast, who, despite its own strength, realized that it was in the presence of an even stronger beast. She still felt an intense, burning energy. Her body felt light, but her mind felt heavy and clouded. She felt a familiar but dangerous presence, and she responded instinctively. Her stance changed, indicating to Brad that she was wary of him. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. "Is my wife afraid of me?" he wondered. Her thoughts and vision were blurred, so she didn't recognize the man standing a few steps away from her. She sensed his aura, though, and she knew she couldn't beat him. She stepped back. Then, she felt something different. She felt a warmth coming from him and reaching for her heart. His hypnotic aura seemed to be telling her to stay still and let him approach. He was powerful enough that she couldn't resist. And despite her training, her body would not respond to her commands to attack. After a few minutes of silence, Brad called out to her.
"Hailey,"
He said quietly in the sweetest voice anyone had ever heard him use. He knew her training had kicked in, and she wasn't herself, but he couldn't stand seeing her so wary of him, and hated the thought that she was afraid of him. He slowly reached out to her and said her name softly again.
"Hailey, it's me. It's okay. Everything is all right now,"
he said slowly and gently. He looked like an animal tamer trying to calm a wild animal with all the sweetness and gentleness he could muster. He moved slowly and deliberately so that he wouldn't scare her. He was worried that she would run away, but she didn't move. Her eyes slowly opened and closed. She seemed to be having a hard time keeping them open. Brad spoke again after a few minutes.
"Hailey, it's okay,"
he said as he slowly moved toward her, hoping that she wouldn't notice how close he was getting to her. He was still moving slowly, but he wanted to resolve the situation quickly. He wanted to hold her, soothe her, and ease her wariness. As he inched closer and tried to figure out what to do, a word popped into his mind. He remembered what she had called him in his office, and he remembered how he had felt. His heart had raced, and he had forgotten about everything else.
"If I call her that, will she react the same way? Will it affect her as much as it affected me?"
he wondered. If he said it and she froze and lowered her guard for even a second, he would catch her. He knew that she was acting on instinct, and he understood why. He knew what she had gone through over the last 5 years. Her fight outside the bar and her tenseness around him would take a toll on her body and mind. She needed to rest. He took a deep breath and reached out to her again, ready to race forward and catch her. He smiled sweetly, and his eyes shined like diamonds. He spoke gently and lovingly.
"Hailey, darling, please take my hand."
Episode 351. Come over.
"Hailey, darling, come over."
Brad's words caressed Hailey's ears, and she stilled. Somewhere in her foggy and dazed consciousness, they echoed in her mind. She stared in Brad's direction, her eyes unseeing and still wary of the animalistic aura around him. But that voice, it was irresistible, luring her in.
"Darling, come over,"
he said again in a hypnotic tone. Involuntarily, she stepped toward him. Amy, Alan, Tyler, and Brad held their breath as they watched. Brad was relieved to be making progress. The dangerous aura surrounding Brad was unleashed when he had seen his wife in such a state, and she had instinctively felt his need to protect her, even in her daze. Although his aura deterred everyone else from getting close to her, it also stopped her from getting nearer to him. As soon as she approached him, he attempted to suppress it and exude a sense of safety and warmth. Hailey relaxed a little, though she remained alert. She started moving slowly toward Brad, like in a hypnotic trance. No one dared move for fear that she would run away if startled. Brad had planned to capture her once she lowered her guard, but he didn't expect Hailey would voluntarily walk toward him. He felt ecstatic, and his heart beat wildly with excitement. His wife had responded to him, even when she was not fully conscious. When she eventually reached him, Brad pulled her into his embrace, and he felt her relax completely. Hailey felt his warmth. She was so tired that her eyes closed. Amy's legs were unsteady as she approached them. She knew Brad might not forgive her this time for placing his wife in danger. Truth be told,
She didn't even know if she could forgive herself. Although it had not been her intention, Hailey had almost been harmed. She had been drugged because Amy had brought her here. Amy bit her lip. She didn't ask Tyler for help. There was no one more important to him than Brad, and there was no way he could protect her this time when it was against his brother. She was just Tyler's fiancée by name, and nothing more. She would endure this punishment on her own. Trembling, Amy walked past Tyler and toward Brad, who was still holding his wife. I'm so sorry. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I'll accept any punishment you give me. But please don't feed me to crocodiles. Throw me in the river if you wish, she pleaded. Hearing the fear in her voice, Brad raised his eyes to look at her. Please don't feed me to them. Before Brad could speak, Hailey had startled awake and opened her eyes. She turned, and when she saw Amy, she moved toward her and hugged her. Who plans to feed my friend to crocodiles? Tell me, and I will hit them and feed them to the beasts instead. Hailey's eyes were vicious. Brad was stunned. Amy's emotions were mixed. She wanted to celebrate, but she couldn't. Here was her friend, defending her fiercely, even though the situation had been her fault. Tears sprung from the corner of her eyes. Amy's mind raced to think of the least destructive outcome. What if I said that it was Brad? Would that be crazy? She thought. She breathed a sigh of relief as she noticed Hailey was no longer in that awful state. But her intoxicated self was getting out of control. Tell me, who is it? She demanded again, cupping her friend's chin. Amy jolted at the sudden, icy surge from Brad. Terrified, a lie slipped out of her lips. Tyler, she said. It's Tyler. Hailey's gaze turned toward him. Episode 352. Stay a little. It's Tyler. Tyler, who had been standing quietly, was dumbfounded. No? What? He said, looking confused. What the hell has happened? He thought. Why am I being accused? How on earth have I ended up in the middle of this? He straightened the moment his brother's wife laid her eyes on him. He had become her new target, and he was unsure what to do. Hailey's glare bored into him. He cursed silently. Of all the names in the world, why did you choose mine? Is this your revenge for banning you from flirting? Just you wait, Amy, he thought. Then he stepped backward, cautious, as if walking in a field full of landmines. He would not give her the opportunity to attack him. Not when his brother was watching him closely. Brad would not let Tyler defend himself. Of that, he was certain. The accused man shifted his gaze toward Brad, whose eyes confirmed it. So Brad was willing him to stay put and suffer a beating from his wife. He cursed again. Damn it, Brad. You should be the one receiving it. None of this would have happened if you hadn't had scared Amy in the first place. And I'm sure she's only in this state because she was jealous of Lena. Must I be your sacrificial lamb again? I can't believe this. Not only is my brother selling me out, even my fiancé is betraying me. What have I done to deserve this? He said to himself. Hailey was 2 inches taller than Amy, so the moment she lifted her friend's chin with her finger, their faces were close together. Her eyes softened. It seemed romantic. To Tyler and Brad, Hailey's face was unforgivably close to Amy's, and it looked like they were about to kiss. But Hailey's actions were because of her blurred vision. Amy had felt the frosty glare emanating from Brad as soon as Hailey held her. Now his deadly aura blazed, intensifying to the highest level when Hailey held her chin up, causing Amy to quake in fear. Her knees wobbled again, and she was close to tears. She felt like if she made one wrong move, she would lose her head. God, someone, save me, please, she prayed. Am I really going to die here? I'll behave myself from now on. I'll be good from now on. Promise. Amy began praying to all the gods and goddesses she knew. She even included all the deities in the novels she had read out of desperation. Then, as if her prayers were answered, she realized why Brad the Great was growing colder and scarier by the second. He was jealous. Amy remembered what Tyler had told her. He had said that Brad was the super jealous type. Even gender didn't matter to him. She chided herself and racked her brain for a solution, oblivious to her fiancé's glares. Holding Hailey's wrist, she moved her hand away from her chin and pulled away from her embrace. But don't worry, Tyler was just kidding. I'll deal with him, okay? She said as she nudged her friend back into her husband's arms. Then, the deadly atmosphere abated. She could breathe again. Okay, but let me know if he says any more outrageous things to you, Hailey replied. Brad wrapped his arms around her as if never intending to let her go. Fine, I will. But please, go now with your husband. Your little Sean is waiting for you, Amy said, moving back quickly until she was past Tyler. As soon as Hailey heard Sean's name, she turned toward Brad and held the man's face. She drew him closer to her, as if she was trying to recognize him. Oh, my little Sean, when did you grow up? No, I don't want my baby to grow up just yet, she yelled. Everyone froze in shock. As Brad stood motionless and dumbfounded, Hailey raised her other hand to caress his face once again before shaking her head violently. No, I can't accept this. I want my baby back. Didn't I tell you not to grow up too fast? Why? I want my little Sean. She became emotional. How can I make up for all the years I missed if you're all grown up now? I want the time back. Please be small again. Episode 353, Witnessing a Miracle. I want my little boy back, Hailey cried. Everyone stood still as if they had just suddenly witnessed a miracle. Who would have thought that the secret weapon to unlocking Hailey's tears was whatever had been put in her glass? Her unexpected reaction caused Amy to gasp and tear up. She knew how much Hailey wanted to regain control over her emotions. She knew how desperate Hailey was to smile and cry again. Now that Hailey had finally broken through this hurdle, she was happy for her. Brad might even forgive her because of it. He would still punish her, but it wouldn't be too severe now, right? Brad, on the other hand, felt like he was suddenly in the eye of a storm. He was at a loss on what to do. His wife suddenly mistaking him for a grown-up version of her son stunned him. But witnessing her cry made him feel like his organs were being twisted. Brad had rarely seen Hailey cry in their time together 5 years ago, but when he had, his heart would bleed badly. Even though this was what he wanted, to have her cry and release all her emotions, it was still hard for him to watch. It was bittersweet. Hailey, he uttered as he raised his hand to wipe her tears. But, to his surprise, she sprang away from him, leaving his hand frozen in mid-air. I want my Sean, she cried. Brad's heart shattered. The next moment, Hailey bolted, and her husband immediately chased after her. Don't run, it's dangerous, he warned. Don't come any closer, I don't like you, I want my baby. You're too big, I don't want you, go away. The engaged couple stood watching them. By the time Hailey finally stumbled, Brad was right behind her, catching her before she fell. Listen, I'm not Sean, okay? Look at me closely. I'm your husband. He's waiting for you at home. You understand? Brad said firmly as he held her face, and a teary Hailey blinked as she stared at him. It's me. I'm Brad, your husband. You called me darling hours ago. He comforted her in his arms and wiped her tears away with his thumb. My husband? He sighed in relief. Yes. My darling? Your darling. Hailey tilted her head and she rubbed her eyes before she looked at him again. Then she sniffed and burst into tears again as she tugged his collar. I want to go home. Where's my little boy? I miss him. Don't worry, we're going home. He's waiting at home, so calm down for now, okay? He might get worried if he sees you crying like this, Brad said. Hailey just looked at him. I don't want my baby to get worried, but my tears won't stop. What should I do? He tried to coax her with words, but Hailey refused to return home. She wanted to stop crying first, so she wouldn't worry her son. She had now been crying for half an hour, causing Brad to become restless. He looked at Tyler, seeking suggestions. Tyler sighed inwardly. He wanted to ignore Brad, but he didn't want to reap consequences for it. A scene appeared in his mind, and he scratched the back of his neck. Tyler gestured something to him, and Brad furrowed his brows. It was only after Tyler repeated the gesture did Brad understand. The idea was fantastic. Why had he not thought of it before? Hadn't he wanted to do this to her all this time? Don't worry, I'll do something, Brad said. Hailey stared at him, and Brad's lips locked with hers. Episode 354, Unexpected Reactions. Brad's lips were like snowflakes melting on Hailey's lips. The sensation was irresistible. Their kiss was deep and passionate, even though her response was sloppy. Brad got lost in the warmth of her mouth until they were both breathless. Their lips parted. He gazed at her, happy. His wife had finally stopped crying. She was still sniffling, but the endless flow of tears had ceased. It stopped. You're amazing, she exclaimed. Her eyes glinted, mesmerizing him. So, a kiss is more effective than words and hugs, then? Brad replied. His wife had finally stopped crying. She was still sniffling, but the endless flow of tears had ceased. Hailey remained silent. Did you like it? Brad asked playfully. I liked it. You tasted so sweet, she said. Her words left him feeling dazed. I want more. I want to eat you. She raised her hands and wrapped them around his neck, while eyeing him like he was her favorite dessert. Her eyes glimmered, and she looked like she was about to drool. Brad was losing his mind. He yearned to yank her close and kiss her again. She looked so seductive. He wanted to teleport them both to anywhere with a bed. He cleared his mind and then swooped her up in his arms. You can eat me whenever you want, but wait until you're sober, okay? He said as he walked toward the car. She shook her head. But I'm sober now, look. And I've stopped crying. I don't want to wait anymore. Brad stiffened. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he bit his lip hard. He cleared his throat, walking faster, as Alan opened the car door for him. Alan hurried to the driver's seat and turned on the ignition. He set his wife gently in the back seat and followed her in, closing the door after him. Then, Alan stepped on the gas. Wait until we get home, okay?
Brad said. Hailey pouted in disappointment, tears once again threatening to fall. Amy stood beside the other car that Brad and Tyler had arrived in. She heaved a sigh of relief. She could finally breathe again. It felt as if she had finally returned to Earth after a long time in outer space. However, the feeling was short-lived. Amy suddenly felt a sensation on her back, like lasers boring into her. She instinctively knew where it was coming from, so she turned around to face it. Her eyes widened as she watched Tyler striding toward her, his expression cold. Her heart raced and she stepped back. Panicking, she opened the car and jumped into the back seat, quickly locking the doors. He placed his hands on his waist, surprised at the speed of his fiancée's reaction. He was also confused. Did she mistake him for Brad? She'd never been petrified of him before. Was she scared of being punished? He slammed his palms on top of the car, and a grin flashed across his face. Amy would not get away scot-free. How else would he make sure she didn't pull such a stunt, or worse, again? He breathed deeply and stared at the tinted window. His face looked serious, and his eyes narrowed. It looked like he could see her. Well, my dear, are you satisfied with yourself? Did you want a new fiancé so badly that you would have me die at your best friend's hands? Tyler's voice boomed, startling her. Episode 355, Out of Reach. Amy bit her lip before exhaling to calm herself. She moved near the window. I'm sorry, Mr. Beauty, but I couldn't help it. Your name just slipped out. Besides, you should be grateful that you're the first person I think of when I'm in trouble. It's your fault for always being my hero, she said. Tyler opened and closed his mouth like a fish, speechless. This woman, he thought. How could she be so shameless that even when I was close to death, she could still twist things? How could she be so talented at stirring up trouble? And how come this ended up as my fault again? Open the door, he demanded. He was not his usual calm self. But you're going to punish me. Did you think you could escape by locking the doors? She didn't reply. It was futile to hide. He might even break the window if he wanted to. You have 10 seconds. She panicked. But can't you just forgive me this time? I swear, I'll behave now. 9. Hey, are you listening? I will open it if... 8. Promise you'll spare me. 7. I already said sorry. Must you be so harsh? 6. I'm still a lady and I'm still... 5. You idiot. 4. Come on, just this once, please. 3. Hey. 2. Okay, I get it, but even if you don't love me, I'm still your fiancé, okay? Tyler fell silent, astounded. Her last words echoed inside his brain and his mood soured. The car door opened and he entered, causing Amy to jolt. His aura flared and she felt the same way she did when Brad was furious with her. She raised her white flag and accepted her fate. Do whatever you want. I won't try to escape from it anymore, she said as she looked down. Her voice, no longer mischievous, seemed drained of energy. She felt bad for throwing Tyler into the snake pit to fend for himself, but she had uttered Tyler's name before she had even realized it. There hadn't been anyone else she could think of to help her at that moment but her fiancé. She had depended on him too much when she had been in danger, so much so that she could no longer imagine her future without him. The realization made Amy want to tear up. She felt so grateful for having him in her life, but she knew he was only with her out of responsibility. He never left her and went too far from her. Yet, he never advanced closer to her, not even by an inch. He was her Superman, someone seemingly out of reach,
A fleeting dream. But what right had she to complain? She had been the one who had told him she wanted to be free after all. I'm sorry, it really wasn't on purpose. I won't complain, Amy said. A second later, Tyler edged her down on the back seat. You really want to be punished so badly, huh? Amy stared at him. I know my mistakes. Besides, I don't even have enough energy to run now. Not when my Superman is the one after me, she replied. Tyler brushed away the strands of hair covering half of Amy's lips, about to smirk. Then his face darkened. What happened to your lips? Amy shrugged. Oh, this? No worries. The bastard slap was nothing compared to my father's. Tyler suddenly released her and climbed out of the car, leaving his fiancée puzzled. She rose slowly. His aura was blazing wildly, and his bloodlust was so intense that even his subordinates who had been inside another car felt the demon awaken. Quickly, they got out of the car and stood straight before him. Where are those scumbags? He asked, his voice terrifying. One of his men answered. They were taken to the police station. I think they're about to arrive there now. Tyler gritted his teeth. His eyes blazed red. Tell them the plan has changed. Make them feel so much pain that death would be a blessing. Episode 356. We're home. Amy was still in shock when Tyler returned to the car. His aura was cold and dark, and his usual calm demeanor was gone. He looked as though he had just defeated an enemy. What just happened? Mr. Beauty, can you please stop turning into a beast? Please just be your normal, beautiful self. You scare me when you're like this, she thought as she cried. She moved to the farthest corner of the back seat. She had never been so scared of Tyler before, probably because every time his mood had turned dangerous, she had played one of her mischievous tricks to divert his attention and calm his terrifying aura. She didn't know what to do since she had been banned from touching and flirting with him. After a few minutes, the car started moving, but his aura remained. Amy wasn't used to the deafening silence and wished that he would yell at her. The atmosphere was suffocating, and she was growing restless. She cleared her throat softly and waited for a reaction, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. She took a deep breath and gathered what was left of her courage. Mr. Beauty, she said, have you thought about my punishment? Just let me know so I can prepare myself. Shut up, he said. His cold voice sent a shiver down her spine, and her mouth dropped open in shock. What happened to him? Has he really turned into a beast? He told me to shut up. Wait, is that my punishment? Seriously? He banned me from flirting and touching him, and now he's banning me from talking? That's totally heartless, she thought. The other car sped back to the Clark mansion. Hailey, who had curled up in Brad's lap, was muttering to herself. Her head rested on his shoulder, and her arms were wrapped around his neck. Don't worry, Sean. Mommy's right here. I'm not going to leave you again. Just wait for me, okay? She said. Brad's heart ached as she mumbled through her sniffles. He knew that the pain she felt from leaving her son was still fresh in her memory, and that it would take a long time for her scars to heal. He held her tightly and wished he could take all her pain away. He didn't know how to, so he just stroked her hair and whispered, It's okay. Everything's going to be okay now. She seemed to hear his soft words and gentle voice, and her sniffles subsided. He watched her close her eyes, and he felt her warm breath on his neck. He could tell that she was calming down, and he felt content. His feeling didn't last very long, though. He was starting to feel the effects of having her so close to him, and the desire that he felt was making him uncomfortable. This is not the right time, he thought. Hailey took a deep breath and she smelled something that triggered a memory. She knit her brows and thought, where have I smelt that before? The scent was so familiar and comforting that she wondered what it would taste like. She poked her tongue out of her mouth and licked his neck. He froze and his eyes widened. He stopped stroking her hair and took a deep breath as he felt his defenses crumbling. His neck was burning. He tried to maintain his self-control, but she licked him again. He started stroking her hair again to distract himself as she kept licking him. Hailey, not now, he said through gritted teeth, but she didn't stop. Alan, glancing back from the driver's seat, noticed that things were heating up in the back seat. He didn't dare to look too closely. He just drove faster and tried to get back as quickly as possible. Hang on, boss. We'll be home soon, he thought. Hailey pulled Brad's face towards her and licked him again. He patted her head and said, not now. She tightened her grip on his neck and kissed him. Alan, who had glanced up again, drove even faster. We'll get her home soon, boss, he thought. Brad felt like he could no longer restrain his desire and wanted to get her home so she could rest. She licked his neck again and he started sweating. Hurry up, Alan, he thought. He stroked her hair again and kissed her forehead. After what seemed like an eternity, the car stopped. He looked at her and said, Darling, we're home. Episode 357, Time to Rest. Hailey didn't seem to have heard him. She licked his neck again and said, Darling, you taste good. She still couldn't remember where she had smelled the scent before, but it tasted as wonderful as it smelled. Brad gazed at her and tried to block out his desire. Her eyes were sparkling and her cheeks were flushed. She looked stunning. He felt like a hungry beast, but he knew that she was not herself. He ran his fingers along her collarbone and said, Not here, not now. She kissed him, hoping to identify the taste. I want to eat you, she said. His eyes filled with desire and his heart raced. For a moment, he forgot that she was drunk and his body ached with desire. Then he felt her tongue on his neck again. Hailey, let's wait, he said, and kissed her forehead again. He wrapped his arms around her. A sound outside the car caught his attention. He looked out and froze in shock. Dad? Mom? Are you in there? Why aren't you coming out? Sean asked as he peered through the window. Hailey recognized the voice and sat bolt upright as though she had just awakened from a dream. Sean? Sweetie? I'm here! She exclaimed as she tried to open the door. Brad reached out and stopped her, putting an arm around her waist. She protested. Let go! Sean, I want to see Sean. He panicked and tried to think of a way to stall her for a few minutes. He didn't want their son to see her in her current state. Let's just wait a minute, he said. You've had a rough day. Let's both calm down first. Calm down? I'm perfectly calm, she said, her voice rising. He wondered how much she remembered about the fight outside the bar. He stroked her hair for a minute and then looked at her. Okay, let's go, he said. She quickly opened the door and jumped out. When she saw Sean, she started crying. She grabbed him and hugged him tightly. Sweetie, I missed you so much, she said. He rubbed her back gently. Mommy, please don't cry, he said. He saw Brad stepping out of the car and shot him a cold glare. What did you do to her? He asked, looking displeased. Brad tousled his hair and said, She's had a rough day, so she's very emotional. You need to help me get her into bed so that she can rest, okay? Sean nodded obediently and said, Mommy, let's go in now. When she didn't respond, he looked up at his father.
She fell asleep, he said. Brad scratched his head for a moment. Then he picked her up and carried her inside, heading toward the bedroom. He gently set her down on the bed. Sean looked at him with serious eyes and said, "It's okay. I'll take care of her." Brad smiled and left them alone. He went into the bathroom and took a shower. Episode 358. What happened last night? Hailey woke up the next morning with a hangover. Amy brought her some tea, and she drank it quickly. Sean had already gone to school, so she took a shower and joined Amy in the dining room for breakfast. "Do you feel better now?" Amy asked. She nodded. "Your tea really helped. My hangover's gone," she said. Amy sighed in relief and asked, "How much of last night do you remember?" She scratched her head and tried to recall what had happened, but all she remembered was talking in the bar. "I passed out, didn't I?" she asked. "I can't remember anything after that. Did something happen? What did I do?" Amy smiled. Of course she doesn't remember, she thought. She was tempted to tell her, but decided that it was up to Brad, especially since she had been banned from talking too much. She said, "Yeah, you passed out. Brad brought you home, so you should ask him." "Speaking of Brad, where is he? Has he already gone to work?" Amy coughed awkwardly. She had been hoping to wait until after breakfast to tell her. Actually, he's sick." Hailey jumped up from the table, her eyes wide. "What happened? Where is he?" she asked. A deep voice answered, "I'm right here." She turned and saw him leaning against the doorframe. When she saw his messy hair and sky blue pajamas, her heart skipped a beat. It was the first time she had seen him in something other than gray or black pajamas. She reached for him and asked, "Are you sick? What happened?" She placed her palm on his forehead. "You have a fever. Let's get you back to bed," she said. She took his hand to lead him upstairs, but he pulled her toward him. "It's fine. It's just my allergy," he said as he hugged her. She knit her brows. "Allergy? It hasn't rained in a while. Why?" "I accidentally took a cold shower," he said. "How can you accidentally?" He cut her off. "My body was so hot that I didn't notice how cold the water was." She could tell from the look in his eyes that he was being honest, but she wondered if he was leaving something out. What happened? How could he have not noticed the cold water? He wouldn't make that kind of mistake, she thought. "Did you get drunk?" she asked. "No, but I wasn't myself," he said. "Huh? What?" "Nothing bad happened," he said. "But I was under your spell. It was hard to resist you." She was curious and a little worried. "You told me that I tasted good and that you wanted to eat me, and you kept licking me," he said. "I licked you?" she asked in shock. "Yes, several times." She was speechless, and her face turned as red as a tomato. She looked into his eyes and saw again that he was telling the truth. Images flashed through her mind as she slowly started to remember. She covered her face in embarrassment. Does he really have to remind me? Is he trying to punish me? She wondered. I was drunk, I guess, although I don't remember drinking very much. And I don't remember what I did, so can we just forget about it? Anyway, we need to get you back upstairs. You have to rest. Come on, she said, trying to change the subject. He didn't budge. "Hailey, why did you get drunk? Was it because of Lena?" he asked. She looked shocked and confused. "I'm sorry. I really didn't know what she was up to," he said. Brad had already asked Amy why Hailey had been drinking, but it was Tyler who had answered his question.
He had said that Hailey was jealous of Lena. He had also said that Lena had been fantasizing about him, and his own cluelessness had encouraged her. He had had a restless night and had wanted to talk to Hailey as soon as he could.
I promise that it won't happen again. I've already sent her back to Laskamar, and I won't hire any more women, he said.
He looked so determined that she wanted to cry. She could see the emotion in his eyes, and it melted her heart. She stepped closer to him and reached out to stroke his hair. "You're so sweet," she said as her eyes sparkled with joy. She had planned to talk to him about Lena, since she didn't want her to work so closely with him. But he had already dealt with her. "He's so perfect," she thought. "I'll always trust you, Brad. You're mine, and I'll never let anyone take you from me," she said. His eyes widened, but before he could respond, he heard Tyler's voice. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but you should know that our parents and your grandfather are coming," he said. Episode 359, Eavesdropping. Brad knit his brows. He looked unhappy, and Hailey looked nervous. As far as she knew, she hadn't met any of Brad's relatives other than Tyler, and she felt uneasy. "Your parents are coming?" she asked. Brad could see how flustered she was.
What's wrong? You don't want them to come?
She shook her head. "No, it's not like that," she said. "It's just that I'm kind of nervous." He looked surprised.
Nervous?
She nodded awkwardly and said, "Other than Tyler, I've never met any of your family before, so..." She paused and bit her lip. He was amused, and he ruffled her hair gently. She was behaving like a nervous teenager who was about to meet her date's parents for the first time.
Don't be afraid. They don't bite,
he reassured her as he kept stroking her hair. She reached up and held his wrist to stop him. "I'm not afraid, and I'm sure they're good people. I'm just a little nervous. What if they don't like me?"
Why wouldn't they like you?
He asked. "It happens sometimes," she said. "You're handsome, rich, powerful, and intelligent. You're basically perfect. What if they want someone equally perfect?"
You're that perfect someone. Why wouldn't they want you? He asked.
She was speechless. She gazed at him and saw how serious he was, and her breath caught in her throat. She had a healthy amount of self-esteem, but she'd always thought of him as a king and herself as just a soldier. She revolved around him like the earth around the sun, and she knew that other people didn't consider her worthy of him.
Don't worry, you're perfect, and you're the one for me. I won't let anyone question that, no matter who they are,
he said. His tone was firm and indisputable. Hailey's heart started pounding. His words were so sweet that she forgot how nervous she was. Did his fever make him even sweeter? Everything he said today has been so sweet, she thought. Before she could speak, he turned to Tyler and said,
"Take Amy with you and try to delay them."
Tyler creased his forehead. "Huh? What?" he asked.
"Take them on a tour of the city or something. Just don't let them come here today."
"Why not?" Tyler asked.
"I'm sick and don't want to be disturbed. I need to rest. And pick Sean up after school and take him with you,"
Brad said. Tyler started to say, but he was cut off.
"And remind the staff that today is their day off."
His instructions left Hailey and Tyler speechless. Tyler cursed to himself and thought, "That love-struck fool. He's not sick. He just wants to be alone with Hailey. And when did he start giving people the day off?" Hailey spoke up. "Are you sure? Won't your parents get angry?" She looked worried again. He patted her head and said,
"They won't mind. They've been wanting to spend some time with Sean, and they'll have Tyler and Amy to entertain them."
Before she could respond, he leaned over and rested his head on her shoulder. She gasped when she felt his heat. "You're burning up. You need to go back to bed right now," she said as she escorted him toward the stairs. He looked past her and locked eyes with Tyler, who understood immediately. "Right, I get it. He's so shameless that he wants me to get every living being out of the house so that he can be alone with her," he thought. He and Amy could still hear part of their conversation as they went upstairs, one slow step at a time. "Brad, I think at least the butler should stay in case."
"You're the only one I need."
"Are you sure? I can get Tyler to help you up the stairs," she said.
"No need. Just call me your darling again, and I can run."
"Huh?" She sounded confused.
"Do you remember that you said it to me last night?"
he asked. Okay. If I say it, can we stop talking about last night?"
"Okay,"
he agreed. "Darling, let's get you up the stairs," she said. Amy was so engrossed in their conversation that she didn't notice Tyler reaching out to her. She felt a flick on her forehead and turned to him. "Stop eavesdropping," he said. She snorted and said, "Why? They're so cute. It's like watching a romance movie. Don't you appreciate romance?" He looked annoyed. "Do their public displays of affection bother you? Maybe you could learn from them. You should watch them." "Ouch! Will you stop flicking me?" "Stop it. Let's go," he said, and turned his back on her. She muttered behind his back, "Why is he so cold-hearted? Why can't he be sweet like Brad? Are they really brothers?" He heard her and turned back to look at her, and she gasped and covered her mouth. "I'm sorry, I forgot. I didn't mean it. It just slipped out. Let's go," she said, running away as fast as she could. Episode 360, A Sweet Memory. The house was quiet. The white curtain in the bedroom window danced in the cold, gentle breeze as the morning light penetrated it. Brad was lying quietly in bed with a smile on his face as Hailey put a wet cloth on his forehead. His eyes sparkled with joy, and he seemed happy that he had gotten sick. He looked weak, but ecstatic, and the look in his eyes eased her worries. Even though he was the one who had gotten sick, he seemed to be making her feel better. His face was red, and he was covered in hives. Hailey felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that she was the cause of his suffering. She bit her lip. "Do you feel itchy?" she asked gently. He took her hand and pulled her close.
"Mm-hmm. Right here," he said, pointing to his cheek.
"Should I scratch it a little, or will that make it worse?" she asked. She wasn't sure if touching him would help.
"It's okay. You don't have to scratch it. A kiss will do,"
he said. She blinked and blushed. "There you go again, flirting even when you're this sick," she thought. He liked the way she looked when she blushed. He was about to say something, but was interrupted when she leaned in and kissed his cheek. "I don't see how it will help with the itching, though," she said. He laughed and said,
"But you still did it."
"Because you asked me to," she said. "I couldn't possibly refuse a request from my sick little..." She paused and looked as though she didn't know how to finish her sentence. Brad frowned.
"Her sick little what? Does she think I'm frail? Whatever she was going to call me, she'll have to make it up to me in kisses,"
he thought.
"Then kiss me here too. It itches. And over here too. And then here. And down here," he said as he pointed to his forehead, nose, cheek, and neck. Hailey was speechless. He is the king of shamelessness, she thought. But she went along with him and gently kissed everything that he had pointed to, as though she could kiss his discomfort away. When she was done, she looked up at him, and her eyes widened when she saw that he was even redder than before.
Did I make it worse? She asked. He pulled her into his arms. Don't worry, he said. They don't actually itch at all. But you're so red. I think your skin reacted to my kisses, she said. Not my skin. My body reacted, he said. Yeah, I can see that. Your body reacted and got worse. No more kisses for you, mister, she exclaimed. He looked devastated. He couldn't bear the thought of not getting any more kisses. You don't understand. You don't understand. I'm just blushing, he said, his face still red. She was shocked. Have you taken your medicine? She asked, changing the subject. Don't worry. I've taken everything already. The only thing left is you. Huh? Me? She asked. Your medicine for my soul, he said. She was too surprised to respond, so he kept talking. I want to kiss you so much, but I don't want you to get sick. So you need to help me recover quickly, so that I can kiss you again. What can I do to help you? She asked. Call me darling, he said. That's it. And stay here in my arms, he added. Okay, darling, I'll stay here with you. She waited for his reply and was surprised to discover that he had fallen asleep. His fatigue had finally caught up with him. Hearing his slow, deep breathing, she relaxed. She slipped an arm around his back and started caressing him gently. Get well soon, darling, she said with a slight smile. Then she closed her eyes, and they both drifted off to their very own wonderland. Brad opened his eyes several hours later, and he knit his brows when he saw the empty space beside him. He looked at the clock and was surprised to see that it was already past noon. He got out of bed and felt much better. The dizziness and weakness that he had felt were gone. It looks like Hailey's magic worked, he thought. He felt his forehead. His fever was gone, so a devilish smile spread across his face. He wouldn't need to hold back any longer. He headed toward the door but stopped when Hailey entered. She was dressed in a loose yellow t-shirt printed with ice cream cones, and she was carrying a bowl of soup on a tray. When she saw him, she turned red. With his messy hair and pink pajama top printed with bright yellow cartoon ducklings, he looked adorable. A few hours earlier, he had been sweating so much that she had gone to look in his closet for a new pajama top. She had sighed after seeing the monochromatic blacks and grays in his closet. She had grabbed one at random so that she could change him, but she had also called one of the bodyguards and asked him to go and buy Brad a new set of pajamas. He had video called her from the store so that she could see the different patterns and choose one that she liked. Darling, you look so adorable, she said, as she leaned in to pinch his cheek like a grandmother would do to a grandchild. He was confused, but then saw what he was wearing. His reaction was priceless. He looked at his pajama top as if he were looking at an alien from outer space. Sit down and have some lunch, she said. He looked up at her and agreeably sat down. When he saw what she had prepared, a sweet memory came to him. You tried cooking this for me before, so it was my turn, she said. She was reliving the same memory. She blew on a spoonful of soup and raised it to his mouth. Open wide, darling, she said, but he just stared at her. My fever is gone, but to recover fully, I'll need a kiss after every spoonful, he said with a straight face and serious eyes. Hailey choked. Is he getting back at me for last night? She wondered. He gazed at her with the sweet optimism of a puppy who knew its owner would give in to its wishes. She looked at him, and she knew she couldn't let him down. He was irresistible, and she had a feeling that she would agree to anything he wanted, no matter how ridiculous it might be. She was just about to agree, but then she looked at the bowl and saw how much soup she had made. He wants a kiss after every spoonful. How many kisses will that be? She wondered. Episode 361, Alarm Bells. The atmosphere in the room had been purely blissful a while ago, and it had slowly turned into something very romantic. The temperature was slowly rising every time Brad ate a spoonful of food. The bowl was still half full, but Hailey was already close to giving up. Kissing Brad after every spoonful of food he ate was just so intense that it was impossible for Hailey to maintain her composure. His kisses started off like little pecks on her lips, but they had gradually become more teasing and intense. Every single kiss was now longer and deeper, as if he was making sure that every time he entered her mouth, he would explore every part of it before he was satisfied. She wasn't the type to give up a task halfway through. From a young age, she had always finished what she had started. At this moment, though, Hailey felt like this spoon feeding was the toughest task that she had ever been faced with. This was the first time she had felt like giving up, and it went against her instincts. After all, she thought, who could manage to stay resilient in this kind of situation? If I don't give up now, this food might never get eaten. Or worse, I might even spill it on him. Brad, I think you should finish this first, she finally said. As soon as he saw those tantalizing eyes pleading with him, he took a deep breath to try and steady his racing heart. His dearest wife was just so enchanting. Her face was flushed red, and her lips were pink and soft, and they glistened slightly after each kiss. He found her alluring. On the verge of losing control, he took the bowl from her hand and devoured the food in no time. The way he gobbled up the food made both of his cheeks puff up as he tried to shove all of it in his mouth and eat it in one go. This was the first time she had seen him eating this way. This well-mannered man, who always ate like a king, suddenly turning into this was somehow very refreshing in Hailey's eyes. She was so happy that she was seeing her cute Brad again. However, what he was thinking was completely different from what she was thinking. His impatience was getting the better of him. He could no longer wait. He didn't care about anything, much less about table manners. This was a golden opportunity to finish what they had started in the car the day before, and he wasn't going to let it slip out of his grasp. Don't eat too fast, or you'll give yourself a stomachache, she said as she gave him a glass of water. He swallowed the last bit of food, took a gulp of the water, and then just smiled at her. The way he looked at her caused her to feel a bit alarmed. Why do I feel like I'm about to be eaten by a big bad wolf? He put the glass of water on the side table and leaned back against the headboard. Hailey, come here. Hailey bit her lip as she moved toward him, looking at those ever so enticing, gorgeous eyes of his. As soon as she reached him, he took hold of her and pulled her so that she was sitting on his lap, straddling him. He took her hands, wrapped them around his neck, and stared at her, his eyes glistening with intense love and desire. Seeing the intensity in his eyes, her heart felt like it was doing a little somersault. Hailey, kiss me, he requested. Hailey didn't even think twice about it. This time, she was completely seduced by her husband's intense, loving gaze. He really was like a dangerous potion that easily drove her wild. She moved in slowly, and her lips softly collided with his. She kissed his lips in the gentlest way she ever had until, before she knew it, her tongue was already entangled with his. Their passionate kiss intensified as their need for each other grew. His hands started slipping under Hailey's t-shirt. His warm palms were like soft feathers caressing her skin, giving her an inexplicable tingling feeling that followed the path his hands took. She started to wiggle on top of him to find a more comfortable position, which of course drove her husband crazy. As she found a more comfortable spot, she could feel Brad slowly becoming more excited, and she felt all of the blood rush to her face as she blushed intensely. Meanwhile, he concentrated on kissing her lips, her neck, her collarbone, and all of the places he could reach. He showered her with kisses, hoping to tell her, through these kisses, how much he loved and missed her, and how happy he was that they were together again. As they lost themselves in their kisses, a loud noise rang out like a siren in the room, startling Hailey. She was the first to break free from their intense kiss, since he seemed to have decided to just ignore everything else. He continued kissing her as though he wouldn't stop, even if the house was being bombarded. "Brad! Brad! Brad!" She called out his name, her intuition telling her the call was one Brad needed to take. Fortunately, Brad finally heard the noise and stopped kissing her. The ringing cell phone was his, and the ringtone was the one he had set only for emergencies. He wanted to ignore it and just throw the cell phone out the window, but when he heard that particular ringtone, he became concerned. To him, this ringtone was essentially like a public warning stating that an atomic bomb was on its way. I think you should answer that," she said. Brad reached out his hand and answered the call, looking disgruntled. "What is it?" he asked abruptly. Tyler, who was on the other side of the call, cleared his throat.
"Brad, I need you to come right now. There's a big problem."
Tyler spoke with a rare seriousness in his voice, indicating that something beyond an emergency had happened. When he heard the tone of Tyler's voice, Brad's eyes immediately narrowed as if he already knew what Tyler was about to say. Noticing his expression, Hailey's heart began to flutter nervously as she listened to his end of the conversation, holding her breath. "We're surrounded. Someone's trying to take your son." Episode 362, Family Feud. Hailey and Brad immediately got dressed and were ready to leave the house in record time. Both of them had eyes that were clouded with worry, and at the same time, a hellish fury. Brad's eyes were like a furnace, burning wildly. His aura felt like the monster within him, which had been chained up inside for a long time, was about to go berserk. His unbelievably calm expression was so terrifying that even his own well-trained men felt chills down their spines. Who has dared to enrage our boss? Do they want to experience a fate worse than death? Hailey, on the other hand, had an expression that was obviously far from her usual composure. The still and serene look she used to possess whenever she went to battle was replaced with unshakable fear and worry. She obviously looked very scared. When she heard that these people wanted her son, she was absolutely terrified that her son might be taken away from her again. Her anxiety was at its peak. Of course, Brad noticed that she was very pale, so he held his wife's hand, clasped it tightly, and said, "Don't worry. I will never let anyone take away Sean from you." When she saw the blazing furnace in her husband's eyes, the fire in her heart was lit again, and it slowly became larger as she decided to put all of her trust and faith in her husband. This was not the time for her to sulk and be weak. This was the time for her to be stronger than ever, because their child needed her. In an empty amusement park, a man with an aura of a demon who had just emerged from hell stood in the middle of a spacious area right below the huge Ferris wheel. He was surrounded by countless men in black, and the atmosphere was extremely tense, giving the impression that if someone made one wrong move, everyone would start firing, and a bloodbath would ensue. Tyler, ready for battle, stood there without moving. His nephew and the rest of the Clark family, including Amy, were all inside the still moving Ferris wheel. Tyler had actually been on the ride with Amy, as Madeline had forced him to spend some time with his fiancée. When he saw the danger, he had climbed down the outside of the ride to meet his guards on the ground. The men in black were Brandon's private army, and they seemed to know what kind of man Tyler was. Because, despite their numbers, not one of them dared to make a reckless move when they saw him standing in their way. Hours before, Sean's security team had decided to book the entire park for the day to avoid any unforeseen dangers, as Tyler and Brad's parents were also going to be there. Tyler wasn't part of the team, but he nonchalantly went with the flow, since there were no major threats lurking around for any of Brad's family at that moment. Brad's enemies didn't have enough backbone to even crack a joke in his presence, let alone be idiotic enough to anger him. No one had anticipated that Brad's biological family would be bold enough to try and come after him again. The Rockman family was a deeply rooted and very powerful family in the United States. Their lineage and ancestry could be traced back to before the country had been colonized, and they were among the first wealthy families to settle here. They had remained rich and powerful until Brad had destroyed them. The downfall of Brandon Rockman was a huge blow to the family's fortune and reputation. The family had named Brad as Brandon's replacement, but Brad had made it clear that he wanted nothing to do with them. And since Brad had only targeted Brandon and his mistress, the family had regrouped their generations of wealth and power, helping them to recover from the blow Brad had dealt them. Although it was strange that none of the other Rockman family members had tried intervening in the fight between the father and the son, Brad had dismissed them as inconsequential. He had no intentions of being a part of that family. Why are they going after Sean? Tyler wondered. This makes no sense. What are they after? Are they trying to start a war? Episode 363. And Tyler too. Mr. Clark, please hand the boy over. We won't hurt him. The boss just wants to meet him. The man who seemed to be the commander of the army stepped forward cautiously as he politely but bravely spoke to Tyler. Tyler could see from the look of him that he wasn't lying. Tyler had been keeping an eye on the Rockman family all along. He knew how desperate Reginald Rockman, Brad's grandfather, was to get close to Brad just so he could see Sean. With Tyler watching over him, Reginald had not been successful in getting what he wanted. Brad could never forgive his father for murdering his mother, and he was clear he wanted nothing to do with the family, and that they were to have nothing to do with Sean. Why does this man keep persisting? He knows Brad and I won't let him anywhere near Sean, Tyler wondered. Mr. Clark, you know we won't hurt even a strand of hair on the boy's head. We're just asking you to let us borrow him for a while. We've tried to do this peacefully, and we've asked you nicely time and time again, but you haven't given us a chance. We had no choice but to do this, the big man continued. Despite his scary look and obviously strong fighting presence, the man was speaking so cautiously, as though he was currently talking to a god of war, afraid that he might provoke him. Tyler stood firm, looking like an immortal creature ready to strike. He didn't acknowledge any of the words the man had said. Despite their commander's caution, some of the men surrounding Tyler became impatient and vented their frustration. What the hell is the boss doing? Yeah, I can feel just how terrifying that man is right there. But seriously, he's completely alone, and we have almost 100 soldiers on our side. Why are we wasting our time like this? That's right, I don't get it. Damn, this is taking too long. No matter how good that man is, if we all shoot him, he'll die in an instant. I can't stand this anymore. Why does the boss look like he's talking to that guy like he's afraid of him? He's degrading himself. It's disgusting. The boss isn't usually like this, is he? I've admired him all this time, but he's actually letting this man trample over him? He's just Brad's fake brother, isn't he? Watch your mouths, you ignorant dogs, or you will regret it. Actually, you might not even be given time to regret your actions. Is that so?
It looks like the boss isn't the only one who's been taken over by madness today, huh? What happened to you guys exactly? When did you go soft? The man started raising his gun as he spoke, when a silent bullet suddenly pierced through his arm, causing him to fall to his knees. Everyone was stunned by his sudden cry of pain, and the Rockman army all turned their heads toward the fallen man, who wasn't even on the front line. It had looked like he had dared to fire his gun and then been struck down. The Rockman army's commander shook his head, looking like he was going to be doomed by his own idiotic men. What an idiot. Didn't I warn you to watch your mouth? Be thankful that you were in a safe spot, or it could have been worse, one of the men said while the shot man was crying on the ground. All of the other ignorant men in this army stood frozen in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. That's right. They were in the middle of the group, so this was technically a very safe spot that even the most elite sniper would have had a pretty hard time with it. And yet that man shot him down before he even noticed? And all with a single shot? Who is this guy? How is he so skilled? That's impossible. There must be a sniper somewhere. Idiot. Let me enlighten you before you all get shot too. That man right there isn't a normal human being. He's a killing machine. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he killed us all single-handedly. That's the kind of thing he is capable of doing, and the only reason he was brought to life. Seriously? You guys are lying, right? You guys are just trying to scare us, aren't you? Shut up. If you want to confirm what I've just said, then go ahead. No one will stop you. I just feel sorry for you people who have never heard anything about him. Why does it sound like you're trying to fool us? You can choose to believe me or not. That's up to you. But he's had this reputation since he was a boy. That man has remained unbeaten until now. And I don't think anyone will ever beat him in the future. Not a single person. Nor the largest army in the world. You're all talking nonsense. Do you think we're stupid enough to believe such nonsense? Let me show you. As the man raised his gun, another silent shot whistled through the air, and he fell to the ground. The commander wanted to cry. He himself had witnessed what Tyler was capable of many years ago. Tyler had been a teenager then. Reginald had ordered his men to spy on Brad, and during their covert observation, they had seen Tyler fight off special forces by himself. That day had been clearly embedded in his mind. When he saw the way Tyler had fought, the only thought that had run through his head was, is this guy even human? What he had seen was a killing machine disguised as a human being. He hadn't been able to figure out how Tyler had moved so much faster than everyone else, and how his senses had seemed to be so ridiculously accurate. No one else had been able to figure it out either. Even the FBI had labeled him an alien, and if they could have managed to somehow capture him, they would have surely experimented on him so that they could create an army full of aliens like him. Are you guys satisfied now? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The eyes so drastically darkened. They felt the air chill and intensity they had never experienced before. It was so suffocating that they felt like their souls wanted to crawl out of their bodies to escape from the darkness. They all stood there, frozen in fear, unable to move from the sheer terror. Tyler was starting to lose control of himself. This was exactly why he had asked Brad to come. He didn't really need reinforcements, but Tyler knew that if he was to be the one to deal with these people, it would not end well. He didn't want to do anything extreme, since it wasn't actually necessary, but once he was provoked like this, it was almost impossible for him to stop. He was praying for Brad to arrive before he lost all rational thought and advanced on these men. He didn't want his family, Sean, and Amy,
to see his monster unleashed.
Episode 364, Chain of Command.
We're done for!
The commander slowly stepped backward as he understood the extreme threat posed by Tyler. His aura was suffocating. Acting on instinct alone, the men raised their guns and aimed at Tyler.
Everyone, don't you dare shoot, or else that'll be the end for all of us!
The commander ordered as he kept on walking away, even though he knew that as soon as Tyler moved, his men would surely fire at him because they were so afraid. Tyler's rationality was slipping away as his training and instincts took over. It was like a switch had been flipped as soon as these men had pointed their guns at him, and he was now a machine. His humanity receded as he prepared to protect the people he cared for. Tyler breathed deeply, his eyes blazing with rage, and his cold smile made the men tremble with fear. The tension was so thick in the air, with everyone waiting for Tyler to make a move, that it felt as though even just a twitch of Tyler's finger would trigger the soldiers' reactions. The feeling was akin to seeing someone pull the pin out of a grenade and throw it into the air in slow motion, with everyone holding their breath, waiting for it to land and explode. Just as the grenade was about to touch the ground, and just before all hell broke loose between Tyler and the soldiers, a dark figure fell from above and landed in front of Tyler.
Tyler, stop right there.
Brad's voice boomed as he put both of his hands on his brother's shoulders, stopping him from moving forward. The soldiers were so shocked to see this figure suddenly appear before them, confronting the monster that was about to attack them all. Everyone had heard the approaching chopper, but they were so focused on the life and death situation they had been facing that they hadn't cared what else might be coming. As everyone else was still trying to get their wits together, Brad's words seemed to have broken through to Tyler's consciousness, because he didn't attack. Although he hadn't reacted, he had been aware of Brad's descent, and that it was in fact Brad who was standing in front of him. After a moment, the killer's smile returned to Tyler's face, his eyes seeing past Brad, locked onto his prey. But before he could charge, Brad suddenly hit the horrifying monster's head with his hand. Nobody apart from Brad had a clue what he was doing. As all of this was happening, the chopper that had brought Brad and Hailey over had already landed not too far away from the gathering. Hailey, who had just arrived on the scene, saw what Brad did to his brother. She just blinked as she suddenly imagined the two as they had been as children. Why did her husband slap his brother's head like he was disciplining his delinquent little brother? He was supposed to praise Tyler for being there, wasn't he?
Didn't I tell you to stop?
Brad said. Tyler the machine looked like his system was suddenly starting to malfunction. Tyler wasn't able to snap back to himself, and Brad put a chain around his neck before calling Hailey over.
Hold this guy for now. Don't let him go anywhere,
he said as he put the end of the chain in Hailey's hands, before he nonchalantly left, as if what he had done was just a normal, everyday activity. Hailey said nothing. Brad turned and walked toward the army of men. As Brad had arrived by helicopter, his security forces had arrived by car and had quickly rounded up the men his grandfather had sent. Hailey looked at the quiet Tyler, curious about why he looked like a broken mannequin. Tyler, are you all right? What happened to you? Did my husband use too much strength when he hit you? Hailey asked as she waved her hand in front of Tyler's face, but Tyler didn't react at all. Then Hailey heard her son's voice, and when she turned, she saw Sean stepping off the ride. Hailey became so emotional that she almost let go of Tyler's chain. She saw Amy was walking toward her, and with relief, passed her the chain. Amy, hold this. Brad said don't let him go, Hailey said, putting the end of the chain into the hand of the confused Amy. Hailey ran like a flash toward her son. Mommy! Sean shouted as he ran toward Hailey. In no time, the two collided, and Hailey began to cry. Baby, my baby, are you okay? Did anyone hurt you? She cried. Sean was surprised. Mommy is crying again, he thought. The little guy then immediately coaxed his mother as he spoke. Mommy, I'm all right. Nothing happened to me. Don't cry anymore, he said as he lovingly caressed his mother's head, while Madeline and Thomas looked on, shocked. Did you hear that? Our Sean called that woman Mommy, they said to each other. Stop crying now, Mommy. Everything is all right. Look, Dad is so cool today, he said as he pointed his little finger in his dad's direction. They both looked at Brad, and she saw that Sean was right. He was there, standing like a king, while his men were securing Brandon's private army. They all fell on their knees in front of the formidable Brad, begging for their lives. Your father has always been cool, Sean, Hailey said as she wiped away her tears. Sean's eyes twinkled. I thought Mommy was the only one who was cool, but when I saw Daddy drop from the sky, he became my new hero now, too. He saved Uncle Tyler in the nick of time, and us too, the little guy said proudly. Hailey embraced him again as she nodded in agreement. That's right. Your dad is the coolest dad in the world, she said. Sean smiled. Meanwhile, Amy, who was holding the chain, slowly raised her hand. She looked hesitant about touching Tyler. Amy already knew about Tyler, since she had once witnessed him fight like a beast before. She also felt the intense energy and horrifying aura coming from him. She had been able to feel it even stuck on top of the ride, and it caused her heart to wreak havoc inside her chest as she watched her dearest beauty being surrounded by men pointing their guns at him. Amy couldn't deny that she was still afraid. However, looking at Tyler's blank expression and his reddened eyes, Amy also couldn't deny that she wanted to touch him. She didn't want Tyler to be in this state because he looked like he wasn't the Tyler she knew. Beauty? My beauty, are you okay? Amy finally managed to speak, but Tyler still didn't react. Instead, he looked like he wanted to attack. She wondered if the sound of the men being rounded up and forced to surrender reached his consciousness. Feeling the surge of bloodlust coming from him, Amy's heart began to go wild. An intense chill crawled through every part of Amy's body, and something seemed to whisper to her to run away from him that very instant, or she would lose her life. Instead, she moved closer to him, and she hastily held his face with her trembling hands. Hey, Tyler? Can you hear me? If you don't answer, I'll kiss you. After all, we're not alone right now, she threatened. When there was still no reaction from him, Amy closed her eyes, took a deep breath, pulled his face toward hers, and without wasting another second, kissed him hard. Episode 365, Sleeping Beauty. Amy's heart was beating loudly as she forced her tongue into Tyler's mouth. Her desperation and fear drove her to action. She could still feel the goosebumps on her skin. But despite all of that, Amy didn't want to let go, not until Tyler's dark aura dissipated and he returned to his senses. She hated seeing Tyler in this state because she felt like he was someone else, someone who didn't even seem to be a normal human being. Even though this was not the first time she had witnessed him in this condition, her heart was still quivering, not just because of fear, but because every time Tyler became like this, a faint voice in her heart
seemed to be begging her to stop him at all costs. She carried on kissing him, her hands wrapped around his neck, causing the chain in her hand to swing and sound like ringing bells from afar. The way she kissed him was passionate, but still mischievous, as though she was screaming the words, "Beauty, wake up!" to him through her kisses. She kissed him slowly at first, but when that seemed to have no effect on him, she intensified the kiss, teasing him in a way she was sure would get a reaction. Tyler, who had started to regain his consciousness the moment Amy's lips had landed on his, felt his body getting warmer. His eyes, which had looked mechanical, were now slowly returning to their usual brightness. The familiar taste of her kisses shocked him, as if it was the electricity he needed to regain some power. The spark of heat coming from his mouth energized his brain, and it seemed like it was finally starting to work again. By the time his senses were finally back to their usual human-like state, he jolted. There was a sudden stab of pain to his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized someone was biting them. Amy? She's kissing me? He wondered. Shocked by what was happening, he was about to try and break away from the kiss when she suddenly tangled her tongue with his in such a naughty way that it caused him to halt his attempt to break free. Just as he was about to bite her back, she suddenly pulled back, leaving him astounded and somewhat disappointed. "Beauty, are you awake now?" she asked. Fortunately, Tyler immediately snapped back to reality. He looked at her, and when he saw the worry in her eyes, he averted his gaze from her as he covered his mouth with the back of his hand. As he looked away from Amy, his eyes fell on Hailey, who had just removed her hand from covering Sean's eyes. He realized what had happened, and that Amy might have kissed him to make him regain his senses. "You actually kissed me so naughtily, even with Sean here, huh?" Tyler finally spoke. Amy suddenly grabbed his face and made him look at her. "Beauty, you're back. You're really back now, right? Do you know me? How many fingers am I holding up?" she exclaimed as she held up 2 fingers in front of his face, giving him the sudden urge to flick her forehead. He realized that she was the one who had woken him up this time, and he felt something twist in his heart. Brad had been the only one who had ever been able to control Tyler when he got like this. But it was Amy who woke me up this time. Does that mean that she can control me now too? He looked like he was in a daze again, looking at Amy with those unfathomable eyes, so she shook him gently. "Hey, beautiful, are you listening to me? Don't you go back to your scary self again. Hey!" she ranted as she continued shaking him. He finally raised his hand. As he was about to pinch her cheek, he noticed something hard wrapped around his neck. "What the hell is this?" he asked when he saw what it was. Amy immediately explained everything to him. "You were about to go berserk a moment ago, so your brother chained you up, just in case." She lifted her hand that was holding the end of the chain. Tyler's temples started to throb. Tyler raised his head, his gaze falling on Brad, who was standing there with a bunch of men kneeling in front of him. He scrutinized them before heaving a sigh of relief. He took a step toward Brad, but was suddenly pulled back and stopped mid-step. "Amy, let go of the chain," he said, but she puffed her cheeks and blocked his way. "I was ordered by the boss to not let you go, so you can't be stubborn right now," she exclaimed. Tyler was about to flick her head, but for some reason, he stopped. "I'll just go get the key for this thing around my neck, so be a good girl and go be with your friend back there," he ordered, but she just tightened her grip on the chain as she replied, "No, right now, I'm more loyal to the boss than you." Tyler was speechless. This fiancé of his was actually blatantly telling him that she was more loyal to Brad than she was to him? He bit his lip while she continued speaking. So just give up and wait for your brother here. You can't go there. What if you get provoked again? She said. This time she seemed to be like a mother yelling at her son, not even letting him say a word. If you insist, I'll kiss you hard again. Besides, I'm only not allowed to touch you when we're alone. Remember? Again, he was speechless. Why is she always threatening me with kisses? He almost wanted to tell her to go ahead and kiss him again. But when he saw the serious look in her eyes, he decided to give in for now. He couldn't possibly let her kiss him again right now. Or else his parents, who were watching them with eagle eyes, might call some priest to wed them on the spot. Okay, you win, but at least let me find somewhere to sit. Amy was about to celebrate until she heard his last sentence. Wait, don't tell me you're hurt somewhere, she exclaimed with widened eyes. This time, Tyler didn't hesitate and flicked her forehead. Ouch! Is this how you treat your savior? Didn't I tell you that a beauty should act like a beauty? What savior? All you did was wake me up like some perverted alarm clock. You actually called your very own fiancé a perverted alarm clock? Fine! With puffed cheeks, Amy suddenly pulled the chain, forcing Tyler to move closer to her. Since some of your nerves still seem to be sleeping, let the alarm clock keep ringing, she said seductively. His eyes widened as he immediately held her face to stop her from kissing him. Amy, did you forget about our deal? He said, but she simply smiled. You only said I'm not allowed to flirt, Mr. Beauty. You never said anything about the conditions. If you'd said I'm not allowed to flirt all the time, I'd be behaving right now. But you didn't, so I assume that those rules only applied when we're alone, she stated. Tyler had no reply. He looked like he didn't have any energy left to argue with her, so he just heaved a long sigh, indicating his total surrender at that particular moment. Behave, Amy. Sean is watching. I just want to sit down, he said. Amy's seductive look immediately disappeared. Seriously, Beauty, are you actually all right? She asked as she loosened her grip on the chain. Since when did wanting to sit down mean being hurt? He calmly answered, but Amy still creased her brows, looking a bit worried. Well, it's not really like that. It's rare to see you looking tired, she replied. Tyler paused for a few seconds before turning his back on her while holding her wrist, pulling her with him toward the bench near Hailey and Sean. You're imagining things, he said as they walked. Amy blinked, looking a bit confused. Why does it feel like there's something wrong with him? What's wrong with you, Beauty? Are you just still not fully awake? She thought. Meanwhile, after securing every single one of the Rockman private army, Ken walked toward Brad. What are we going to do with them? Ken asked. Brad threw a glare toward the commander before replying. Tell your boss to stop this nonsense. I won't give you another chance. If he does something like this again, I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life, Brad said with the horrifying eyes of a monster who seemed to be ready to annihilate the entire Rockman clan down to their very roots. It left everyone who heard him shivering. He then turned toward Ken and answered him. Don't kill them, just to make sure that they never want to see my face again in their lives before you send them back to their boss, he replied loudly enough for the entire army to hear him, which made them jolt in fear. Must he be this cruel? Can't he see we've already suffered the worst humiliation of our entire lives? We can't even hold our heads up. and yet he wants us to suffer even more? He's not thinking about skinning us all alive just to let us spend the rest of our days in pain, is he?
Episode 366, First Meeting. Tyler's parents approached them as soon as he sat on the bench.
Son, we need to talk. Amy dear, can I borrow him for a moment?
His mother was careful not to disturb Hailey and Sean, whose gazes were still locked onto their hero, Brad. Madeline guided him to another bench farther away from them, and Thomas followed, hot on their heels.
That's Brad's wife, right? She asked with wide eyes.
Yeah, Tyler replied.
She's back? Why didn't either of you tell us?
Because she only came back recently, and they have problems that need to be solved.
Oh, I see.
She faced her husband.
Let's meet her.
Anticipation flashed upon her face, and Thomas nodded enthusiastically. It excited them to meet the mysterious woman who had melted their son's heart.
Let's go. Will you introduce us to Hailey?
She said as she grabbed Tyler's hand, trying to pull him up. He furrowed his brows. Can't you do so yourselves? His mother gave him a stern look before she smiled.
We're just being careful. We don't want to scare her.
Mom, it's okay. She's nice.
We know, but we don't want her to feel uncomfortable. She looks really frail. She seems so weak. We don't want to make things worse for her. What if she leaves again?
I guess she looks like that on the outside at the moment, but you don't know how strong she is, Tyler thought. How would you react if I told you she's a badass soldier? On second thought, I won't mention that. Tyler understood his parents' response. They knew how important Hailey was to Brad. In the past, they had introduced countless pretty young women to him, but he hadn't shown them the slightest bit of interest. They had been devastated, and they had resigned themselves to not having a grandchild. Yet this woman had appeared, and she had not only transformed their son, but had even given them a grandson. Hailey was irreplaceable to him. In the last 5 years, their attempts to encourage Brad to find a girlfriend to help raise Sean had been greeted with the cold shoulder it had deserved. She was the only one for him, and they would accept her. Fine. Come on then, Tyler said, standing up. They approached Hailey. As soon as they reached her, he began his introduction without warning, as direct as ever. Meet our parents. Mom, Dad, this is Hailey, Brad's wife, Tyler said. Then he sat beside Amy without waiting for a response. Madeline laughed as she faced her with a warm smile.
I apologize. He's not usually like that. I think he's just tired. Don't mind him, she said.
It's all right. I'm used to him already, Hailey replied.
Oh, that's right. I'm Madeline, and this is my husband, Thomas. Pleased to meet you, my dear.
I'm Hailey. Nice to meet you too.
We've been eager to meet you for so long. We're glad you're back.
Yup, I'm very glad Mommy's back. Daddy is too. He wore pink bunny ears the last time we came here to make her happy,
Sean piped up. Everyone laughed as they pictured Brad wearing pink bunny ears. It broke the awkwardness. Shall we sit somewhere? I've got so many questions. You've done an amazing job with our son. You've changed him. They walked toward a bench. Do you want to know what he was like when he was a teenager? Madeline asked.
Oh, yes.
Please tell me, Hailey replied. Her eyes shimmered in anticipation.
Well, when he was younger,
Madeline proceeded to tell Hailey stories about Brad. As Hailey listened, Her nervousness vanished. She was so grateful for her in-laws being so welcoming. They didn't ask about her background or probe about why she left, or anything else that would have caused tension. Meanwhile, Brad, who was still talking to Ken about the captured army, saw Hailey talking to his parents. His eyes widened. He had forgotten they were even there. He had planned to bring her around to their house and introduce her officially. He quickly ended his conversation so he could be beside his wife. But just as he was about to walk away, he stopped. Someone was missing.
Grandpa isn't here?
He asked.
I forgot to inform you, but Mr. Lopez is currently at the hotel. He didn't last long roaming because of his age.
I see. Send someone to bring him to the mansion.
Yes, boss.
When Brad finally reached Hailey's side, she was still immersed in conversation with his parents. He cleared his throat. Oh, have you settled things? His mother asked him. He replied before taking Hailey's hand.
Mom, Dad, I have something important to discuss with you when we get home.
His expression was serious. Episode 367, Passionate Help. The Clark family drove to the mansion in separate cars. Madeline and Thomas were in the first vehicle, followed by Brad, Hailey, and Sean in the second. Tyler and Amy were in the third. Brad sat in the back seat with his wife. Sean sat between them. The atmosphere was friendly. The attempted kidnapping had been resolved quickly and successfully. Hailey was relieved that nothing bad had happened to her son. She clasped the boy's hand, afraid to let it go, and it surprised her to find tears rolling down her cheeks. Now, she could show her emotions, but she was struggling to control them. It seemed like a dam had burst, and water gushed relentlessly through it. Her tears were unstoppable. Sean glanced up after hearing his mother's sniffles. This was the third time he had seen her cry in the last 2 days. He sat on her lap and hugged her. I'm all right, Mommy. The bad guys didn't get me. I'm here. Don't cry anymore, okay? But she cried even harder. They were tears of joy that her son was safe. She sobbed, giggled, and hiccuped as her adrenaline faded. I'm being ridiculous, she thought. She stared at Brad, her eyes glistening, as she silently pleaded with him for help. But Brad didn't want it to end. It was for her own benefit. He wanted her to spill every drop she had suppressed. He knew his wife would finally smile again. However, his resolve shattered.
Sean, I need to borrow your mom for a bit, so I can help her stop crying. Is that okay?
He asked. The boy nodded and swapped seats with him. Brad was now sitting in the middle. He whispered to his son,
You want me to help Mommy stop crying, right? I have this amazing method, but you can't see it, I'm afraid.
Sean smiled.
Now close your eyes, and don't open them until I say so, all right?
Brad ruffled Sean's hair. The boy's eyes were already closed before Brad turned to his wife. He held her face between his hands and stared at her. Brad's lips collided with hers. Hailey struggled, shocked that he would kiss her in front of their son, but her husband held her still. But when she saw Sean's eyes close tightly, she relaxed, realizing that he had listened to his father. His tongue delved deeper. Hailey didn't have the energy to push him away. He controlled her senses, and she kissed him back. He was her greatest weakness. Finally, her tears stopped. The couple seemed to have forgotten where they were. Time had ceased to exist. Hailey felt he had teleported her to a fantasy world. They continued kissing for minutes until their son spoke. The voice shocked them out of their passionate embrace, like a bucket of ice water thrown over them.
How much longer will it take? I don't think your strategy's working. Can I open my eyes now? Maybe I can help.
Episode 368, Sleep Talk. In the other car, Madeline and Thomas chatted about their two sons. "Honey, what do you think Brad will tell us?" she asked. Her husband, who was gazing out the window, turned to her. "Probably something to do with his wife, dear," he replied. "I think you're right. He rarely comes to us about anything serious, so it's likely that it'll be about his wife. I hope he'll announce they're having another child. I'd love to have a granddaughter." Thomas smiled as he looked at her beaming face. The Clark family had been nearly ruined. The death of their only son, Kevin, had devastated them, since it had meant the end of their family line. His wife could not accept what had happened. She had fallen gravely ill and had almost died. During those dark days, Brad and Tyler had turned up in their lives. The family had not accepted them out of desperation, but because Brad had resembled their son so much. His cold eyes, quiet nature, and even the way he spoke were similar. So much so that he could have passed as Kevin's biological big brother. As soon as Madeline had seen the teenager, she had regarded him as her very own son. Both had saved her from death's door just by existing. She had treated them as her own children, and eventually, they had become a proper family. The Clarks' worries about their bloodline no longer mattered. Their bonds were closer than some families bound by blood. They were happy to have both men in their lives, considering them as one of their greatest blessings. Anyway, how about our Tyler? I worry about him more than Brad now. I think he wants to be with Amy, but he seems to run away from her. I don't know what he's thinking, but we should do something before she gives up on him. She's already waited 5 years. Okay, I'll talk to him. I'll think of something else. They can't separate. Besides, it's time we had a grandchild from them as well. Don't rush things, honey. Tyler isn't Brad. He may seem to be the more talkative one, but he keeps everything to himself. Don't nag him too much. Meanwhile, Amy was busy telling Tyler her opinions about the recent event. I can't believe the Rockmans would do that. How desperate. Can't they tell your brother wants nothing to do with them? How many times must they be rejected for them to understand? Ugh, it makes me so mad. She felt a weight on her shoulder and was shocked to see Tyler's head resting there. He seemed to have fallen asleep. She puffed her cheeks before poking him. Hey, Mr. Ordinary, wake up. I haven't finished talking yet. Using his nickname would get a reaction. He didn't stir. Amy poked him again. He's so handsome, she thought as she gazed at him. Is he pretending so he doesn't have to listen to me? Did I bore him? She surveyed him. He had truly fallen asleep. His face showed signs of fatigue. Lines creased his smooth forehead, and there were dark circles under his eyes. She had never seen him so exhausted before. It had surprised Amy when he had asked to sit. Maybe it took a while to revert from beast mode to normal. It might have depleted his energy. Or maybe he hadn't eaten properly. Her eyes softened. Do you know how defenseless you look right now, Mr. Beauty? I think you're trying to seduce me, she whispered, giggling. How are you so beautiful? I'll put you in a glass coffin like Snow White and kiss you back to life. Then you'll be my princess.
and I'll marry you.
I'm not a princess, he replied. Her eyes bulged as she stared at him. He was not awake. He talks in his sleep, she thought. Seriously? Amy's heart beat faster. This was an amazing opportunity. She could discover how he really felt about her. She inhaled deeply. I'm in love with you. She held her breath. Seconds passed, yet Tyler didn't answer. I said I'm in love with you. Did you hear me? She pressed. She felt so hopeless. She was blushing as if she was confessing to him while he was conscious. For the first time, she was like a teenager, revealing her feelings to her crush. She facepalmed herself. Get a hold of yourself, she thought. Then her eyes lit up once again and she spoke. How do you feel about me? Do you like me? Episode 369, An Amazing Discovery. Do you like me? Amy's eyes focused on Tyler's lips, waiting for a response as her heart thumped. She counted the seconds silently in her head. When she reached the 10th, her shoulders drooped. She began to sweat. Heaving a long, deep sigh, Amy bit her lip and gazed at him as she stroked his hair. Petting this man feels so good, she thought. It would be nice if he'd allow me to do it when awake. His hair is so soft. Rest well, Mr. Beauty. She leaned her head on Tyler's, which was still on her shoulder. She closed her eyes, and fatigue finally caught up with her. With the fear and anxiety from recent events that she had contended with, her body felt zapped of energy. Her body went limp, and she fell asleep. On hearing her slow breathing, Tyler's lashes fluttered, and then his eyes opened. He had been awake for a while. Blinking, he slowly clenched his fist as he silently uttered Amy's name. At the Clark residence, a certain old man in a butler's uniform arrived at the back doorstep. He turned the knob, only to find it locked. I wonder why at this time of day, he thought. Mr. Green usually keeps this door open. He turned it again, to no avail. Is there nobody at home? Resourceful as ever, he had brought a set of spare keys with him, and he unlocked it. Laughing, he entered the mansion. Nobody was around. The man had left the amusement park early, so he could sneak into the property to see if the rumors about Hailey's return had been correct. Sighing at his misfortune, he turned to leave before hearing several cars stop in front of the property. Curious, he tiptoed to the window and twitched the curtains to peek outside. One by one, each member of the Clark family alighted from the cars. Releasing the curtain, he scanned the area to find somewhere to hide. He couldn't afford to be discovered inside. Otherwise, his grandson would realize he had a set of keys. There was nowhere he could hide behind, fit into, or crawl under that wouldn't be obvious. Panicking, he darted toward the back door, but before he could open it, he heard tiny footsteps running toward the kitchen. And then, a voice. Great-grandpa? Where are you going? Caught red-handed by his great-grandson, Anderson could only scratch the back of his neck. I was just going out to, water the gardens. Sean stared at him oddly. But it's already dark. You better not go outside anymore. His laugh was strained. That's right, he sighed. I'm really getting old now. Moments later, Hailey called for her son. Sean, where are you? She entered the kitchen and saw the man. Something about him felt familiar. She searched her mind, thinking about all the places where she might have possibly seen him. Anderson Lopez's eyes glittered as he strode toward her. "My dear, it's been a long time," he said. Hailey blinked. "Excuse me? But have we met before?" He was stunned. Finally, she remembered where she had seen him. He had still been young in the photos, but she knew in her mind that she was right. "You're Mr. Anderson Lopez, the lost king of Talavancha?" she exclaimed. The man was devastated. It seemed like his granddaughter-in-law had completely forgotten about him. Peterson, his loyal right hand, appeared. He approached him and whispered in his ear, "Sir, did you forget that before you had disguised your face as Mr. Wilson, the butler?" He sighed as he stared at Hailey. Brad's relationship with the royals of Talavancha had not been revealed to the public yet, so she was still unaware that he was Brad's grandfather. Brad arrived before he could introduce himself. He had been watching them for a while and had seen everything. Although he had failed to introduce his parents to her formally, he would not make the same mistake with his grandfather. He held her hand as he stood beside her. "Hailey, this is my grandfather. He is my late mom, Riley's father," he said. Hailey's eyes widened. "Huh?" she thought in astonishment. "This former king is my husband's grandfather? By blood? So Brad is the rumored mysterious prince who never appeared until now? My husband is actually a prince?" Episode 370. Plans. Brad had fought with Brandon Rockman, but very few people had known the real reason behind his father's downfall. Since his father's marriage into the royal family had been kept a secret, nobody had known that Brad had been born a prince until now. And how could they? Brad had erased this information from existence. The only information that had been available regarding Brandon and his mistress being thrown in jail was about a murder case and their illegal activities. Only a few knew that his undoing had been because of his own son's revenge. Hailey found it weird that her husband never told her he was a prince, but she understood his reasons. After all, she had secrets of her own, too. "Grandfather, this is Hailey." Brad's voice snapped her back to reality. The old man smiled at her. "Pleased to meet you, my dear," he said. As they embraced, she still felt something familiar about him. It nagged her. "Pleased to meet you, too." "You've both met before, though," Brad interjected. Hailey's eyes widened. Anderson simply scratched his head. "I'm sorry, miss, for disguising myself previously." Hailey gasped. "You're Mr. Wilson, the butler," she exclaimed. He laughed. "I'm sorry for hiding my face from you back then," he said. Hailey puffed her cheeks. No wonder he felt suspicious back then, she thought. So it wasn't only Brad who hid his face from me. The bodyguard turned out to be Brad's brother. you.